And finally, I'm so happy to welcome you here at Flutter Global Summit Volume 2 from Geekle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm happy again to see you here. This is second event for Flutter community from Geekle. And yeah, I know lots of you join us for second time this year. So it's about the people who really deep in this technology. Yeah, I'm so happy and really waiting for Anna. She's our community manager. Can we please show Anna here? Anna, come here.
Hi.
Yeah, here she is. Nice to meet you again. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, cool. I'm so excited and I hope you too. So give us some more information about what is gonna be here. Like I heard you have lots of speakers, you have brilliant talks, you have even sponsors. Just share with us.
Yeah, we have really awesome content. We have really awesome speakers, and it will be about year summary. So everything that happened with Flutter this year, we will do some kind of summary, and you will know what happened with web app, what happened with ML, with a lot of other things. So we have really awesome program committee who helped us to choose the best topics.
Honestly, thank you guys. Thank you very much for helping us. Yeah.
This time it was first time when I saw that amount of good, amazing marks for topics. Firstly, I thought, okay, 8 hours, it is done. And then I saw so many topics with like the best rating, and I just can't skip it. We should have it.
Awesome, cool. And as far as I know, we have more than 6,000 registrations on this event. Am I right?
Yes, we are expecting to have today like 6,500 registrations. So
Yeah, awesome.
waiting
Yeah,
for you
and by the
guys.
way, people, I see you in chat. Yeah, so keep writing where you're from. I'm in Kiev in Ukraine, and Anna is in India. In I don't remember what exactly
Hyderabad.
city. Yeah, she's from there. And please keep writing us where you're looking us from. Like, I mean, yeah, maybe your country, maybe your city, or maybe even the room. It's okay. Just let us know where you are. Anyway, we going forward. And what about speakers? How many speakers?
Yeah, so we have 35 speakers. We
Yeah,
have two
cool.
panel discussions.
Awesome.
We have a lot of common Q&A sessions. Yeah, I think it's quite a lot, and we have 22 hours of content. So be ready.
Wow.
Just order some food because you will not have time to cook it. Just order some food, be happy, and be ready to watch us.
I'm married man and I have lots of food in my home, so I'll be like watching this stuff like without any interruptions. Yeah. And by the way, huge thank you to our platinum sponsor Tide. These guys are expanding their engineering team, and they hiring in India, Bulgaria, and UK. So if you people are looking for any open jobs on Flutter, just check their openings. We'll drop this link in the chat. And thanks again, guys, for supporting Geekle community and Flutter community. Thanks for supporting us, people, and thanks for Tide for that. And what else? What's so special in this event? What do you think?
I think that first of all, I have to mention that you can win and get one of 5 dashers. Like I know everybody knows what is dash. Yes, this amazing,
Yeah, Google
amazing,
Dash, of
amazing
course.
symbol. Yes, a symbol of Flutter. So you only one thing. You have to be active. You have to ask question, be polite, of course. Also, just want to know more. Be active, be polite, and what the from the most active user will choose and give you dash.
Awesome. I hope this process will be really transparent, right?
Yeah, like we just see the most active person. Oh, everybody can see who is the most active user. I think.
Yeah, usually we see sometimes people. Our first events was like 24 hours long, and we always had person who sit there for 24 hours and comment and communicate with others. And of course, yeah, that's kind of our people who work for. Yeah. Thank you, Anna. Let's stop all this chatting. Thanks for introducing here. Should we mention someone also? Maybe, I don't know, partners or someone.
All partners did amazing job. All communities all over the world supported us. They shared information in their channel. They did also a lot of surveys. They were talking about our events. So that's why we have that amount of registrations. People are coming. And also, I just want to say one more time, huge thank you to program committee members, guys. I don't know what I could do without you.
Cool.
Sure.
Thank you, people. It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure to work with you, people. Yeah, and with Google in general. Yeah, thank you. Let's talk about our first moderator and our like first sessions or whatever.
Yeah, so I think that we have to call Vince. He will be our
Ah,
first moderator, and he can manage our first block and our first speakers.
okay, so how do we jump there? Do we have to take some moment, or we will do it right now? Whatever.
Yeah, I think we should just add Vince in 2 seconds, and he will continue.
Okay. Again, people, thanks for watching us. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for writing in chat. Thanks for being active. It's gonna be great time with lots of insights and great people here in this stream. So I'm so happy. Okay, the floor is yours, people. Let's do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Vince. Nice
Hey,
to see
Anna.
you. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine also. I'm so excited. I'm a bit nervous and I'm waiting for our first speakers and you to moderate this first block. So stage is yours. Please feel comfortable and have an amazing time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, before we get started, I would like to introduce myself. I will be your moderator for the first three talks. I'm from Hungary. I'm listening to the conference from Munich, Germany. I'm a community member here. I'm organizing Flutter meetups in Munich, and I'm also really excited that I can listen to the talks of the Flutter Global Summit. I'm sure we will learn a lot together. And just I wanted to thank you all for joining. I'm really excited about this event, and also feel free to share where you are from and also how long you've been using Flutter, and also maybe if you did something before that, you could also mention that in the chat. It would be fun to talk about that. And I think we can also start with the talks. The first speaker will be Andrei Diaconu. He is working at Microsoft, and he's working at Microsoft on the Surface developer experience. And the title of his talk is going to be Spanning My App. Let's see. I think it's time for Andrei to join the stage. Awesome.
Hello.
How are you, Andrei?
I'm excited. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you.
Yeah, I'm also happy that you are here. Is everything ready for the presentation? If it is, I would... Okay, over to you then. And thank you for joining.
Thank you. My name is Andrei Diaconu. I work at Microsoft in the Surface Duo team. I'm in charge or responsible for the Flutter developer experience. So everyone on this conference, everyone in the chat can ask as many questions as you can regarding Flutter and Foldable support. And if anything doesn't work properly in the future, you can also probably blame it on me. So today we will be doing something a bit different. I will be taking a application that works well on a single screen device, so a candy bar phone, and I will be modifying that application to support a dual screen form factor. Before we dive into the code and before we recap a few of the notions that Foldable support adds to Flutter, I would like to invite you to use the YouTube live chat as much as possible, and the Geekle internal chat, the one that you have in the stage area, so we can make this a conversation rather than making it a monologue. If it's just a monologue, then this whole conference can be a video that we record and we put online, and it can actually be of higher quality because we can control like the pacing and stuff like that. But the real value of a conference is that you can actually chat with the speaker and you can bring the information closer to you. So if you have any question or uncertainty or unclarity, anything is not clear, you can ask and I will answer. So I invite you to use the chat. From time to time, I will take a moment to read the latest comments if there are not too many. I'm very glad there are a lot of participants, so I might not actually make it to all the comments. I'm pretty sure I won't make it to all of them. So if you have a question, please make it as short as possible so I can focus on it. If I see a big blob of text, I won't read it because I'm just gonna waste a lot of time doing that. And to get the ball rolling, I invite you all to switch from saying what country you are from, which I think is amazing that everyone is from so many different places. And I would like you to write in the chat what what your favorite widget is, and what is your Flutter experience. So for me, I think my favorite widget, I think, is the theme widget. I think that's not such a popular opinion or popular option, but I think it makes Flutter, it proves how magical Flutter can be. So the theme widget accomplishes that. And my experience is about 3.5 years of Flutter. So yeah, please write your favorite widget in the chat while I work through some of the theoretical aspects of foldable support. So there are two notions that I want to introduce today, or to recap from the first version of from the first edition of Flutter Global Summit. So a display feature is something that usually appears on the physical screen of your device. It sometimes prevents pixels from being drawn to the screen, and sometimes it just gives you some information about physical properties of the screen. There are 3 types of display features at this moment: the cutout, fold, and hinge. The cutout, I think, is the one you're most familiar with because your phone probably has it already. The phone that you have in your hand now or next to you now probably has a cutout. You have been using the safe area widget to deal with the cutout up until now. So this is a very, let's say, common display feature, and it has a very clear solution. So the safe area is usually the solution for dealing with the cutout. The fold is the area of the display that bends, which is something that is a new concept, let's say. Until now, all screens were very, very simply said, they were flat and they didn't bend in any way. I think there were some experiments early on, but the fold is an area of the screen that bends. It still paints pixels on the screen, but it does form an angle. And the hinge is the area of the display that actually splits the screen real estate into 2 separate hardware screens. So I have a Surface Duo here with me, and this is the hinge area. It allows the display to go almost 360. And it allows for some very interesting usage. So this is the first term that I wanted to introduce, the display feature. You will hear this term a lot, so I just wanted to set the stage and make it clear what a display feature is. The second term that I want to introduce is something that we will not actually be using today, but I think it's important to understand what a posture is. So the posture, very simply said, is the shape that the display makes, which up until now, the shape that the display made was just a rectangle. It didn't make a shape, really. But now you can have a flat posture. So this is when the display is continuous in the same plane, let's say. And half opened is, let's say, a mini laptop mode, or it's the shape of the display where the 2 screens maybe make a 90-degree angle or something like that. There used to be more postures, like flipped. This was flipped, but we noticed that it's not actually practical because you get accidental touches on the other screen. So when the device is flipped, it's actually just using one screen. It's not using both. So for now, only two display feature postures exist. One is flat and one is half opened. There might be more in the future, but for now, these are the only 2. I'm gonna jump right into the code. So a display feature is part of the media query data structure, so media query data. It is an array. it is called display features, not display feature, because a display can have multiple features at the same time. So you can have a hinge area, but also a cutout. And this display, the Surface Duo doesn't have to, but for example, the Samsung devices usually have, I think all of them have 2 display features at the same time. So you have the fold area is one display feature and the cutout is the second. The properties of a display feature are a bounds area, which is a rectangle. It is described in global coordinates, and it is there for you to understand where on the screen you may have a display feature. Display features also have a type. This is an enum, and right now there are only 3 values for that enum: hinge, fold, and cutout. And a display feature can have a state, which for now is only the posture, but it may be other things in the future. It is also an enum, and for now it is either flat or half opened. And for the cutout, it is just it's none or something like that. So how do apps behave on a dual screen device? By default, applications open on just one screen. The user has the option to open 2 applications at once. With native Android support, you can actually drag and drop things between apps, which is something new, let's say, that you might want to take into account in the future. This is not yet supported in Flutter, but we plan to add support for it in the future. Users have the option to span an app, which is also the name of this whole talk. So spanning an app means making it occupy both screens at the same time. You do that by dragging the pill at the bottom and dropping it in the middle of the 2 displays. When your application is spanned, your application sees the whole screen real estate as one single display, so you don't actually see 2 separate displays. And you know where the display feature is because it is presented to you in the media query data structure. I will now quickly present three nice examples of enhanced apps. We call apps that take advantage of the second screen enhanced apps. So one application, really good example, is the Outlook application. When you span the app, you see a list of emails on one screen and you see an open email on the other screen. Another very nice example is the Atlassian Jira application. When you span the app, you get access to a larger canvas. It's the same Kanban area that you are used to, but now you can use more space to render your items. And this is a very good example of dragging and dropping items from one screen to the other, which happens seamlessly. So it is completely transparent to Flutter and even the operating system. So one point, if you start a drag gesture from one screen and you go over the hinge to the other screen, it actually registers as the same pointer in the operating system. So you don't have to do absolutely anything else to support drag and drop inside the same application. And a very neat example, it's a very cute way of adding some kind of magic to your application, is to use the posture as a way to trigger a logical separation using the hinge. So the YouTube application on the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip, when you use it in the half-opened posture, the top screen shows a full screen video and the bottom screen shows the comments and related videos and stuff like that. So that's something that you don't really expect to happen when you use the application, but because it happens, it adds a further layer of magical experience, let's say, for the user. So, as I said, today we are coding a Notepad app. I will take a few moments just to go through the comments, make sure that there's not anything that I need to address. Which programming is required to learn Flutter effectively? So yeah, I'm reminded by this question that this is the junior track. It's called Dart. List view, almost 1 year. Okay, Scaffold, I'm a beginner. Well, Scaffold is awesome. It does a lot of things for you. Container and experience 5 months. Anish, I think everyone loves the container. It's the widget that does everything. So I'll move on with the presentation. You can keep commenting, and if I see a moment, I'll read the comments again. So let's jump into the code. What I have here is a very simple application. It consists of a note data root. For those of you that don't know what an inherited widget is, don't worry. I'm not going to insist on how this works, but I just want to say, for those that know what an inherited widget is, note data is just an inherited widget with a state wrapper, so that my whole application has access to some very simple note data. And the note data is just a class. So a note class is it just contains a title and a body. And here are the initial data that the application starts with. This is how the application looks like. By the way, this is the Surface Duo emulator, which you can download right now. I will provide a link at the end of the presentation for everything that you see now to try it out. As I said, you can open 2 apps at once. So that I guess this is how it looks like when I open the settings next to my app. This application does a very simple thing. So you can add new notes. You can give it a title. I'm not gonna write a note body, but now the note is in the list. And if you select something from the list, it then opens a separate screen to edit the note. It's a very, very simple application, and we will attempt to convert it to work on a dual screen setup today. So starting from this very simple setup, let me walk you through the main widgets that we care about today. So this is a very standard main my app setup. It just provides a material app, a theme, and then there's a widget called Note Navigation. This renders a note list, and when a note is selected, then the navigator is instructed to push a new route, which shows a note editor. And this is the note editor. I don't want to go too deep into the code, but the widgets that we care about during this whole presentation is 1, note navigation, 2, note list, and 3, note editor. And you will see why we care about only these 3 for now. So let's see what happens with the application when we try to span it. As you can see, the whole application behaves as if this is one single screen. All the items are 2 screen wide. This is not a very good experience. If you're wondering what your users will do if this happens to them, since the Surface Duo devices has this particular behavior, users are quite accustomed to trying an app. If it works, they keep trying. They keep spanning the app in the future. But if the application doesn't behave as they expected, they just span it back and they use it like this. So you don't have to worry about your users using your application like this. If it doesn't work properly, they won't actually use it like this. So the first thing that we want to do is to make the dual screen layout work correctly. So in order to not waste everyone's time by typing code, I prepared 7 steps that I'll go through. Step number 2 is a version of the same application that instead of using a note list at the top, it introduces a 2-pane widget. And 2-pane widget is a new widget. It takes pane 1 and pane 2 as parameters. And if I save this, it's reloading, and this is how it looks like. There's a few things that don't actually work yet, but that's why we have 7 steps. I just want to quickly show you what the 2-pane widget is and what it does. So a 2-pane widget is a widget that helps you show 2 widgets side by side in such a way that on large devices, so a tablet or a desktop experience, you see both widgets with certain proportions. So you can have widget A take only 30% of the screen and widget B take 70% of the screen, which is a very common design pattern for a tablet experience. And on a single screen device, you can show just one widget. And on a dual screen device, both widgets will be shown, each occupying one screen. So this is what 2-pane accomplishes. Now I will go back to where I was. I explained what 2-pane is. Now, just by introducing it and using it, it doesn't do absolutely everything for us. For example, if I unspan the app, now I have a dual screen experience, but on a single screen. This is not something that we want. So the next thing that we will do is to make 2-pane show this layout only if we are on a dual screen device. So if I go to the main dart again, and I go to the 3rd step, you will see that now I introduced a Boolean variable that looks at the media query, and if there is any display feature that is of type hinge, then we consider that the display has a hinge. This is a method also in this source code. So it's a utils method. Everyone has a utils.dart, right? So now we have a Boolean that tells us if it's a dual screen device or not, and we want to use that Boolean. And the way we use it is to pass it over to pane priority. Pane priority takes an enum, which can be both pane 1 or pane 2. When it's both, we show both panes. This is what happens. Okay, sorry about this. Let me just run it again. Okay, so this is what happens here. We are showing both panes, both pane 1 and pane 2. If we give it just pane 1, it will only show pane 1. If we give it pane 2, it will only show pane 2. So if we are in dual screen, then show both. If we are not in dual screen, then only show pane 1. And if I save it again and it reloads, and I close the keyboard, which opened for some reason. If I unspan the application, then now I see only pane 1 on a single screen experience, and I see both panes on a dual screen experience. Okay, now I've shown you before that if I tap on an item, it opens the edit experience on a single screen. What happens now if I change the selection from the left side? Okay, it opens a full screen edit node. This is not really what we want. So step number 3 in our case, step number 4, sorry. Run it again. So step number 4 is to replace navigation with a selected state. What this means is that, well, I now renamed dual screen into both panes, but the question now is, how is this different? It is now the navigation, the node navigation actually has its own state, and it knows if an element is selected or not. And if we are showing both panes when a selection changes, then we actually don't navigate anymore. So if we are showing just one pane, we navigate. If we are showing both panes, we no longer navigate. We just change the selection. Let's see how this behaves. So now when I change the selection, also the second screen updates, and I no longer see the navigation on the I no longer see the navigation to the second screen. Of course, there's a bit more happening here than just me changing this selection, because this selection actually goes to the node editor. It gets trickled down, and yeah, there's there's one more thing that still doesn't work. So let's go to step number 5 and see what it is. So the problem with I'm gonna run the application again from scratch. The problem with this setup now is that when I open the application, I see edit node opened already and from the start of the application on the right side. What I want instead is when I open the application, nothing should be selected. The right-hand side should show like an empty state. So if I go to step number 5 and I run it, it shows select a node from the list or create a new one. So now when I select something, it will be selected. But normally I want, when I open the app, selected index is null. And if selected index is null, then I show an empty state. This is a very straightforward change. It's not something that has really anything to do with the dual screen scenario. It's just something nice that I thought of. Let's see what step number 6 has to offer. And I will run it again because I'm rerunning after each step, because some of these steps introduce a state. And if a widget was stateless and it becomes stateful during a hot reload, it actually stops working. So just to avoid any issues, I'm rerunning every time. So the next step is to show the selected item in the list. Meaning that if I select an item, I want to see it selected. I don't want to see it if I don't have this blue highlight, then I don't actually have a correlation between what is on the right and what is on the left. And the way I accomplish this is by giving the selected index also to node list. And now node list is also dual screen aware. So it also uses the same method to know if the display has a hinge. And if we are in a dual screen scenario and the index in our list view builder is the selected index, then our node is marked as selected. And our node list item has a color here. If it's selected, then it is blue. If it's not selected, then the color is null. And we'll go to the 7th step now. Hopefully you're still with me. Let me rerun it again. So yeah, actually, I will run the sixth step again, run it. So there is one more thing that still doesn't, I know it still doesn't work as expected. And that is the scenario where I navigate to the edit node and then I span the app. In the comments in the YouTube section, what do you think will happen if I span the app now? What is the behavior that I will get? To give you a few hints, because I'm in single screen mode, I actually get to navigate to a second route here. So now I'm on a second route. I'm no longer on the list nodes. I am on the edit node. So if I'm going to show you the step number 6, I'm in this scenario. So I'm asking the navigator to push a new route, and I'm opening the node editor. So someone said, Anish said, I will see 2 panes. The second route will span. And what does it mean it will span? Do I see both the list and the details, or do I see just the list, or do I see just the details? Edit node will be spanned up to 2 screens. Second route will span. Okay, so second route will span. I will consider it's what is that the node will be full screen in a way, and you will not be able to see the list, right? And those of you, it will expand the second route. Okay, so most of you got it right, which leads me to believe that you've been paying attention. I know looking through code in a fast-paced manner is not easy to do, so I really appreciate you paying attention. So how do we solve this issue? This route is not a valid route in a dual screen scenario. When we are in single screen, this route is perfectly valid, but there is no scenario where on dual screen I can reach this point. There is no way for me to reach this point if I'm on a dual screen scenario from the beginning, because this would be true, like both panes will be false, this will be true, and I will not, this would be, both panes would be true, yes, this would be false, sorry. This would be false, and I would never reach this part of the code if I'm on a dual screen scenario. So what I do here is something a bit tricky. Let's see what step number 7 has to offer. Okay, so let me unspan. Open the route, and now span the route. So as you can see, I fixed it. But the question is, how did I fix it? Because that route, from my perspective, is not valid in a dual screen scenario, what I did was create a special route. It extends material page route, and if it encounters a scenario where it itself would not be valid, so display has a hinge. If the display has a hinge, then it asks the navigator to remove itself from the stack. Sorry. So where I'm using this here. I just replaced. I had material route page. I had a material page route here, and I replaced it with a single screen exclusive route. What this means is that this route is exclusive to a single screen experience. If I'm on dual screen, it will just pop itself. So that's kind of it. And this is the full application. This is the full experience. I walked you through it quite quickly, but I wanted to show you a few things that just work out of the box because it was done in a certain way. The 2-pane widget might seem like a very simple widget because it's kind of like a row that shows you items side by side. It's not a very complicated widget, but it's actually not just a row. It can also be a column because, for example, you can have the screens on top of each other, not just side by side. So because we use the 2-pane widget, we get this for free. Yeah, and that's everything works in single screen as well here. I think the emulator has a few issues at this moment. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, we still have a few minutes for questions, and while the moderator comes back on. So Vince, just give me another minute, please. I forgot I wanted to
Yep, of course.
direct people to valuable resources that we put out there. So one is the Surface Duo design kit. This is a Figma file or a Figma design kit that you can give to your designer. It's not for you, it's for your designer, it's for your product owner. We want to help you make the Surface Duo experience better, and this means helping your whole team, not just the developers. So have a look at this. It's a great resource. It provides wireframes, it provides design patterns. It's a really comprehensive source of design information. The second resource I would like to invite you to use is the Surface Duo emulator. It is very similar to the emulator that you have right now in Android Studio. The one key difference is that it actually shows a hinge area in the middle, and it has that gap in the middle. So it actually simulates that. The emulator that you have in Android Studio is more similar to a Samsung Fold device. So the screen is continuous in that area, and you can still test the postures, so you can still make it go 90 degrees, but it doesn't simulate the black area, let's say, in the middle of the device. And everything that I've shown you today is available at this very short URL, aka.ms, ms for Microsoft, /dual screen. And please follow us on Surface Duo Dev. This is our Twitter account. We have a pretty big team that helps all developers develop for the Surface Duo device. So that includes not only Flutter, but also React Native, Android, Kotlin, and Java, Xamarin, you name it. Anything that you develop apps with, we are there to provide support. So yeah, now let's open it for questions. I think we still have 5 minutes, which is great, I think.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for the talk. It was very interesting. I have a couple of questions. I would start with, do you have any pub package that you would recommend for adding support for foldable devices?
So everything that I've shown here today will be part of Flutter core. So it will be part of your Flutter installation on your device, on your machine. It is not yet merged. If you go to that link that I shared, you will have instructions on how to use our fork of Flutter, which is a necessary step at this moment until all these changes are merged. We are making progress. A few of these changes have been merged. A few are still waiting to be merged. I'm always presenting these at conferences as if they are fully merged, so that 1 year from now, if someone finds the video on YouTube, they still have a comprehensive guide. It's not half a guide, let's say.
Okay, I want to ask this. So which is your favorite widget, if you don't mind sharing? I think you mentioned theme, right? Did I?
Yeah, theme. Yeah, theme. I like it because it's everyone talks about state management, like it's a very hard thing to accomplish in an application. But the theme widget actually is an amazing example of distributing state across the app, because the theme of the application is a form of state. So I like how it works. I like how it's inherited. I like how you can theme something in a part of your application just by taking the main theme and modifying a few things. I like how it distributes the state across the app. I think it's a great example of architecture, let's say, in a way. So I like it. That's why I like it.
Yeah, I think it's a very powerful and versatile widget. So it's I also like that. Then I think one question: does it switch to landscape mode if you stretch?
To landscape mode. So I think I demoed what it happens when.
Yeah.
I understand this question. This is a very good question. Whoever asked it might have played with a foldable device before. So this is let's say it's a complicated matter. But the thing is, when you take your application from one screen and you stretch it to both screens, and your manifest in Android forces the application to be portrait, the device actually flips your application to one side so that it respects the portrait proportions. So it will span across the hinge, but because you wrote in the manifest that you want your application always to be in a portrait proportion, it will actually flip it to the side, and this is your new portrait. And it's confusing because I'm holding the device in landscape, but your application is in portrait. But I hope you understand why it does it and what you can do. What you can do is to no longer force your application to work only in portrait mode. So if you want your application to be able to span, you need to let it work in landscape. So the answer is yes. Does it switch to landscape mode if you stretch? Yes, theoretically, yes.
Okay, I have one more question. So basically, what's your experience like real device versus emulator? How bad are the emulators, or should I get a real device?
So my answer here is twofold. One, we do our best to have the emulator be exactly like the device. The operating system on the emulator is actually not different from the one on the device. That being said, this is more of a preference. So if you prefer to test on a real device, then the emulator is going to be like a compromise for you. And especially with the postures, to use the device like this, you can't really simulate that with your at-home monitor unless you have a monitor that you can fold in half.
Okay.
So, and my second part of this question or this answer is that if you're considering seriously to develop for, like, you have a really nice use case for the Surface Duo and you want to use a real device to develop for it, and your team is actually prepared to do that and you're serious about it, we can help you in many ways, but we need to discuss. So please contact me after this and maybe we can make something happen. That being said, the emulator is a fantastic tool and it will be more than enough for whatever development you want to do for dual screen.
Okay, awesome. Then I think that we had we need to slowly switch to the next talk. Thank you for answering the questions. And I think then it's time for Carlos' talk. And just as a quick reminder, bye-bye. As a quick reminder for everyone listening, if you have any questions, please make sure you ask them on YouTube or on Geekle, and we will try to get to them. And also, if you maybe someone asked a question that you know the answer for, then also it would be great to have a conversation going on YouTube. And yeah, I think so the next talk will be Carlo Lucera. He is a senior Flutter developer at Pivotal Technologies, and he is also a Google developer expert for Flutter. and his talk will focus on Flutter layout direction. So I think like RTL, right to left languages, and layout. Also, very interesting topic. I can't wait to hear about that from Carlo.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Carlo.
Hi,
How are you?
Vince. Fine, thank you. I have to say that I'm not alone in this talk because I have my assistant. Someone may recognize it. So I can't wait to start.
Awesome. Then I think the stage is yours, and good luck. Have fun.
Thank you, Vince. See you later. Hello, everyone. I'm Carlo Lucera. I'm a GD for Flutter and I work for Pivotal Technologies. You can find me around as Hat Droid because normally I use a hat while doing conference, but the headphone doesn't let me to do that. And I'm also the manager of Flutter Italia Developers, the Italian community of Flutter. So let's start. What is the RTL? Basically, not everyone read the sentence in the same way as we do in English, because some language read the sentence from right to left. So why we should be careful when internationalizing our application? Because changing the way the application work is not just a matter to change the text. When we switch to a language that use RTL, actually everything is switched from right to left. Not really everything, but most of the content should be flipped to follow the direction of the language. But let's see how we can understand exactly what should be flipped or not. When we try to mirror our layout, we need to understand a few key concepts. For example, in LTR or left to right, the sentence are read from left to right. So the sentence starts at left and ends at right. This is the opposite in RTL because our sentence will start from right and will end on the left. Also, what linearly show time follow the same logic. So all the timelines, the sequence of events should be left to right or right to left based on the direction. And also icons, for example, because any action that means forward in LTR should point right, while an arrow pointing right in RTLs means backward. So we should need to be careful about this aspect, but let's see some example on what we should do and what we shouldn't. For example, the text needs to be in the correct direction, but there is something that we don't need to flip. For not translated text or numbers, for example, a phone numbers should always be on the same order and not flipped like we see on the sample with the red line on the don't side, because this will change the meaning of the number. So numbers and not translated text should be stay the same in LTR or RTL. When we mirror the layout, we need to understand few things. For example, the text field icons normally on the left of our text input should be on right. Also, the navigation, as I said before, should be displayed on the opposite side. The hamburger menu in this case will be shown left on LTR and right on RTL. Also, the icons, the action icons, will be flipped on the up bar. And the icons that communicate direction, like arrows, as I said, going back, going forward, should be flipped. And the text, as I said before, if translated, should be aligned to the right. Things that doesn't change usually are things that doesn't communicate direction. You can see in this example the camera, the camera icon, or the magnifying glass icon for the search, and numbers. Also, we need to be careful to not flip, for example, charts and graphs, because those means to represent Cartesian coordinates and can't be flipped easily. When we mirror the element, we need to be extra careful on what direction are. For example, the back button in RTL should point right and not left, because who reads right to left is used to have the back action pointing right. This can be confusing when you try to internationalize your application, because you will see the application immediately flip the up bar and then you have the back action on the right. This is completely normal and we need to understand that. Other elements that should be mirrored are all the navigation button, things that represent a moving forward, for example, a bike, and sliders. For example, the volume slider needs to be flipped too, both in icon and in the action. And also the icon that represents some text should be flipped accordingly. And as I said before, things that need to be not mirrored are, for example, object, because the object are the real representation of the object. So a magnifying glass, it doesn't matter if it represented left to right or right to left. And important, circular representation of time needs to be not flipped, because while in a timeline we need to flip right to left or left to right based on the direction of the language, but if we are using a circular representation, the movement should stay always clockwise or counterclockwise. So don't flip the icons that represent times. If you want to discover more about all the material directionality rules, on the material.io page, you can simply check for directionality and you will find all the use case explained in detail. Because now we will move on and we will see how to make this work in Flutter. First thing that we need to understand is how we can know what is the current directionality of our application. To be honest, this will be not used too much, but in some edge case, we need to know if we are currently displaying in LTR or RTL. To do this, we can use directionality of context to know the direction that we are actually using. This is managed by the material application. So basically, we can call this method every time we are under a material application context. And the possible values are text direction LTR and text direction RTL. For example, if we want to make a simple widget that give us an insight on what the current direction is, what we just need to do is to call the directionality of context, and we will have our enum representing the direction. In this case, I just added it to a text, so it doesn't really matter, but we may use that to decide what to do on our application layout. So let's see more in concrete how we need to implement this. Columns and rows, for example, are already RTL friendly by default because we have the start and end alignment. This is an important thing to understand because many times we see start, other times we see left when dealing with alignment. But we need to understand that left is always left in any language, while start means left in L to left to right, and right in right to left, and means the opposite. So when you have a column, for example, we know we can define our column properties like the children, and we have a main axis alignment that is used to define how in the column, in the row, the elements should be aligned to the main axis. In the row, this is the horizontal axis. We have center, we have space evenly, and we have start and end. If we use the start alignment for max axis alignment, as we can see, we have A and B that follow that logic on LTR because we have on the left first A, then B, as we expect, but we have the opposite on RTL language because we have the first on the right the letter A, then following on the left the letter B because this is the correct order for the RTL language. And everything is aligned to right because I defined the max axis alignment start. For the column, the following is true, but with a difference. In the column, we need to differentiate the cross-axis alignment because it's the alignment along the horizontal length, because the main is along the vertical side. Language that works in RTL flips only horizontally. So the start alignment on the column makes main axis alignment doesn't change because it's still on the top. But for the cross-axis alignment, the horizontal side, it will change because, again, the item will be left on LTR and right on right to left. As you can see in this case, the letter order is not changed because the column order the elements top to bottom in any case. And then we have the alignment geometry. The alignment geometry is really common because you have that, you haven't seen that in many widgets like container, align, and we have a couple of time to understand how to be RTL safe in this case, because the alignment geometry, for example, when we try to align a container, we can set center left, center right, and so on. But what if we want to support RTL? We can choose to use alignment directional instead of the command alignment. Let's see an example. For example, in this case, we are not supporting RTL, and we are using for our alignment the alignment center left. This means that the alignment will be centered and to the left anytime this is called, no matter if we are on LTR or RTL. It doesn't change anything because left is left. While if we want to support the RTL, we need to define the alignment as alignment directional center start. As you can see, nothing changed because we still have our align widget inside our container, the same property as the one we saw before. But the difference is that in the first case, we had the alignment center left. In the second case, we have the alignment center start. And as you can see in the sample, the widget aligned correctly on both cases, left to in the left to right and right in the right to left. This is a sample of all the alignment directional that we can have in our container or alignment. Basically, when we set the alignment, we can see the topmost three that are top start, top center, and top end that align respectively on the left, on the top, on the right for the LTR. Same for the center start, center, and center end. And for the bottom start, bottom center, and bottom end. As you can see, this is how it will behave in left to right. So it behave how we can expect in language like English that are not RTL. The situation change when we deal with right to left language because the alignment directional is the opposite of what we are used to. Top start will align to top right, while top end will align to top left. And the same for center start, center end, bottom start, and bottom end. Now, we can also have merging and paddings. Usually, when we create a padding widget or when we create a container with a padding, the IDE suggests us to use edge insets. Edge insets have the same issue of the alignment that doesn't allow us to use the RTL. So we can simply swap the edge inset with the edge inset directional, like in this sample. This, again, is without the support for RTL. We have a container, we have a padding, and the edge inset only left padding of 30. What's happened? Happens that left is still left in RTL, so the padding will be the same on the two configuration. But if we change it with edge inset directional only start, this will change from left to right depending on our configuration. So this can be used, for example, when we have that classic page with a margin or a padding only on the start. We should start using start instead of left when dealing with layout if we want to be prepared for internationalization. And as before, only the edge inset changed from only edge inset only left to edge inset directional only start. Start is the common way to say the initial point. One note about the edge inset directional, because on the only constructor we can define start and top and bottom, and we have the edge inset directional from STAB that replace the edge inset from LTRB, basically from start, top, and bottom instead of left, top, right, and bottom. We can safely use edge inset all or edge inset symmetric because those are already safe to use in both direction. Also, edge inset directional all doesn't even exist, and the same for symmetric because horizontal is on both sides, doesn't matter if start left or right or end, and the same for vertical because it's not affected by direction. Then we will have the icons. The icons can be somewhat trickier because some icons are already RTL safe while others aren't. You can find in the official documentation of the icon class the value that define this difference. Basically, each icon data has a match text direction value that can be set to true. If we check the arrow back icon, for example, we can see it's defined as icon data, the code point of the icon, the font family, and the text direction. When we have some other icons like the direction bike icon, we don't have the match text direction defined. This means that if this is not defined or defined at false, the icon won't mirror in RTL language. So if we check the sample, we can see that while the back icon will change in RTL from left to right, the bike icon will stay the same because it doesn't have defined the match text direction as true. This means that we can't flip the icon. No, this means that we need an extra step. This is the common icon, how you define an icon. So basically, you use an icon widget and the icon data class pre-created in the icons class. But if we need to define our icon data that doesn't use the match text direction, we need an extra step because we need to create our icon data, but we can use the same information we have on the icons ready class, for example, in this case, the direction bike, to get its code point, its font family, and then we can define the match text direction as we wish. Then we should be spend some minutes to understand that in RTL, not everything should be changed. Usually, when you communicate direction like forward, backward, those should be mirrored. Other icons should not. You can check material design website to see when you should mirror and when you should not. Finally, we have other widgets that we may need to handle. Some widget, for example, doesn't seem to support directly a direction. For example, the app bar doesn't have any parameters to see I want the app bar right to left or left to right. But the truth is, if you check, it already works as intended in most of the case, because an app bar is already ready to use the directional, but some other cases are not really immediate. We have, for example, the positional that we use inside a stack that are not immediately and easy to understand how to use in the RTL. But the rule of thumb is that usually for any widget, you have a positioned directional counterpart. So if we have a positioned directional positioned widget, you can find a positioned directional widget that let us to define the start instead of left when dealing with the space around the positioned on our stack. Same for the border, because we can have the border of a widget that we want to be defined with a different property on left or on right based on the direction. In this case, the border directional let us define the side with the start or end instead of using left and right. And the same happens for the border radius, because if we want to have our container to be rounded only on the end of it, let's imagine a label that start at the edge of the screen on the start, and on the other part on the end of the widget have the rounded borders. We can use the border radius directional to define that, because if you use the border radius normally, we only have left and right, and when we switch to a different directionality, we will have issue in defining that. So, some final thought and concern about the internationalization. As I said, is not just a simple matter of translating our application. When we create an application and we want to go international, our first thought is to manage the translation, so we separate the strings in another file, but this is not enough. We need to understand that some language are displayed in a different way on what we are normally used to, and then we need to understand that we need to create our application with this in mind, because the first time you will see your application working in RTL, if you don't manage the correct layout mirroring, you will see your application basically breaking all the experience for a user that is reading on a different direction than us. And we have Flutter that give us enough flexibility to handle all the cases, with the possibility by using the directionality off to handle some pretty much hard edge case. One thing that we should always consider when we mirror something is when the direction where the arrow is pointing is crucial to the experience. For example, we should never mirror drive direction, road direction icons, because if the user needs to turn right, the user needs to see a right arrow, not an arrow that is mirrored between left and right based on the direction, because this can lead to pretty much an error in the user experience that we need to avoid. So that was all for me. Thank you for listening, and if you have any question, I'm here for you. I call my assistant to help me in answer any question that you may have, maybe on the right. Okay. Hi Vince, welcome back. You're
Hey,
muted.
awesome talk. Thank you. Then, thank you for the talk. I think let's go to the questions. This one, what's the most handy package for internationalization?
Internationalization and layout mirroring, it's different things. For layout mirroring, there is no package as far as I know, or basically I never searched for it, because the Flutter runtime already gives you all the tools that you may need to flip your layout. While for internationalization, we have the Flutter ENTL package, and I prefer to use that with the Flutter ENTL plugin for IntelliJ, because it handles all the boilerplate of creating the ARB file. You just need to change the strings into the translation you have.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, what percentage of users actually use RTL languages?
I'm not really prepared to this question, but the answer is it depends.
Okay, of
Because
course.
it's really country by country rule. If you go in an Arabic country, for example, next to 100% use RTL, because it's the first language they have. Maybe in Europe is something less, is I don't know, I'm just making up number, around 30% or less, and it may change on the US side. So it's really based country by country, but I don't have the numbers.
Okay, yeah, I think that's very important. That
It
if you are
depends.
in an
It
RTL,
depends on
like,
your market.
yeah, exactly. Okay, and this one would be in the similar direction. So, what are the basically biggest RTL languages? Arabic, Hebrew, Urdu, or um,
As
or how many?
for experience, we got most of the requests from Arabic countries, but I don't really have those kind of percentage even on this matter.
Okay, this is okay. Thank you. I have a. This is an interesting question. What about the scaffold attributes like drawer, title, bottom navigation? Are they automatically reversed?
For the bottom nav bar, it's automatically reversed like the up bar. For the scaffold attribute, the scaffold attribute are already safe because, for example, you have the start drawer and end drawer. You don't have the left drawer and right drawer. So you are more or less forced to use the RTL safe version because you have for your end drawer, and the method to open and close it is open end drawer or close end drawer.
Okay, another question in the similar vein is, will it work on default if someone has RTL languages on their device? And if yes, can we force the app to be either in RTL or LTR? So can we switch it in our app even if the user's device is in a different setting?
Of course, because basically normally it goes with the user default. It's handled by the material application. But if you wrap your widget or your whole application below the material app, you can use the directionality widget that let you use the text direction that you prefer for the application. By the way, it is the way I used to have in the sample both of LTR and RTL sample, because basically I did copied the widget twice and wrapped once in the directionality LTR and once in the directionality RTL.
Okay, thank you. And then I think this is also related. So how can I make my app support both RTL and LTR languages at the same time? So for example, I think the question would be at the same time, like one part of the application is in English and one part of the content. I think it also happens on Twitter, maybe, if you have seen that. So can my application support that some content will be in LTR?
The thing is about the layout, because basically the change is. Did you lost me for a moment? Because I lost you.
I can hear you.
I'm losing you. Okay, let's go. I continue. Tell me if you can't listen to me. Basically, the change is only on the layout because the texts are already swapped correctly. If you have a text in Arabic, the text in Arabic is shown correctly, no matter what is your language set. I don't really understand the question because if you are, you need to see all the layout in LTR and only the text flipped. But if you are using the application in Arabic, you should see it in RTL with the English language text in LTR. If you want to, however, to have some part of application in one direction and some other part in the other direction, you can anyway wrap it with a directionality widget, as I said before. But I don't really see any use case for that.
Okay. How do you flip an icon to get the mirror effect? And I think you mentioned the match text direction, but
Exactly
maybe like a special case, like if I have an image as an icon, so it's not an icon data, then what would be the workaround for that case? And
if the icon is an image and not an actual icon, you need to do this was one of the edge case that we discussed that before. In that case, the approach is not yet defined by Flutter, but what can I suggest is to create a widget that you can call, for example, directionality image, and you just wrap it in you just check in the build method if the direction is LTR or RTL, and you wrap it in a translation widget that simply flip it by in the horizontal side, just without an animation because it will be funny otherwise.
Okay. And if I don't read in these languages, how can I validate that my application is correct or works as expected by use? Yeah.
That was the fun part. We can't. So basically, you need to understand the language to be able to understand if what is written there is correct. You can just evaluate if the layout is shown correctly. But you need a translator to see if the text is correct if you are not able to understand that.
Okay.
That was actually the most difficult part of my job, because when I dealt with an RTL application, I was able to understand that the layout was correct, but I wasn't understanding anything inside the application. So I had to ask to help from a native speaker.
Yeah, and I also, the first time I saw like an RTL application at one of my friends' phone, it was like so surprising that even like the hamburger icon is on a different side.
Yeah.
And so it's okay. Then thank you very much. I think it's time to I think we don't have more time for other questions, but thank you very much, Carlo.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed this talk. And I think it's time to welcome our next guest, who is Sakina Abbas. She is the co-founder and CEO of Reactory and the first female Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart in Pakistan. Her talk will be titled Optimizing Your Flutter Apps Performance with Developer Tools. Hey, Sakina.
Hey, Vince. How are you?
Good. How are you? Yeah, awesome. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Then awesome. Then I think the stage is yours. We can probably share your screen already. And thank you for joining. Looking forward to hearing about optimizations and how to use the DevTools.
Thank you, Vince. Hey, everyone. Hope you're doing well, and I hope that you've been having fun learning about interesting Flutter concepts so far. Speaking of interesting Flutter concepts, what you will be learning with me today is how you can navigate your Flutter application using DevTools to identify possible or currently occurring performance issues, and finally, how you can further optimize them, all using Dart DevTools. Before we move forward, let me just give you a quick introduction about myself. So my name is Sakina Abbas. I am the co-founder and CEO of Reactory, along with being a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. Initially, I started off as a native Android developer, but then I eventually transitioned to Flutter development, which is what I'm currently doing that at my company. I'm leading Flutter development, or suffice it to say, mobile application development at my company. I am also a core member of Flutter Karachi, Pakistan, and along with being a women in tech speaker for Google Developer Space Safe. Now, from a Flutter developer to a Flutter developer, let me pose a scenario for you. So let's say that you have been working on this application and you've put in some considerable amount of time to build it from ground up, and it's finally time to put it into production. But obviously, before production, we always test it just to see if it's working as intended. But it turns out that your application is somewhat slow, laggy, or it's just sometimes getting really unresponsive at times. What could be the underlying reason for this? It's possible that it's a network issue. Like maybe the device is not receiving enough internet connectivity, which is why it's struggling to load and render data on the screen. Maybe it's just doing a lot of garbage collection, so the memory that was supposed to be deallocated or disposed of after making use of, you're not doing that, which is why it's just accumulating all the memory that it's getting, which what it results in is that it runs out of the space that your application actually needs to function properly. And then what this leads to is your application freezing or sometimes even crashing. Or maybe a third possibility could be that you're unintentionally performing expensive tasks somewhere in your code, but you don't know that they're expensive, hence the use of the word unintentional. So the crux of this scenario is this, that there are lots of possibilities for why your application could be performing poorly. But the problem is this, that there are too many lines of code. So even if you were to get down and get your hands into the code to try and troubleshoot areas that are perhaps responsible for this, you would get lost. So if we were to visualize this scenario, what we can see is that this is a visual representation of our application's code. And as you can see that there are a lot of facets to it, there are a lot of aspects to it, and you just don't know what to do or where to even start looking for the problem. So what do? Do you start from the very first line of code? Do you perhaps start from the very first screen of your application? Or do you just go into the specific screen where you're encountering this problem? What's the approach to take here? Again, the approaches that we just discussed right now, like going to the very first line of code or the very first screen that is in your route or the current screen that is encountering these performance hindrances, is all time consuming. And it can be done much faster and much better with Dart DevTools that you can see over here. So yay, hooray, good stuff. What is Dart DevTools? Dart DevTools is a suite of debugging and performance tools for the developer, and it comes with a bunch of different tools that you can use to analyze your application, be it from the networking point of view, be it from the performance point of view, be it from the memory point of view, yada yada yada, or be it even from the UI point of view, as we will see right now. So we will be looking at a live demonstration right towards the end. But the interesting concept is this, that Dart DevTools was made entirely with Flutter, and it is made for Flutter analysis, or just, Flutter analysis. So like I said, it comes with a lot of different tools to help out the developer. The first and my absolute favorite one is the Flutter Inspector. What this does is that it allows you to inspect different layouts or different widgets that you're using in your application. And it basically helps in a way. So let's see that, as you can see over here in the screenshot, there is this overflow occurring in this text widget. Now, the longer or the time-consuming way would be to open up the specific code for the screen, find out where you're using the specific text and see what's wrong and why there's an overflow occurring. The quicker and much time optimal solution is to just enable your Flutter inspector, enable your select widget mode, which is right here. And when you do that, you can just directly tap on this on your emulator or your device, which will open up this entire widget tree over here. It will show you what flex factor it is currently at, where is it located inside the tree, what are the different widths or the heights that are allocated to it. And the best part is that it redirects you to the specific line of code which is responsible for rendering the specific widget. So it's not only useful for tracking your UI issues, but also for fixing. How? Because Flutter DevTools allows you to play with a couple of different values, such as different flex factors or different heights, just to see if tweaking those values fixes these UI issues for you. And the best part is that it hot reloads it on your device right away. And then once you do that, okay, so applying a flex factor of, let's say, 1 over here fixes my problem. Then you can just go over to your IDE, add that flex factor over there, and bam, you're good to go. Another really good use case of using Flutter Inspector is that when we're doing pair codes or pair coding or just code reviews, and I see that there a specific, like when I tap on a specific button and it runs a function, it's not running as I had intended it to run. So what do is that I don't, again, go open up my IDE and try to track down which file that code was in. Instead, I enable my widget selection mode. I tap on that specific button. It redirects me to that code, exactly the place where that code is written. And I can see, oh, okay, so this is the function that I was calling over there. So quite useful and quite handy. The next thing we have is the performance view. The performance view consists of a couple of different views, such as this timeline, a flame chart, calling stacks, etc., etc. And what it reflects is what does the performance of your application look like? These red spikes that you see over here, they're called janks. What are janks? Jank is basically a slow frame. So ideally, we have two types of threads in the Flutter framework. The first one we have is the UI thread, and the second one that we have is the raster thread. The UI thread, for simplicity's sake, you could just consider it as whatever is happening inside your build method. So whatever you've coded inside your build method, whatever is being supposed to render, whatever computation is happening, that's kind of on the UI thread. And the raster thread, it basically takes the output from the UI thread and gives it to the graphics engine, which is Skia, after obviously performing all the computations that it needed to render that specific output from the UI thread directly to the canvas of your device. So raster is kind of responsible for rasterization. Now, the ideal time that is available to both of these is like 16 milliseconds, and above that would be considered a jank. Jank means slow frame, so basically you're trying to build too much in too little time, or maybe you're skipping frames, which is why your application is lagging. So the performance view gives us a whole bird's eye view of what's happening, what's lagging, where are the slow frames occurring, and even a deeper dive, which provides us useful insight so that we can use that insight to then tweak our code to make it performant, as we will see. The next view is the CPU profiler view. Sometimes you will notice that in your performance view, there are several janks, but when you drill deep down, you don't exactly see anything specifically rebuilding or anything specific to UI that could be taking too much time. So what we typically do is that we head on over to the CPU profiler view. And what it enables us to look at is where is the CPU being utilized. And as you can see over here, there are three different views inside the CPU profiler that you can look at. with like just 3 different visualization modes. So we have the flame chart, which kinds of provides us the kind of like a similar breakdown as we were seeing in the performance view. Then we have the call tree, which you can kind of see as a stack trace. And then we have a bottom-up approach, which is my absolute favorite, because what bottom-up does is that it starts listing down all those calls that are taking the highest amount of computation time. So as you can see over here, we have a call that is taking 7.59% of the total time. And you can just keep on expanding the ones that you need to inspect. So it's really useful. It's really handy when you want to see, okay, what specific point in my application is taking the most time of all. Then we have the memory view, the network view, and the app size analysis. What memory view is useful in is the thing that I talked about with respect to memory leaks or garbage collection. Memory view helps with that. So if you want to look at your application's memory, you want to see how much memory is being allocated by the Flutter framework, how much memory is being allocated by the native, by the underlying native framework, the native platform. What distribution is where are my memory spikes, what is being allocated, what is not being discarded, then that's pretty useful over there. It provides you with heat maps and again, different visualization modes that can help give you that intuition that you need in order to further better your application. Then we have the network view if you want to inspect your incoming or outgoing network calls for when you're working with REST APIs, etc., etc. And then my favorite, which is the app size analysis. So when you're going into production, at least my concern is that the application should be of the least possible size. But obviously, if let's say the generated bundle is too big in size, then we can just drag and drop our bundle in this app size analysis. And what it will do is that it will show us the entire breakage of what's constituting to the size. So let's say that we're using multiple assets. Maybe we're using really bloating assets, which could be further optimized or reduced in size. And then it gives us intuition about all that fancy stuff. So before we head in towards the practical live demonstration of how we can work with DevTools to optimize our performance, let me just quickly walk you through the do's and don'ts for when you're trying to optimize your performance. Because all that Dart DevTool is going to do for you is give you the intuition that, hey, something seems wrong over here, you need to look over here. So obviously, when you have the intuition and when you are looking at your code, what do you even need to look out for? So what are the red flags and how can you mitigate those red flags? So first things first, do not create your widgets via methods. It's a very bad programming practice. What it does is that it just wastes your CPU cycle. How? Let's say that you have just one screen and there's a column and there's a row and etc. etc. Maybe there's a stack. And you're calling and you have these huge widgets that you have kind of quote unquote refactored into a method. So every time and any time that your entire screen gets rebuilt, these will get rebuilt as well. So they're not maintaining their own state. They're purely just appearing as mere methods or functions, which is not good. Then the next thing is this, that please don't, or please refrain from using set state on large widget trees. Again, because let's say that this is your widget tree and this is kind of like your last child, which is located somewhere very deep down nested in your widget tree, and you just want to update its status. So let's say that we're talking about a settings screen and we have a switch for enabling or disabling notifications. And when you interact with that switch, you only want that specific section to be rebuilt. But if you're using set state on the entire screen and not localizing it on your switch, then what it will do is that it will rebuild all of the widgets that are on the top of the widget tree, which again is a big red flag. Then the next thing is this, that when you're working with animations or animated builder, refrain from rebuilding unnecessary widgets from time to time. How you can do that, I will tell you about it in a moment. Then sometimes we need to do some custom UI. And for that, like let's say we need to apply shadows, opacity, clippings, etc. As developers, we often don't know that, but these operations are actually pretty expensive and require a lot of computation power. So maybe if there's just one widget that requires a shadow, sure, go for it. But if let's say that you have a list of multiple widgets, list of cards that need their own separate shadows, then obviously if you apply that directly over them, it might not be too performant. And the last thing is this, that do not build all your widgets at once, meaning only build your widgets as and when they're needed and not when you don't even need to look at them. A good example of that maybe, so let's say you are using Twitter or Instagram, and you can see a couple of initial posts over there. And let's say you're not scrolling down to the bottom. So what Twitter will not do is that it will not retrieve all that data from the network and keep it all rendered for you just so that when you scroll to that position, it's available right then and there. No, as you start scrolling it into focus, it will then fetch it and then render it for you. So again, it's a good approach that you're not supposed to build all your widgets at once and only as and when it's needed. So we spoke about the don'ts. What do we do with the do's? Like, what's the alternative here? First things first, if you have really large widgets somewhere in your widget tree and you need to refactor them, so just refactor them into separate widgets instead of refactoring them into methods. By widgets, I mean refactor them into either a stateless widget or a stateful widget, whatever your need is over here. And there are a lot of benefits to it. So first things first, it really eases your maintenance of the code into the scalability of the code. And then obviously another huge benefit is that widget in itself have their own life cycles and they have their own states. So you as the developer have complete control over when you want to rebuild a widget, when you're not supposed to rebuild a widget. So let's say if a parent is updating, should you rebuild the child or should you update the child? As a developer, you have full freedom in this. If you want to rebuild the child, you let it happen. If you don't want to, let's say I was working on an application where we had a carousel of media, and by media I mean we could either have an image in a tile or we could have video. So there were like, let's say 5 or 6 items in the carousel and you could slide them. So we had images there, we had videos there. And when I was viewing the video and then I was scrolling the bottom part, so my parent was getting rebuilt because I was working with slivers. So obviously my headers and my body, they were all adjusting accordingly. And what that was doing was it was rebuilding my carousel. So even when I had stopped watching a video, it would start playing again, which was not good. So what I had to do was this, that I had to stop it from rebuilding whenever my parent is getting rebuilt. Okay. Then the next thing is this, that you should localize your state to the lowest possible child. So instead of using set state, maybe you could do set state on the lowest child possible where you need to update the state. Or maybe you can use effective state management techniques such as provider, riverpod, getx, etc. Because they're quite useful and quite handy, and you don't really have to work too much with set state. When you're working with animated builder, and let's say that there's a specific widget that does not really depend on the updated duration or the curves that you're working with in terms of animation, then you can just code it as a child and then have it return somewhere from the builder method. What a child essentially does is that it is not rebuilt again and again, even when the widget that you need to animate inside your animated builder gets rebuilt. Okay, so let's say that you need to rebuild a container, you need to animate your container, and inside that container, you have a text widget that does not necessarily need to be rebuilt. So you can code your text as a child, like as a child of your animated builder, and then you can return it in your builder method per se. Then another good approach is that you should make more use of constant widgets as and where possible. We often already work with constant widgets, such as specifically when we're working with paddings, when we're working with margins, texts, even containers sometimes. But these are like the Flutter specific widgets. If you want to make your own constant custom widget, then you can do that as well, by all means. And lastly, only load widgets as and when they're needed and not all together. This includes lazy loading and or pagination. So pagination is basically you need to get a huge chunk of data, but then you just first get the first chunk, and as and when you scroll down to the bottom, or when your viewport is scrolled into focus, then you fetch the next chunk of data, you load it, you render it, and as soon as it gets out of your viewport, it gets destroyed. So it's not hogging up too much memory or too many CPU cycles of your device. Having seen the red flags that you need to look out for in terms of your application's performance, and if you encounter these red flags, what you're supposed to do, let's finally try DevTools and see how we can work with them. So over here, I have my, okay. So over here, I already have this application up and running. I have primarily two files. One is the original code, which is full of red flags and full of performance issues. And then I have the other modified file in which I have enhanced, or I have worked on these issues and basically made this application performant. Now, first things first, how do you access DevTools? I'm using Android Studio, so there's two ways to go about it. You can actually access DevTools, whether you're on Android Studio or VS Code. You can do that either by running your application in the debugging mode or in the profile mode. And the other thing that you really need to take care of is this, that when you're measuring your application's performance, don't do that on an emulator. I tried, and a supposedly performant application was showing junks all over, and I got worried. And then turns out that emulators obviously have an emulated performance. So yeah, just run it on a physical device. Okay. Right. I usually prefer to run it in the profile mode because in the debugging mode, the performance is not kind of mimicking the one that you might see in production. So it's always good to run it in a mode that is almost near to production, which is the profile mode. And it has been made for exactly this specific reason. In Android Studio, we can run it in the profile mode by clicking this icon over here. And even if I'm running it in debugging mode, I have it will open up something like this, and it will show that open in DevTools, or you can access it from here, open.devtools. Okay, so I have this nice Flutter performance section open over here, but I'm not going to use that. So I will open this up in DevTools and just show you what it looks like. Meanwhile, if you're on VS Code, you can access your DevTools using command line. Okay. My laptop is quite frozen at the moment, running a lot of things. Okay, so as you can see over here, the default view that we're looking at is the performance view. And as you can see, we have a couple of red spikes here already. What I'm going to do is that I will enable the performance overlay and also enable track widget builds just to see the difference between the timeline. Okay, so I will just clear this up, and I will open it up over here. And I'm just going to use the application. So the application does not do much. We just have two list views, one over here. So we're rendering a couple of images over here. And then we have kind of like a tab bar over here, one for the text and one for the list. And as you can see that when I switch between these tabs, you can see that there are considerable spikes over here on the UI thread. So it means that the problem primarily lies somewhere over here. And we have also seen on which action the problem specifically lies. Now, what we will do is that we will hit refresh so that it can load the last frames. And let's have a look at what's exactly happening. Okay. Now, if we were to click on this, wow, it's showing that the UI is taking 54.1 milliseconds, which is way beyond 16 milliseconds. No wonder it's fogging up too much and it's too laggy as well. So I click on this, and over here we can see that, okay, so this is something that's happening. This horizontal view denotes that, okay, so this specific thing is taking this much time to rebuild. As you can see, our build method in itself is taking 18 milliseconds, and then there's this thing called layout, which is taking approximately 31.5 milliseconds. And if we were to scroll down a little, then we can see that, okay, there is something that is getting rebuilt again and again. So this thing, it indicates that we're looking at a list view because we have multiple children over here. We can also zoom in just to see what's happening. And yeah, I think this pretty much looks like it has something to do with our list views. Okay, yeah. Now let's try to see what is there in our actual code in terms of list view and what's basically happening, right? So we saw that the problem primarily was lying when we were engaging with our supposed tab bar. As you can see over here inside our tab bar, what we're doing is that if we tap on the first one, then we update our index to 0. And if we click on the next one, then we update our index to 1. Okay. And then after our tab bar, what we're doing is that we are rendering our text if the tab index is 0. And if the tab index is not 0, then we're rendering our list view. No wonder it is not performant. Over here, we're just running a list view of 20 items. That is basically just basically printing these indexes over here. But as you can see over here, that even when I switch between these indexes and I come back over here, it starts from scratch. So it's again another performance hindrance that we're facing. So right away we see that, okay, this is extremely bad practice because right now we're just building a list of 20 items, and that too just a list style that is comprising of text, right? But if you were working on a really comprehensive application, and let's say you have a list of products over here, and then you have a list of ads on the top, and then you're just switching between tabs, then this is not the right approach. I mean, as a user, you would want to retain and maintain the state of your separate tabs, right? So first things right away that we can see that we are not using a tab bar view over here, which is not good, which is why it is rebuilding our widget again and again. It is rebuilding our text again. It is rebuilding our entire list again. So that's flag number 1. Then the other thing that if we were to just look at this, so okay, now as you can see, all my code is present inside my scaffold, inside this one specific root widget. And because I'm running set state in my tab bar, whenever I'm interacting with it, it is rebuilding my entire scaffold from top to bottom, which means that all the elements that are present inside my screen, starting from this horizontal list view to this background, to the tab bar, to the children, everything is getting rebuilt, even though it does not need to. Like if we're just engaging or interacting with this specific section, then this part is the only one that needs to be updated, not our horizontally scrollable list view, neither our background. Let's look further. So the next thing that we see over here is that our second list view, we are building things even when we don't need it. So we're not using a list view.builder here, we're using list view, and what it is doing that even though we don't need to look at those images right now, like we're not scrolling them, but it has already pre-computed everything for us and it has placed it in our memory. So again, this is not good. And the last thing that we see here is that we are, wow, we are we have kind of built our widget using a method instead of a widget itself. If you can see over here, it's a method that is containing a widget, and here I have quote unquote refactored my code. So what I'm going to do is that I will stop this and I will run this one now in profile mode just to show you that it has been made performant. I will show it to you using the performance overlay. And once you can see that, okay, so there are no specific janks happening at this moment, then I will also walk you through not the entire code, but specific parts of it, like what led to that optimization per se. So while it is loading, let me just give you a quick preview of what I've done in my performant application. Right away, you see that this const and you see screen background. So basically, I have refactored my background at least in a separate stateless constant widget because it does not need to be rebuilt again and again. So that's optimization number one. The other thing that I've done is this, that I've converted this list view to a list view.builder. So it's only rebuilding things as and when I need to see it, meaning when I scroll them into focus and not when I don't need to do that. And I have also refactored this into a separate widget. Let me open this up in DevTools. Okay, now you can see that our janks are still over there. But why is that happening? Like I said that I've supposedly made my application performant. It is basically, if you can see, the difference is this, that this time the janks are in our raster thread and not in our UI thread, meaning that we're asking too much of our graphics engine that, hey, so this is the time that you're given and this is what you need to do, okay? So this is basically what's happening, and the reason and the way that we can further optimize is this, that maybe we can use low resolution photos over here. I over here intentionally used HD photos, so you can just kind of imagine the impact over here. So let's switch between tabs, and as you can see that we have our first jank on the UI thread. Now we switch back and we see that, okay, there's the second jank over here as well. But then when you subsequently switch it even further, you see that it's all pretty smooth. Now let's come over here and let's scroll it. And as you can see that there's no load on the UI thread. Absolutely no load. And if I were to scroll it to the bottom, and let me quickly switch it over and switch back, it is also maintaining our state, which means that, okay, it has been made performed, quite performed. So we're kind of short on time, so let me just continue wrapping up. Already done quite a lot of changes over here. You will not see any set state happening over here. Instead, I have made use of value listable builder, which is kind of somewhere between a provider, but it maintains the state locally in the given context. I'm making use of the controller. I have converted this specific section from a conditional statement to a page view so that it retains the state and that I can work with controllers for state management, whether it should be rebuilt, whether it should not be rebuilt. And the last thing that I've done is that I have refactored my list view into a widget that can essentially stay alive. So even if I scroll to the bottom of the screen, but when I switch between tabs or pages, my list view will still maintain its state and it will not be rebuilt again and again. So yeah, this was pretty much it. And if you guys have any questions, I will be taking them now.
Thank you, Sakina. Very good talk. Yes, we have a lot of questions. Let's see how many we can ask. So the first one would be, is there any way to backtrace a leak? So I see a leak. How can I find what's causing it?
Okay, so I'm assuming that you're talking about memory leaks here. If this is the case, then you can definitely do that using the memory view inside DevTools. What it does is that it provides you a good heat map of which memory is allocated where. So if you're working with, let's say, providers, different controllers, then it will show you over there. And again, when you're working with memory view or CPU profiler view, there are a lot of different views that are actually available over there. So if you're someone that wants to have a look at the top, bottom, top down approach, then there's a view for you. If you're someone who's more comfortable with the bottom up approach, which is kind of what is asked of in the question, then there's views for that too, the one that I just showed in the slide. So what it does is that it starts with the one that is hogging up the most resources, taking up the most time. You start from that, and then if you want to further inspect that, you can further expand that, and have a look at what's happening and where. So yeah.
Okay, another question. How much savings of efficiency does making use of const really make, if you have any experience with that?
Okay, that is an interesting question actually, but I can't exactly put a number to that because it depends from use case to use case. If let's say that you have this huge widget tree with lots of things happening inside it, then if you have at least made use of constants with the paddings, with the margins, with the text, with the containers, with the size boxes, then obviously it gives an impact. Not that significant of an impact, but some impact. But if you want to see some real impact, then what I would suggest you to do is make your own custom widgets constant. So they will be the ones that do not rely on data from the internet. So again, the data does not need to be dynamic in that case. And if you can make your entire big widget into one constant widget, then that would give you a significant performance boost.
Okay, we have two questions in this direction. So basically, why are the methods, so when we return a widget from a method, why is it slower than creating a widget?
Okay, right. So basically, when you're returning a widget from a method, what it does is that the method, the way that it is designed is that it is just invoked even when you don't want to. So that method is just invoked, and it is basically, again, computing your widget again, and it is returning that widget again. So inherently, it is taking up too much CPU cycles. A good example over here that I might give you is that, so let's say you're working with a button. So let's say the button takes an argument on pressed or on tap, right? Now let's say that you've made your own separate function that you want to pass in the button that you're using, and you don't do it. So you don't, instead of passing my pressed, just the name my pressed, instead you pass it my pressed bracket your arguments. What it will do is that if you just use your debugging tool, you will notice that even though you have not pressed on the button yet, it will still invoke your method because it is being invoked, it is being called. And that is how it lowers your performance because it is just invoked like that. Instead, when you're working with widgets, when you're working with objects and their constructors, you can maintain your state yourself. Flutter already does a lot of stuff for you, but you as a developer has full control on at which point you need to rebuild it, at which point you need to just update it and not rebuild it. So this is kind of how it works. If you need further more information on that, you can head on over to flutter.dev, and they have, I think, also mentioned this in some of the performance issues.
Okay. Then let's one more question. Maybe we can squeeze this in. So, would this DevTool work for Flutter web views as well?
Okay, so I have tried to inspect my web views, but not with DevTools. There's another way that you have to inspect your web view, but not with the DevTools. At least I haven't tried it with DevTools. But you can Google that up. I don't exactly remember it, but you have to run that in your browser and it just connects your device over there. And at that point, you can actually inspect as to what's happening over there. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Then, okay, then maybe one more question. Let's pick one. Okay, is there a way to add performance-related tests into the automated test suite? So can I make sure that no one breaks my performance by adding automated tests, or not really?
Okay, so I will have to look into that because I personally haven't worked with performance-related tests per se. But the way that it works is this, that obviously when you're testing it, the intention is to break everything, right? So naturally, you try to come up with use cases and you try to write tests that mimic that intended behavior. But obviously, when you're working with tests, that's kind of like a separate environment that you could say, and the production is completely independent of that. So testing your application is a different universe, and testing your application for performance-related issues, that's kind of like something that's separate. Because when we're talking about DevTools or performance optimizations or just performance analysis, that mostly comes after testing, but pre-production. So this is kind of how it works.
Okay, thank you. Then I think it's time to go for a short break. Thank you, Sakina, for joining us. And I think we have lots of questions. Unfortunately, we didn't have time for all of those, but maybe we can answer each other in the chat. Thank you for joining. And I think it's time for a short break. Get yourself all a coffee, tea, anything you would like. And also, thank you all for having me. It was great to be here as a moderator. And I think we will continue with very interesting sessions in 5 or 6 minutes. And yeah, that's it. And bye-bye.
And now we want to say a huge thank you to our platinum sponsors, Tide, for supporting this Flutter community and for helping us with this event. Tide is the UK's leading business financial platform, now embarking on their exciting international journey. And as a first market, they start with India. And also, besides that, they're expanding on their international team, and they're looking for new talents to join their mobile development team, and especially for Flutter developers. And if you're interested in some open positions that they have, and if you're interested in career with Tide, especially in Flutter, then definitely check out their website. They're open positions, they're open jobs, and I will post link to their open positions in the chat. So definitely check it out. Definitely have a look. And thank you once again for sponsoring us, Tide. Thank you for your support.
Hi, everybody. Glad to see you after a short break. Now it's time to join to this stage Verena. Verena is our really best attendee ever, and she was checking all our slots, all our blogs, all our speakers she was commenting. So this time I decided to ask her to join us like a moderator. So thanks, you agreed. And so stage is yours. But one more moment, I want to tell you that also, please be very active. We still have 5 dashes, and I'll start give them soon. So please, now stage is yours, and have a great time.
Thank you, Anja. So, hello everyone. My name is Verena Zeiser. I'm a freelance Flutter developer from Stuttgart in Germany. And I'm going to be your moderator for the next 2 hours, so the next 3 talks. And I'm super happy to be here. Like Anna already said, I've been in the last conference and I really enjoyed it. And I'm here with you together to learn lots about new things about Flutter. So, like Anna already mentioned, maybe if you just joined, you can quickly write into the chat where you are from, how long are you already working with Flutter? That's super interesting always. And make sure to throw all of your questions about the talks in the chat. We are going to tackle them together in the next Q&A panel. But enough talking for now from my side. I would say let's get to our first talk in this panel. And it's actually from our sponsor, Tide. So we are having 2 people here. The first one is Thiago Bencardino, who is head of mobile engineering, and the second one is Benjamin Petit. So I will quickly get them on stage. Ben. Hello, welcome. How are you?
Hello, I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm super fine, thank you. So I added Ben, but I can't see him. Now
Hello.
perfect.
Hi.
Hi Ben, how is it?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
That's great. I'm fine too, thank you. So yes, your talk will be about building a design system in Flutter, how we are scaling Tide globally, I'm super excited about that. And if you are ready, I would say the stage is yours.
All right, thanks. Okay, so good morning, afternoon, even evening. Today we're going to talk about how we build a design system to help scale Tide globally. Okay, so my name is Thiago. I'm head of mobile engineering, and we also have Ben today on the call, who's a senior staff engineer here at Tide. Ben? Cool. So the first thing is, what is Tide, right? What is Tide about? So basically, we are a financial service platform focused on small and medium businesses, right? So our mission is to help people to do less banking. Basically, we want people to, and people, when I say people, I mean companies, to be focused more on their dreams, on their passion, on their business, right? And less on to banking. So that's our mission. And our vision is to be known and to be used by 25% of this market globally, right? And to be the number one in the UK for small and business accounts, right? We started our business We started our business in 2017, and right now we are trusted by more than 350,000 companies. 350,000 members are using Tide in the UK, right? And as our first expansion, we are expanding to India, right? And we are expanding to India using our Flutter app, which we're going to talk more later on. So we have the app in the UK, and now we're expanding to India with a beta app. And in a nutshell, this is our product. As you can see, we do a little bit more than a usual banking account, right? Even though we're not a banking, we offer banking services. And we offer very cool things like cash flow insights. We offer receipt import functionalities. We offer invoices, credits, international payments. You can also create companies with company formation if you want to build a company from scratch using your services, and so on. Some of our features, for instance, that we're going to highlight here is, for instance, auto-categorization of transactions, which is a very cool challenge to build. And also invoicing, which is also very cool to build. We think, for instance, that we have invoices templates, we have invoice chasing, and all those things is really cool to think how would be the best way of building in terms of UX. So it's very interesting problem to tackle. We also have, for instance, receipt importer or receipt matching, which is basically, imagine you are a company and you're going to take a client to, let's say, to a dinner, right? And you want to expense this dinner as it was a dinner that you paid from a company, right, to a client. You can take a picture of this receipt, and this receipt will match with your transaction. So in this way, you can claim to HMRC or whatever government provider that you do your expenses. You can provide them and then receive the VAT back or the EVA back, or depending on the country you are, right? We also have Apple Pay, which was very cool to build. It was a very good learning for our team on how to use Apple APIs and how to negotiate with Apple Pay, and so on. And this is going to be very cool to implement when we go for Flutter, because we most likely going to need to do things with channels. Okay, so now let's talk about how we did this move into Flutter, the why and the how, right? So as I said before, we are scaling to new countries, starting from India, right? And we thought, well, we could do with our current native apps, iOS and Android, Kotlin and Swift. But it would be a huge amount of work. It would be so big that most likely we will need to rebuild the apps. That was mainly because we didn't thought in 2017 that we would expand to other countries. And it's a very classical startup problem, isn't it? And we decided, okay, since we need to rebuild, what's in there in the market that could help us? And then we checked Flutter. And Flutter was really interesting for us because not only has feature parity, which we appreciate a lot, but also is a great framework in terms of developer experience. So we are passionate about hot reload, about being able to choose which IDE you want to use, which if you are an iOS developer is not really a thing. So some of us, we are in love by VS Code, for instance. We also have declarative UI, so it's very close to what we have on Jetpack Compose and Swift UI, and we really like that. It's modern, it's fresh, and also it's beautiful. So you can build beautiful things in a very quick manner, very quick way. So it has a great UX, and we really love that. So in a nutshell, what we have right now is we have the UK existing apps in native, right? Kotlin and Swift. And we are not touching them in terms of adding new functionalities in Flutter. So if we need to add something new, we add in native. We are still supporting them in native. We don't mix up, right? But we also have a second app, which is global, or as we call here, unique client, universal client. This app is in Flutter, and this app will support UK. It's currently supporting India on beta stage, and it will support other countries. So internationalization was built in mind. So when we started UniClient, we started thinking, okay, how are we going to make this app international? This is the main purpose. And just one more thing, we try to do as more things in Flutter as possible. So the maximum that we can avoid on native, we avoid for the new app, sorry. So 3 things we need to do. One is we are upscaling our mobile native engineers, right? So basically what we are doing is we are helping, and we as engineers, we are helping ourselves by adding one more skill set to our toolbox, let's say. So you have your skill set toolbox as a mobile engineer, as an engineer, right? What we are doing is we are adding one more thing, which is Flutter. So you are not letting your iOS and Android skills behind. What you are doing is adding one more. We are also using a growth framework inside Tide. So as an engineer in Tide, you have skill sets, and let's say things like testing, functional programming, mentorship, interviews, all of those small things are badges for us. And we are making Flutter and Dart other badges. So that means like you are building yourself, you are growing as an engineer, and you're also helping Tide with the same view. And also we created Flutter Academy, which is an initiative, is a pool of initiatives that help you to learn Flutter as we go. One of the first things we did on Flutter Academy was the Flutter Upskill Roadmap. It's basically a roadmap for learning Flutter. So think about it. When you start learning Flutter, what was the first things you did, right? Or this is a tuner track, right? So some of you are not even started yet. So what we do recommend? We recommend you to start with Dart, learn a little bit of the language, learn the basics, learn a little bit of functions, classes, how it works in Dart, right? And then go to Flutter. So we built that Trello board. It is a Trello board with this in mind. So if I'm coming to Dart, if I'm coming to Flutter, what are the skills that I need, and what's the order that I should study? So that's our proposal, and we built this together as a team. From there, we built an app on top of it. So this app that you're seeing here is one internal app that we created in Tide called Flutter Academy app. This app is on top of the Trello board, and it's nothing more than the same content, but with gamification. So for instance, here you're going to see badges, you're going to have achievements. You can think like, let's say Duolingo. Duolingo, you have a roadmap for learning a language. Here it's very similar. You would have the same roadmap. And our idea is to make this app open to the public. So we want to open source and giving back to the community, to society even, on how to learn to program, how to learn to do things in Dart and Flutter, right? So this is our goal with this application. It's not open source yet, but we will very soon. Another app that we built internally was the Growth Framework app. So I mentioned the Growth Framework before. We are building an app on top of it as well. So this app will help our engineers to actually build themselves as engineers. So let's say we have badges right? We have stripes. What do I need to get one badge? So yeah, so what do I need to get a badge? What a badge is. So for instance, here we have a definition of Git 2, right? So this is how we imagine this app. And both apps we built with one thing in mind initially, which is we believe in learning by doing it, right? If you just get a book and read this book, you're gonna learn some things, but it's not gonna be enough. You need to put your hands on. This is very important for an engineer. You need to put your hands on. We also believe in learning by teaching, by the way, right? So learning by doing, learning by teaching are two things that we totally believe for engineers. And this is what we are trying to do here. Okay, so now I'm gonna hand the word to Ben to talk a little bit about design system and MVPs.
Yep, thanks, Diego. Yeah, so obviously we're moving to Flutter, building a whole banking app from scratch again. A few years after we've done it with native technology, and obviously we're trying to find ways to make it efficiently. We're also learning from say our mistakes that we've made over the years. And one thing that we I've tried over the years, and we found that it's actually very useful. And so this is something that we want to keep, is the design system, the idea of the design system. So let's go through that and explain how we use that as a really cool tool in our toolbox for every day at Tide. So if you was on design systems, you probably have heard about it because it's quite popular nowadays. There's different kinds of design systems. They can be, organized in very different ways. The one that we have at Tide is organized as an atomic design system. Really what it means is that it's not just a loose collection of components that you can then use to build your app. It's also the fact that these components are themselves composed together to build larger ones. And that's really cool because that gives you a lot of maintainability, among other things. So for example, the second example of building this small button, like primary action that you see, for us, the way we think about it when we see that, we see, well, okay, it's, a color. This is the blue color that we have defined, like the primary color that we had at Tide, and it's been defined with the design team, right? So we all agree at Tide, this is the primary color, right? We also have a font, right, which is the font that we use for buttons, right? And everyone has agreed on that. So when we see a button, well, it's very easy for us to just put them together, both the color and the font, and build this component like that. And of course, this component, this new button that we have created now, we're going to use it in even larger widgets and components, right? And along the way, as we build these components, we give them names, and we agree on the set of components and their names with the design team, and that facilitates a lot the communication that we have when we build features. So let's start with atoms, which are the smallest things that you can have in a design system. You cannot break them down, right? So that's why it's called atoms. One example that you will find in most design systems is, of course, fonts, right? So on the right here, you can see the different types of fonts that we want to use in our app. And this is on the left in the snippet. You can see how we define them. Very simple. We use Google Fonts, but you can see that we give them a name like button, and we have all the properties for that specific text style that we want to use, right? So then whenever in the app we wanted to use, show a button, for example, we'll use exactly this text style by name. And we guarantee that if someday we don't want the font size to be 16, we want it to be 18, we can just change here, and the whole app is going to be updated. Same thing applies for colors, for example. So here you see on the right, we have palettes of colors defined by name, also carrying the intent of when they should be used. Probably green for any success scenarios, makes sense. There's a whole variety of shades. So we put all of them down into our code with the correct name. But then we also have like another layer with this positive here color that is going to be the main one that we use essentially all the time. The other ones are still available if you need them, but this one you're probably going to use most of the time. It makes things really easy when you discuss with designers. So now talking about Flutter a little bit more specifically, you get a lot of things out of the box, and Flutter is helping you a lot when it comes to implementing UI and providing a design system or thinking about a design system. One of the things is theme. It's very convenient. Like it comes from the framework directly, so you can define something that's called theme data, and you'll see a lot of properties in there that for us map to atoms that we have just defined. By doing that, your app is going to be able to pick these colors, like primary colors, background colors, and it will style automatically the widgets that come from the framework, right? The ones that you use all the time. So you're going to, for free, essentially, just by creating this theme data and passing it to your app, get a lot of configuration done. And so this is how we pass it to our app. So you can see line 8, we pass the theme that we have just defined before. Quick note on this: if you look at line 1, we have something called platform widget. This is a cool thing that I thought we could mention. Obviously, we try to have a similar experience on Android and iOS, for example, but we also want to adapt to the different platform. Things are different, right, for Android and iOS users. Our way of doing this is using this. We've created this like platform widget, which is quite a simple thing. It's just a small layer abstraction that takes essentially two constructors, two functions to create a widget. So every time you will see in the code platform widget, platform something, that's what it is. It's just an abstraction over iOS and Android. So you can create different widgets, have different configurations for each platform. Continuing with atoms, there's more that we can put in atoms, like dimensions like spaces and so on. But one that is quite interesting is also icons. You get for free with Flutter, with the material package, you get the material icons. We decided to leverage them. It's quite extensive, very useful, obviously well done. There's no point for our designers spending time and building small icons all the time. We just use what's available. It works well for us. It's available in Flutter very easily. Just leverage what makes sense. Okay, so now we have all these atoms, right? All these small things. And so what do we do with them? Well, when we create, our widgets, small widgets even, we just use the atoms. So you can see here to build this bottom navigation bar item, we use the icon that I was talking about earlier. We also use the colors line 5. We use our primary color. By doing this, this allows us to, if we do that in all our code, if one day we decide to change the primary color of Tide, everything will just update with just one line of code being changed. Very powerful for maintenance. We had the case not so long ago that we wanted to change the spacing in our app all across the app. Usually in previous companies I've worked for, that would be kind of a huge project if you have lots of screens, and you almost always miss a few screens. For us, it was quite easy, quite manageable actually. So really good thing. Okay, so if you follow the Atomic Design System documentation, I would say, that's available on the web, you can find that. You'll see, so these different concepts of atoms and then molecules and organisms. Molecules and organisms have different meanings in the documentation for Atomic Design System, but I honestly think it's more relevant to designers, and maybe when you build on the web. For us on mobile, I don't think there's a lot of distinction between them. So we just, decided, okay, we'll just put them all in one bucket and say that it's just, let's call them molecules. Doesn't really matter. It's just these small widgets, right, that we just build that are useful all across the app. So it goes from, buttons, sort of text fields that we have in the app, but also like larger components, like, some sort of headers that we could have and we could use everywhere. It could take even sometimes the whole screen. We build them obviously with the standard philosophy of Flutter and declarative UI widgets composed together. It's just very, very straightforward when you build with Flutter. And you end up in scenarios like this. So, your designer comes to you with this sort of design, and immediately you can actually figure out, okay, I know how to build this. I don't have to ask any question because, well, I know exactly what colors I'm going to use. I know exactly the fonts I'm going to use. There's no question, right? So, and you have the components ready. So, it's just a matter of putting everything together. So let's take this example of a skeleton of a page, right? And it would look something like this, right? Okay, the top is, our standard navbar, which is like a molecule that we have created. It also has a profile button, which is another molecule that we have created. And we can just put together a page like pretty quickly by just doing this, composing like small components that everyone has agreed on earlier. But the design team has obviously identified that, well, they're doing that all the time, like this sort of page skeleton, right? So they started actually, defining them and saying, well, we're going to use them when we do our work. So in Figma, when we have to create new screens, we'll just start from a skeleton. And this is actually a really good idea. We should probably look at doing the same in our code. So we've done a very quick research, actually not complete research. We just spent a couple of hours, and then we stopped because it was already like 200 screens that we had gone through in the app, and we were not done. So, but out of these like 200-ish screens, we found out that if we create 18 templates, sort of skeletons, right? We could cover something like 70% of the app. It's crazy, right? Because our app is quite complex in terms of services, but quite simple in terms of UX. We try to make things consistent and work always in a similar way so that our members are not lost, right? So if you squint a little, you see these pages, and yeah, they look the same actually, right? It's an icon, a title, some text, maybe a button, right? What if we actually put all of that together inside of one widget that is configurable? And you could say, like, I want the button or I don't. I want this title to be this. I want the icon to be that, right? So we decided to look at that. And actually, it's surprisingly simple to do with Flutter because, what you would normally do if you see that page on the right is you would create your normal widget. You would have an icon, text, another text, a few buttons, right? What if you just take that, put it into a widget that is reusable, and whenever you want to configure something, you just, put that in the constructor of your widget template. So this is what we've tried here. And you can see we've created this success template widget. And what we want to configure really is the title and the text, and maybe the actions that we have for, so the title of the action and what happens when we press the buttons. That's basically all we want. And then all the rest of the behavior comes for free. So the layout, the check mark comes for free, could be animated, all of that. We don't really mind. It's all part of the template and reused every time. Then it becomes really easy to show this kind of success page all across the app. If you go to more complex examples, like in that case, sort of a list that you can search through, right? So Thiago was explaining, we have this feature in our app of categorization. So you see transactions and you can say, oh, that's something about my income and my insurance, right? We try to automatically give you a category, but of course you can change them. When you go and you want to change a category, there's quite a lot of options, right? So we'd like to show a search functionality to our members so that they can search for the correct category easily. And if we just define like this small category type here that I've done with just simple things, and a toString function, right, so that we can actually search for the name, we can then create a search template that is, that takes the category type as a configuration. And it will have really, it needs three things. One is the list of categories. Then how, from a category, how to display a category. So, I give you a category, give me the widget that goes with it. So in our case, for this example, we just create a list style, right? And then what happens when I actually select one category? And then we can see this template as a black box, right? We just provide it with these configuration points. And the template itself is going to deal with, showing the search, allowing for clearing, filtering, obviously the items as you search. All of that can be done inside of our little template. In there, you can do as much, you can have as much complexity you want. You could use, state management and all that stuff. It doesn't really matter for the engineer that's going to just create that feature. All they need to know is, oh, I want to have a search. I'm going to use a search template. These are my items I want to search through, how to show them on the screen, and what happens when I select one. So it's quite convenient. And let's see one last example of what we can do with that. You can also deal with error management. So if you take this example of list of recipients, right, list of payees, you see that a lot in different apps, right? You see you have to load a list from the network probably. You have to deal with error cases. What happens if the list that you get is empty, There's lots of unhappy paths. And usually, it will happen that you actually screw up and you forget about one case, which is kind of annoying for our users. What if you can just abstract all that, right? So this is what we try to do here. So we have this template, again, it's generic over recipient. It takes a factory of futures, right? So how do I get the recipients? Again, the same mechanism after that, right? So I have a recipient. How do I show it in the list? And what happens when I actually pick one? And if you just use this simple template, you can see that nowhere we actually talk about what happens when there's an error. How do I do retry? What happens when the list is empty? Because all of that is done inside of the template. You just need to do it once. You need to do it well once. And then you just use it again, right? And yeah, so that's basically how we want to build forward with our design team, all of us together, to create a really good app for our members. There's obviously a lot of work that we need to do, and we think that using these sort of little tricks, using our design system, provides us with like a lot of benefits. Obviously, the app is going to be more consistent because we reuse the same templates, the same components all over, but also more stable. We've seen that in our iOS app, for example, the legacy one, where we started using the design system. There's very few bugs, right? Like very few bugs and crashes. We actually have we think one of the best crash-free user rates out there. And I think, honestly, that it's at least in a good part due to our use of the design system. And finally, obviously interesting for us now because we're building everything again. Speed is really something that we're looking for. I don't even know how many screens we have today in the app. Like it's a lot, right? I stopped at 200, I think. How do you rebuild all of that using Flutter? well, we think that using these template ideas is going to help us a lot achieve speed, be able to, even in the future, be able to provide MVPs to our members, to our users, gather feedback from them really quickly and adapt and iterate. So it's just a good strategy for building a good product, we think. So yeah, I think that was it.
Thanks, Ben.
Thiago?
Yes, so just to finish up, I'm going to bring some stats from you about our team. So the mobile team right now, we estimate that we have written more than 1 million lines of code, right, together since 2017, which also includes more than 20K tests, right, among unit, golden, snapshot, BDD, integration tests, right? So we take tests very seriously in Tide. And among us, we have more than 15 nationalities and 20 languages. We speak 20 or more languages, without including, of course, the programming languages. And we estimate that all 37 of us in mobile have drank more than 2,000 liters of coffee in this year. So just for you to know. And yeah, so we like to attend conferences. This is one picture of us in the DroidCon, and I'm happy to say that practically everybody that you see in this picture here is also attending the Flutter Global Summit today. So hello, people. And yeah, that's our team. And if you like what we said, we are growing. So please reach out to us. Reach out to tide.co/careers. We have several positions open for Flutter. We call it mobile positions, so senior mobile, staff mobile engineer positions. We are hiring in 3 different locations, but we are flexible for remote working as well in some countries. So please reach out to us via the careers page or directly with our contacts, which are those. So I'm Thiago. Thanks for being here today with us. Benjamin is also on the call. Those are our Twitter and LinkedIn. And unfortunately, Yogos couldn't be here today. But yeah, please reach out. We can have a chat if you have any questions or anything. Just send a joke as well. It's fine. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Ben and Thiago. It was a super interesting talk, especially the design system part. I experienced that in projects myself, and it can truly speed up productivity between developers and designers. It's awesome you are doing that. We are having some questions. So maybe first one is, do you share the backend for both kinds of apps?
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to take this one, Thiago?
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously it's the same backend team for both apps, but I should say that there's quite a lot of work going on also on the API backend side of things, and obviously we had to create completely new technology to support our growth in different countries. So the kind of state that we are in right now is that we have this new shiny, sort of API guidelines that we use exclusively for all our new products, so India at the moment. And for anything that is built with UK, we're transitioning to that. So we're still using the previous guidelines, I would say, for APIs that don't really work well, internationally, but work well for UK. So that's how we do this.
Thanks a lot. The next one would be, when can we expect to have access to this app? Would it be possible to be notified about it?
Okay, I think here depends which app exactly, because we present.
Yeah, I think
right?
so too.
But in a nutshell, the UK app it's live for 4 years more or less. The India beta app is going to be released very soon, right? So we're talking about weeks, not months. Growth Framework app, I'm not sure if you're gonna finishing open sourcing them, but Flutter Academy should be in some months. We just want to brush up a little bit more and make sure that it looks good and nice and helpful. And then we're going to ship. And we're going to do, of course, by GitHub, so the code's going to be open source.
Great. That sounds amazing. Okay, so the next one is, did you use a special tool to set up the design system?
Yeah, I'll take this one. So the design team works with Figma. That's how they build the design system. And it's really convenient for them to do that. Like they can use components, they can configure them. All of that is well supported in Figma. I'm not a designer, but from what I've heard and seen. We also use another tool which is called Zeroite, and I'm not sure if it's public actually, but you can. It basically gives you sort of a website that shows the whole design system. It is fed by our Figma, so it's really cool because if you update Figma, then you just get a new version of the website, and everyone can just go to the website and learn about the components that we have in the design system. It helps with this sort of communication across the whole company that I was talking about. Any special tool apart from that, I don't think so. It's more on the design side, then it's just code.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, I know Figma and probably lots of people do, but the other one, I've never heard of that. Sounds really promising. I think someone put a link into the chat so we can check it out. And the next question would be, where can we find the material design elements specific to Flutter that you were talking about? I think that was answered on the chat. You use probably the material design IO stuff?
Yeah, it's just the icons are part of the material package. I believe the theme data, all of that is also there. Yeah, we didn't invent anything here.
All right. So, and the last question, maybe a bigger one, but let's see how far we can get. This looks like a really big app. Did you run into any performance issues using Flutter?
Yeah, locally in some cases, in some screens, we're still obviously learning, right? It's quite new for us, like Flutter. We went through a phase of experimentation with it, and now we're starting building, our first actual real product. So Thiago was saying, in probably a few weeks, we're going to be live in India with an actual Flutter app. We're obviously learning. I know there's some cases where we had a bit of lag, we had a bit of issues like that. But in the end, like we managed to make it work quite well. So far, so good.
Sounds good. And maybe the last one, is there something like Storybook for JavaScript to show all components?
Oh, I can take this one as well if you want, Thiago. We use Storybook for the web team, but we haven't found something that really works well for us on mobile. So what we've done is we've just built something ourselves. It was quite easy. We just have like something we call the gallery app, or this kitchen sink. We changed the name along the way, and it's a very simple app that just shows like a list of name of components, like shows the list of all the components, and you click one, you go to a special page that shows this specific component. We just use that for to be able to see the different configurations of all the components that we have built, and really quickly go through them without having to search through the app to find them. But if there is something, I think actually there was a product we have found that looks like Storybook. We just haven't really looked into it yet.
I think the proper gallery app that you can find on the Flutter website is quite good and can serve as an inspiration, right?
Okay, thanks a lot. So we are running out of time. There is one more question. Maybe you can afterwards quickly hop into the chat and answer that. Anyways, thank you very much for being here. Have a great day and enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Bye. So, yes, our next talk is going to have 3 speakers from Volt. They are having different views and roles in the product development process, and their topic is a multi-page scrollable bottom sheet you never know you need it. And let's welcome our speakers. Cagatay Ulusoy, who's a software developer, Scott Lyttle, who's the product designer, and Maria Lomakina, who's the motion designer. So welcome to the stage. How are you all doing?
Hello, doing good, thanks.
Nervous.
Nervous? That's normal, that's fine, you can handle it. Okay, so Dan, we are really excited about your talk. I don't want to waste your time. And if you are ready, I would say let's get started.
We are.
You're muted, Cagatay.
Okay, I'm muted, of course, as always. Okay, welcome everyone from snowy and freezing Finland. And today we will talk about the multi-page scrollable bottom sheet that you never knew you needed. It's quite a bold statement, but let's see. This is Team Vault. Before introducing ourselves, let me first say a few words about what Vault is. Vault is a platform to get everything you need delivered to you in your city. At Vault, we already use a Flutter app that is used to pick up and prepare the orders from retail stores and groceries. So if you live in a country where Vault is operating and you made an order, so your order most probably was prepared and picked up with Flutter app. And then I would like to introduce you to Team Vault. A product designer, a motion designer, and a developer have joined forces to give a Flutter talk to contribute to the Flutter community. We will talk about implementing this bottom sheet, and Scott will start with the design point, and then Masha will show how we add motion to UI component and how the design specs and motion specs are delivered to the developers like me. And finally, I will show the Flutter implementation. Okay, Scott, design. You will start with design, and stage is yours. Now, Masha and I will be out. We will be back soon.
Great, thanks. Hi everyone, my name's Scott. I'm a product designer in the retail team at Vault. So I just want to talk to you a bit about the design process for a multi-page scrollable bottom sheet and some of the considerations. So Tiger. So we have some common UI patterns that most apps follow. So one would be obviously when the user tries to interact with something that requires input, they're pushed forwards in a view, or that view may open from the bottom in sort of a full height sheet type manner. And then we obviously use bottom sheets quite frequently, but we use them generally for like a single point of interaction. So they would do something within that bottom sheet and close it, and they're back in the view where they were. So generally these don't function in a way that they have several views attached to them. And then lastly, a lot of times when there's a big flow involved, we might start by pushing the user into a full screen, and then we use bottom sheets throughout that process of screens to interact with sort of extra elements. So we actually wanted in the product that we build to find a bit of a middle ground here to allow a bottom sheet to have functionality beyond its static single view. Tiger. So this obviously isn't very common in the natural operating system world. So iOS does have sort of a UI approach to stacked modals, but they're generally based on the human interface guidelines, don't recommend using these for complex interactions. And Android doesn't natively really have anything either. If you sort of had a bottom sheet and something inside that triggered its own sort of bottom sheet, generally it would close the first sheet before opening the second one. So it's not really ideal as it breaks the sort of continuity of the flow for the user. And it's a pretty obvious reason why they generally don't build for this, which is that when you use a bottom sheet, because of all the bits and pieces around the UI, they are very limited in the amount of view they have. So if you factor in, depending on the operating system, status bars, notches, home indicators, keyboards, keeping an amount of space at the top of the bottom sheet in order to be able to sort of tap to close it, you're left with a very small safe area. But we figure based on the needs of a specific feature, this could still be worked around. Next screen, please, Tiger. So there's some considerations on the design side for building a component like this. Firstly, whether it's actually suitable for the flow you're trying to create. So if you're obviously building something very complex and interactive, say an onboarding process with a lot of inputs and different functions, then maybe this isn't the right thing. But if there is actually a function which does perfectly suit a bottom sheet, but there is actually also something in that bottom sheet you would allow the user to be able to peek inside, then maybe this kind of interaction would actually work for you. Ideally, it does suit, we've noticed, steps of, flows that are within 1, 2, 3 steps, nothing more generally, just to avoid the visual fatigue, since bottom sheets, do keep the view behind them partially visible behind sort of a gradient background. So they can be quite fatiguing if the user is going through very long, complex flows. The information hierarchy kind of needs to be structured in a way that it makes sense and fits within the sheet. So this is actually obviously very specific to your case, but it's about making sure that the options you present the user inside that bottom sheet, they are front-loaded in a way that the user can potentially do their interaction and close the sheet, and only if necessary would they proceed to a secondary view. So not always forcing the user through several views of the flow. And then, of course, considering certain other elements like UI progress indicators and things that might help the user know where they are in this multi-step sort of process. Then, of course, your edge cases. So you should build these multi-page sheets in a way that the user can potentially close it at any stage of the process, say the third view, and they're not sort of destructive in the way that they would lose the information that they had entered in a previous step. So that's what I was sort of saying before about front-loading the information in a way that the first or most important interaction is always in the first view, and you're using subsequent views as a way to sort of peek into other information or functionalities. So another important point is keeping the user's attention on the viewport itself. So obviously it's very limited in space. And if you have elements like inputs, text inputs, of course, then opening the keyboard is going to shift the entire view up. So making sure that the view is then reorganized so that the input that they clicked is still visible in the remaining visible safe space left. And then as Masha is going to discuss later, using animations to make sure that you're curating the process in a way that the user feels like this is a connected linear flow and that it feels fluid relative to the rest of the product. Tiger. So very quickly, I just wanted to show one real case example that we have in one of our products. So we, in our picker app, when an order comes in, the user is able to actually confirm the estimate that is given to them for the order. And then from this view, they're actually able to confirm that straight ahead. Or if they choose to, they're actually able to create, to tap an interaction, which is to modify that. And that is where we push them into a second page of the sheet where they can actually change the time. They can also then, if they peek into this and decide that the time they had was correct, they can navigate back to the first screen and then confirm it. Or if they tap anything in the second screen, then it performs the same action. It confirms and closes the sheet. So this is a simple two-step process where we felt like these two relatively separate kind of interactions could benefit from having a multi-page sheet. Tiger. Then the last thing just sort of going through is a bit of a checklist for what you might want to consider when you're designing a sheet like this. So there is going to be times where the sheet might need to scroll if the content just doesn't fit, especially when opening keyboards or other elements that may come into the view. If you choose to, depending on your app and how you've designed it, you may want to curate this to the actual OS specific conventions. That might be sort of flat top on the bottom sheet for Android or rounded corners on iOS. Maybe iOS also has a drag bar. You'll want to avoid too many changes in the height of the sheet, we've noticed. So for example, if you had a segmented control inside the sheet and tapping the inactive one of that revealed a different amount of content, you wouldn't necessarily want the bottom sheet to actually change its height at that point just because the user is on the same view. So you might want to consider, like we have, that you have these static height sheets where the decision is made up front whether the user will move into a large or a small type sheet, and then anything that happens within that sheet, it stays static. It's only when moving between sheets that the height may vary. But this of course depends on your flow. Then showing the correct controls when necessary, maybe an obvious one, but of course back buttons only really show once you're in deeper flows rather than the initial screen that they opened it from. And then, these controls, depending on what you have in the sheet, they always need to be visible. So as you have a scrolled header, they need to stay up there with the title, as you'll see in the animation. But also if you have things like images stuck to the very top of the bottom sheet, if the controls are going to overlay on top of that, you may want to have some logic where it actually shifts the color of the background on those controls so that they're always visible and accessible. But as mentioned, a very big part of this, along with design, is actually the animation. And Masha now is going to run you through how we do it. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Now I'm in. Thank you, Scott. So we're switching to the motion side, and in both motion sits between the design and development, where I design maybe more or less custom transitions and behaviors of the product. So this way it makes the process communicating between design and development easier and less frictional. Tiger. Yeah. So how motion benefits your product? There are many strong points of motion, but maybe I can talk about a few of them here. Motion is a great tool to connect elements, states, and screens. So it helps to establish the spatial relationship of elements and draws the hierarchical levels of the product. It eases the cognitive flow of thinking how the user got there and how to get back. So motion also helps to communicating to the user whether it is reacting to the user's touch or to showing the feedback or showing the progressive state or giving the hints of the product's functionality. Also, motion adds the quality of the product, reinforcing the user experience and building trust between the company and the user. Tiger. Yep. So now we're talking about two behaviors here. The first behavior is a scrolling state where we show the top bar, and the second one is the pagination. Tiger. So when you design a transition, a custom transition, you need to analyze the scene, which states you're connecting and what is the relationship between them. You also need to think of all the cases possible and choose the best approach to fit them. So motion shouldn't be distracting, and most of all, it needs to follow the function of these states. So we will have the page scrolling. When the content hits to the top of the bottom sheet, the top bar appears. And we also show a small title and on a smaller scale in the bar, which is the same as the bigger title in the content. And we can see the two examples of different approaches. So the left one has the title bar appearing to the direction of the moving, of the scrolling, and the left one shows the title bar moving the opposite direction of the scrolling. And both are valid approaches. However, we decided to go with the second one because in our case, sometimes we have two elements in the top bar, two elements of text, and it was very difficult to show them moving upwards. So we came up with a concept as in real life we have, scrolling a sheet of paper, the top bar hits the ceiling, so to say, and then starts bending downwards. Or you think of the two weights connected by the string, and when the one weight goes up, another one goes down. So this is the connection between them. Tiger. Yep. So when we use the suitable approach, we build the spec for the engineers. And some elements, they vary in size. Sometimes we have not only one line of title, we have few lines of title. Sometimes we have the image on the top. So everything is in variables here. And I use very basic description of how things behave, describing the change in parameters such as translation, scale, opacity, and rotation. So it kind of one approach fits them all because when I give the specification to the engineers, they can translate it into the code of their programming language. So it keeps my work sane and I don't have to duplicate the same thing to multiple specs. Tiger. Okay, so next case is the pagination. And the pagination is the sequence of screens. So the user goes to one by one. Thus, the movement was chosen to be the sideways. So you go forward, the next screen comes from the right, and when you go backwards, the screen goes back to where it came from. So we established the spatial relationship, and you can see the example on the left side. So now we think how we show the sideways movement. And we noticed that moving the content all the way from the border was so distracting, especially in the model, and we used the model as the item bottom sheet on the web. So we decided not to move the content all the way from the border, but still keep the sideways movement. So we move the content, either the leaving content or the appearing content, just slightly bit to show the direction. And also we added all the alpha changes, fades in, fades out to connect them both. So we also see that the bottom sheet changes in height, and we decided to keep the content always sticky to the top of the bottom sheet so that the child elements would always follow the mother element wherever mother element goes, up and down. And then the last element is a couple of touches and synchronizes steps, all transitions together, leaving and appearing, and the result of the final result you can see on the right. Tiger. And here's the specification sheet that helps the engineer not guessing what's happening on the screen. And you can see the timeline. You can see that it's in milliseconds. And you can see each affected element's properties change. And we highlight them and we describe what they need to do and how they relate to each other in an all big picture. And I think we now are switching to Cagatay, who will show how he implemented it.
Thank you. I'm not muted now, hopefully. Yeah, so let's continue now with the implementation side. Thank you, Masha. And in my part, I will talk about the Flutter implementation. We have this kind of models in all our apps, Android, iOS, React Native, but now we will discuss the Flutter side. First of all, about me, I'm Cagatay. I've been doing Flutter for 1.5 years and Android for the 7 years, and I switched to Flutter. And I'm kind of a person who learns by writing articles and speaking in this kind of conferences. And thank you, Anna, for inviting us to this conference and giving this chance. Today's demo is available in my GitHub repository, where I already show sample apps of the other articles that I published. I would really appreciate if you press star and if you find it useful, because this kind of things really motivates us to share more. Okay, we are in junior track. I will start with the basics of Flutter. No matter what level your Flutter knowledge is, I believe that these 4 videos and topics are very useful to understand how Flutter works. So this presentation comes with homework, which is watching these videos, understanding the topics, and reading the source code of the project. Let's start quickly with Flutter's trees. Flutter has 3 trees, and start with the widget tree. What is a widget? First, what we do by using widgets is we tell what UI element we want to see on the screen. And second, we configure this UI element by setting widget properties. Note that in the end, what you see in the screen is not the widget itself, but a render object. So widget is like a configuration. Think it like a JSON file. And widgets are immutable. We will talk about this in the next slide. When we add a new widget to the tree, we instantiate a new element corresponding to this widget. So each tree in the widget, tree widget has a corresponding element in the element tree. But we don't create actually the elements. When you insert a widget to the widget tree, the widget itself creates the element. So what is this element responsible for? We can get information about the widget, the size, the location of the widget in the tree, and the parent-children relationship of the widget. So element is kind of a bridge between widget and render object. It holds reference to both widgets and the render objects. And now we are talking about the render object. It's actually what you see on the screen. It is laid out and painted. So render objects is responsible for laying out and painting on the screen. Okay, the key takeaway from the previous slide that I mentioned briefly was that widgets are immutable. What does this mean? Once a widget is created, it can't be changed. And each time we have a build process, we create a new widget instance. It sounds like too much work in terms of performance, but I mean, we are not creating all these trees. Flutter does a really smart job. Try to optimize the amount of work by reusing as much as we can. So when we have a build phase, if the runtime type and the key is the same with the previous widget, then element and render object is reused. So we are not creating the entire tree at every build. And once a widget is removed from the tree, detached from the tree, corresponding render object and element is also removed. Okay, now rendering pipeline. Simple is fast. This is what Flutter is about. Because traditional cross-platform technologies bridge with native UI libraries. What it means that you write a code, and then internally it's an abstraction layer, and then internally native UI libraries is visible on the screen. But Flutter uses its own widget set. instead of system UI libraries. For example, when you want to show an Android button, Flutter knows how the button looks like because it's in widget set, material widget. And then it draws it on the screen instead of communicating with the native UI library and getting the widget there from there and then show it on the screen. So it bypasses the interaction with the system UI, which improves the performance significantly. And what is happening between these frames? So Flutter supports 60 frames per second. How a UI component is drawn in every frame within milliseconds. Whenever the widget tree changes due to user input or animation tick, we start in the build phase. It is actually in our daily work where we work in, right? We give Flutter framework a widget tree and we describe what we want to see. But actually, we are not drawing, we are not performing layout, positioning, sizing, and painting in this build phase. Flutter under the hood reads the widgets, elements, tells it to render object, and render object is updated or created. And when you change the text or color of the widget, render object updates the property. So we have this rendering phase by render objects. And finally, in the end, the engine takes responsibility of converting these inputs to logical pixels on screen. And in our daily work, I mentioned that we work with widgets and above layers, but we don't perform layout, position, and paint. We leave this to Flutter. In fact, many times we make mistakes, right? We see pixel overflows. We don't see the widget exactly in the place that we want to see. It's because maybe we didn't understand how widget's supposed to use, or the public API is not giving us enough space to do what we want to do. Or we have crazy designers that wants us really do crazy things. So, and also maybe we have some performance issues thanks to our designers. We really love them. And anyway, so doing this kind of things that widgets, public widgets API allows us might be limited. We can go down in rendering layer, and then we can take the responsibility of laying out, positioning, and painting by ourselves. But don't forget, this comes with a cost, and we might make mistakes. I mean, the cost is not about performance unless you make some mistakes. So it's kind of a low level, and you may not want to work there, but you can still use you can still be in the widgets layer and intercept in this performing layout, positioning, and sizing using these widgets introduced in Flutter API. Final thing, final theory slide. These slides are really important for me to continue in our talk. So Flutter motto: constraints go down, sizes go up, parent sets position. This is like every Flutter developer should know. The children must respect the constraints given by parent. So maximum width, minimum width, maximum height, minimum height. These are the constraints coming up from the render tree down to the widgets, child widgets. And then child widgets says that, okay, I want to be that size within these constraints. But in the end, it's the parent who says the last word. So even though you are sure that you give the correct size and position in widgets, you configure it correctly, parents, you need to see the widget tree as a whole, and parents might decide something else. Theory is behind. Now it is time for multi-page scrollable bottom sheet. Considering these requirements, we will continue, but let's talk about them. So bottom sheet page heights are intrinsic. So depending on the child here, the child size, we will have the bottom sheet page height accordingly. For example, here is full height, and here it takes the height of image, text, title, and paddings and input. Yeah. And the page height can be minimum 40% of the full screen and 90% of the screen height. And the remaining space here used for gesture detecting. Like when you tap, dismisses the bottom sheet. Okay, now we are using custom multi-child layout that I just mentioned. In the top level, we have this custom, we have scaffold, and then we have this custom child layout. It has a delegate, and then it has the bottom sheet content, and then the container which handles the tabs. But for simple cases, we can use stack for this. Why do we use custom multi-child layout? Because our situation is complex. We don't have a fixed height for bottom sheet. first we need to lay out the children and then get the heights, and then do this. But we are in build phase, so we don't know the layout heights of the children. So first we need to get the heights. And then second, we need to respect minimum and maximum height of this bottom sheet. Okay, let's continue with the delegate. What does this delegate do? Again, here we provide this delegate. The delegate helps us to work in the layout phase. So to size and position the children. What we will do? First, we will override the perform layout method of the delegate. It gives the size of this parent, which is this custom multi-child or full screen. And then we first lay out the bottom sheet content, and we are giving our own constraint. We are passing the constraint from parent to the child. So we define minimum height, maximum height here, 90% and 40%, and then we lay out it. Once we pass the constraint to the child gives us the size. So we will use this size to position the bottom sheet, which is like a height minus the size. So it should be here. And then once we have this size, it's very easy to lay out and position the tab area too. Anatomy of a page. We talked about this page. I followed the pattern which bottom navigation bar has. It has bottom navigation bar items, but it is not a silver bullet. So we came up with this kind of a configuration that tells us how a bottom sheet page look like. And then we have this skeleton widget, which holds outgoing widgets and current widgets. So as you see, it's not only one page. Until the animation transition ends, we need to keep both pages. So we need to run animations between those. And then we have these animated builders for each component of the page. For example, for the top bar, close button, back button, primary button, and the main content, we have them for outgoing widgets, and we have them for current page widgets. Then we wrap the skeleton with the value listenable builder here. What is happening here? This scrollable bottom sheet skeleton is a stateful widget, and then it's wrapped with value listenable builder, meaning that whenever the page index changes, this will be rebuilt. The entire subtree will be rebuilt. This is a stateful widget, so state will not be recreated. When the state is first created, we have init state method, did change dependencies, and then builds. But we need the page before the build, so we need to add the first page without animation. And then whenever we have the page change, it rebuilds, and then this configuration changes. So widget is, we have a different widget now, but we have the same state. And then what happens? The did update widget method of the state is called, and then we are adding a new animation with we are adding a new page with animation. How do we add page? I know we are running out of time. I will be very quick. It's not my fault that I need to speak fast. I need to be efficient here. I'm losing time while still talking anyway. Okay, so adding a page. So whenever we add a page, we have one animation controller which controls entire animation here, entire animation for different part of the bottom sheet page. And when the animation ends, we set the outgoing page to null, and then dispose the animation controller and make the current widget as outgoing widget for the next one, for the next page change. Then we have the switcher layout for each component, close button, back button. Each is a stack, and then with animated builders, it starts animation when built. For example, when this is built, we have switcher layout, which is, for example, action button, and then outgoing animated builder starts at 100 milliseconds and ends at 350 seconds. The opacity changes from 1 to 0, and it's from 0 to 1 for the incoming, and starts at 100 seconds according to the specs. Okay, this slide is the hardest one to explain, but don't worry, I will write article series about this. The problem here is that changing size animation. So when we have this size animation, we need to know the heights of the pages. Again, we need to know, we can't know this, it's in layout phase. But what we do this as a trick is using offstage widget. So what we do is that copying this page 1 and page 2, wrapping them in offstage. Offstage is a widget by Flutter library, and it lays out the child as it is in the tree, but it doesn't paint. Since it doesn't paint, only does the layout phase, You don't see it, but we know the size. So we have a global key inside this offstage page, and then we use this global key inside the original page to get the size of this widget. Yeah, this is very complicated, and I don't have time, so quick. Last one is this animation that Masha showed. So we need to know, again, the sizes. When Masha gives us this specs, we need to know the size of the text. Again, in the build, we don't know the size of the text because it's not laid out. But luckily, and my last slide, Flutter provides us a flow widget. And according to docs, I will read from the documentation, rather than positioning children during the layout, the children are positioned using transformation matrices during the paint phase of a flow delegate. So what we are doing is that we are providing the widgets, the children here, and we are defining a delegate. And in the delegate, the children are already laid out. We know their sizes, and we get their sizes from their global keys. And then when we paint the children, we apply the Y translation animation. So, and then scale, and then show the opacity, do whatever we want. And finally, I did it. 3 minutes. Whew. Thank you very much.
Hi. So sorry. Yeah, we just talked about you have some more time, but you rushed through. So
But
great
I
job.
can't believe I still made it. I'm really surprised.
Yeah, you made it. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I think it's a lot to process.
Exactly.
Currently, everything in my mind needs to process all of this. And we will have a QA session after our next talk.
Yes.
So probably the chat can process as well and throw all the questions in there.
Yeah.
So really looking forward to that. Yes, thanks, and hear you after the next talk.
Whew, thank you.
Take a break, relax. Yeah. Okay, so yes, our next talk and the last talk for this panel is actually from Elaine. Let me quickly add her to the stage. Hello, Elaine. How are you doing?
Good, good. Thank you. And you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you very much. So I don't want to steal your time. Maybe you just directly hop into your talk. If you are ready.
I have shared. Yes, I'm ready.
Perfect. Then let's get started.
Perfect. So let me check if it's okay. Yes. Welcome everyone. This talk right here, it's a very high level talk about mobile development in general. I know that people here, maybe you can see the title right here. The topic that I'm going to talk about is how to pick the right mobile technology for your project today in the end of 2021. Maybe you have already picked your favorite technology, which is Flutter. Of course, we are in a Flutter conference, but I'm going to explain really how a bunch of other technologies that are out there. Even if you like Flutter, I think it's still very valuable information. And it's really interesting also to know how the other platforms and other frameworks work and in which ecosystem they are integrated in and what you get with them. And of course, I'm going to talk about Flutter too. So this is nice. And so this is me. I'm Elaine. I work at Sphere, which is an agency in France, and I'm based in Paris. And I love native development. I come from Android native, really like. I've done some iOS too. I think it's really nice. And since Flutter is available, I really enjoy working with Flutter too. Really love it. I haven't said it before, but I'm actually also a Flutter GDE, a Flutter Google Developer Expert. So yes, I really, really enjoy the platform. And I'm going to talk about a bunch of technologies. Of course, I only have 30 minutes. I cannot talk about every platform, every solution that is out there. So maybe there are people out there that work for specific technologies. I don't have the time to talk about everything. So yeah. And when we say technology, this can actually mean several things. We can talk about a framework that is targeting a whole platform. So the UI part and the no-UI part. Maybe there's a solution that is focused for the UI part. So we're talking about a UI framework or strategies. other solutions, they are focused on the non-UI part of the app. So we're talking about a business logic framework. And then, of course, in order to actually do your app, you have to rely on programming languages. So I'm going to talk about a little bit on that too. So in a concrete way, what you can expect today from me, we're going to talk about native solutions. So the official SDKs provided by Google and iOS. So the Android SDK, the iOS SDK, some cross-platform solutions such as Flutter, React Native, Ionic, the web in general. It is a cross-platform by definition, and the concept of PWAs, this new, not that new, but the modern way to make web apps today. When you talk about UI frameworks, we can talk about Jetpack Compose, Swift UI, but also XML and storyboards for Android and iOS. We have the Kotlin multi-platform mobile that is targeting the creation of a shared library for the business logic. And if you're working with mobile technologies today, there's a high chance that you are programming either in Java, Kotlin, Objective-C, Swift, Dart, or JavaScript. So this is what we're going to talk about. And just so you know, this is the most mobile frameworks in general that are most used today in 2021. And you have here even the history since 2019 and the evolution. The ones that are on the square right here in the rectangle, I'm going to talk about. And you can see that I'm actually going to talk about the most represented ones. PhoneGap I'm going to talk about because it's the historical one, and Kotlin multi-platform because it's a newcomer that I really believe in, and the other ones I'm not going to talk about at all. And of course, we can be really happy for Flutter because according to the source, so it's actually JetBrains, the source, Flutter is officially in 2021 the most popular cross-platform mobile framework with 42%, and React Native it's now with 38%. So in order to talk about the frameworks and the ecosystems and everything, I think it's really interesting to see. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to make basically a summary of the history where we come from all of these mobile platforms. So everyone here knows that the modern mobile development today that still exists today, it's either coming from the iOS world or Android, and it all began with the launch of the iPhone and the Android phones. So we had 2007, 2008, the launch of those devices and all of the tools that were necessary to build apps. And then what is really interesting here is to see that in 2009, so really, really early on, we launched PhoneGap that got acquired by Apache. So it's now called Apache Cordova. And the idea behind it is to use web technologies and basically wrap a web view and launch it to the stores. So really, really interesting to see that it was launched really, really early. Then what is remarkable is the launch of React to build web apps. React, so framework from Facebook in 2013, and then React Native in 2015. In 2015, it was also the year where we first heard about the PWAs, those superpower, the web apps that had a native functionalities such as push notifications, offline managing, and stuff like that. Then 2017, we had Flutter Alpha, and then the stable one 2018. We had Capacitor, which is basically the son or the continuation of Cordova in 2018. So it's still working, it's still being evolving, and they have launched even more versions on the latest years. And what is really interesting here in the past few years is the launch of Swift UI and Jetpack Compose. So basically the declarative way of declaring interfaces of programming, basically your user interfaces on iOS with Swift UI and Jetpack Compose for Android. And what is really interesting too is the launch of KMM. KMM is actually still in alpha today. So KMM, Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile. So the way that Kotlin, the strategy that Kotlin provides us to build a shared library for sharing business code logic, and they have promised us a beta in early 2022. And really quickly, it's really interesting to see how the programming languages have evolved. When we started in 2008, 2009, and we had to build Android apps, we had to use Java 6. For iOS, we had to use Objective-C 2. And if you come back to Java, actually, Java, we had the launch of Java 8 in 2014. And the problem is that the Java 8 support for Android only came several years later in 2017, and the same year that we had Kotlin support for Android. And then in 2018, we had the release of Java 11, and the support only came this year, 2021, the year of the release of Java 17. So it's always they're always catching up to the latest Java version. Java is still a really nice programming language, especially the latest ones. But with Kotlin, that's really not even a discussion anymore to adopt it for new projects specifically. And we can see here the launch of Swift in 2014, which is nice. Every modern iOS project should be using Swift. We have the specifications of JavaScript 2, ES3, ES5, ES6. And we can see also, of course, we here in the Flutter conference, the launch of Dart in 2012. So those were the timelines we're coming from, how things evolved. So let's talk about how those different frameworks work. So the native ones, cross-platform, and the web itself. So native, how does it work? It is the official way to create an app. It is the first-party way to make an app. So when you're using the official SDKs provided by Google or for Android, by Apple for iOS, you're writing your app most likely in Kotlin or in Java for Android, in Swift or Objective-C for iOS. You have a code, and for the UI part, you most likely you still have a lot of XML files that you use to describe your user interface, but right now you should be migrating or using Jetpack Compose. And for iOS, you'll be using storyboards, but today it's really the new way to make interfaces in iOS is Swift UI. For this audience right here that really likes Flutter, it's really great that these new technologies have come around because Jetpack Compose and Swift UI, they have the same strategy of basically the programming strategy is the same. It is declarative programming, which is the same strategy that is used by Flutter. So this is really cool because people that are coming from Android or coming from iOS and that maybe know about Jetpack Compose and Swift UI, they would not have a really hard time to learn Flutter, which is amazing. And of course, you have first-party access to the platform. It is the first-party SDK, so it should work fine to have access to all of the widgets and everything that the platform provides to the users, such as all of the services, locations, Bluetooth, audio, etc. So React Native, it's using a bridge to connect with the platform. Your app it's going to be written using JavaScript because it's based on React. And then via this bridge, you're going to have access to the widgets provided by the platform. So if you declare a button in JavaScript at runtime, this bridge, will, if it's running on Android, it would show Android button. If it's running on iOS, it would show an iOS button. And you also have access to the services, the native services of the platform through this bridge. So Capacitor, Ionic, PhoneGap, and every web-based solution has the same diagram. Your code is written in JavaScript, and basically what you're using from the platform is a web view. You are relying 100% on web technology, and the really great part of it is that you're using the standards of the web that are really known and really well developed. But the downside is that you're basically wrapping this web view inside of a native app, and you're limited to the web view, basically. So if there's something that is not working well in the web view, your app is not going to work well. And you also, through Capacitor specifically and others too, you have access to a bridge to have access to all of the native services of the platform. So Flutter, the big difference with Flutter is that not only your code, yes, it is written in Dart, but when it's compiled, it is compiled to machine code, to very low-level code. And so it's really optimized for the machine. So this is really great for Flutter. And another difference too is that all of the UI part, all of the rendering, all of the widgets, they are completely managed by the framework itself, by Flutter itself. So this makes it even more powerful. And you have access, of course, to the services through the native services through platform channels that work really well. And then the web, because I didn't explain, but when you want to target mobile devices, when you want to make an experience for users that is targeting mobile, you can either build an APK, an IPA that will live on the stores, but on every phone, you also you always have a browser. So maybe for your use case, maybe for you, the web, so the browser is a nice solution. So for the web, I'm not a web specialist, but of course I know that in order to make a web app, you probably use a JavaScript framework, the most known today, React, Vue, and Angular. And what is really interesting in Flutter is that it can actually target the web too. You have Flutter for Web, and you can even build PWAs with that, which is really nice. So those were how the frameworks work. But when you pick a technology, what it's really important to have in mind is that you're going to be entering an ecosystem, and you're going to be taking advantage of that and all of the existing stuff that exists around this ecosystem. So let's take a look at them. So first of all, Java, even if it's not that used, it's still a really, really important programming language for the Android world. And it's present, it's very, very present, specifically for people that are interested in low-level stuff. The Android system itself, it's written in Java. So if you take a look at the AOSP code, the Android open source project, there is going to be a lot of code that is going to be in Java and C++ too. And what is really interesting with Java too is that you take advantage of all of the JVM ecosystem, so the Java virtual machine. When you make an application that is written in Java, you can target the JVM, and a lot of backend services are targeting the JVM today. So when you're using Kotlin, you're going also take advantage of a huge ecosystem that it's amazing, that is very rich, that is growing every day. And for mobile specifically, you can make, as I said before, you can make a shared module between Android and iOS, even for desktop and web too. But specifically for mobile, you can use KMM to share business code logic between Android and iOS. And you also have Compose. So Compose was originally developed by Google in the Jetpack module. So you have Jetpack Compose that was written for Android and that used Kotlin APIs. So JetBrains, the makers of Kotlin, they said, oh, Compose looks really nice. We're going to build upon what Google has made for Android, and we're going to make a Compose multi-platform, because the idea of JetBrains behind Kotlin is really to make a programming language that is going to work for everyone, for every device, for every architecture. So really this multi-platform state of mind. And Compose multi-platform just was released in stable like last week, and it is targeting desktop, web, and with Jetpack Compose, it's targeting also Android. So only iOS is missing to have a really full experience here. And I'm really looking forward to the day that Compose is going to work on iOS. We already know it's a work in progress, so really nice to have that in mind. Come on, network, yes. And as I said, JetBrains really has this cross-platform, this multi-platform state of mind for Kotlin. So in order to do so, they have made such that Kotlin is going really to target different kind of environments. So you can either compile your Kotlin for the JVM, so you target all of this whole JVM world. You can target the web through Kotlin JS, and you can target basically any kind of device through Kotlin native that is going to be compiling to native code. And a curiosity, this fun fact, for iOS KMM, it is using a Kotlin native. And what is really interesting too with Kotlin, specifically for the JVM, is that the bytecode is exactly the same. So the bytecode that is provided by Java or by Kotlin is the same that will be running on the JVM. Then with Apple, if you're doing iOS apps and doing Swift, you're entering the Apple ecosystem, which has a bunch of devices too, because we think frequently we think about iOS devices, iPhones, iPads, but we also have tvOS, watchOS, and we have macOS too. Of course, it's really niche, but again, there's a lot of tools and frameworks that are available, so you can use your knowledge of all the Apple ecosystem, all the build tools, and all the programming language Swift in order to build really nice stuff. And even Swift is an open source programming language, and it can target the server side. There's people that has some people have built actually a code that's working on server side with Swift, and it's cross-platform too. Of course, it works for all Apple machines, but it works too for in Linux. And what's notable here in the Apple ecosystem, just as Java is really important in the Android ecosystem, Objective-C is important on the Apple ecosystem, iOS still written in Objective-C, macOS too. Flutter, let's talk about Flutter, what we prefer here. So what's really interesting about Flutter for front end, it's that it is targeting, as I said, the hardware, the low level, the machine code. And what's really, really nice about Flutter is that the engine is shared amongst all of the different targets. The web is a little different because it's not targeting the hardware itself, it is targeting the browser. So the architecture is a little bit different, it's understandable. But even for the web, the framework itself, it's shared amongst all of the targets, and this is amazing. So the framework is exactly the same for all of the targets, and your app that you're building can be exactly 100% the same for all of your targets. But of course, in real life, you're never going to have 100%. Okay, if maybe your app is only a button that shows some text. Yes, when you click show some text, yes, maybe it's going to be the same for every platform, but it's not very interesting. Real world apps will have some kind of specifics for each platform, but it's going to be using the same framework. And this is really what it's really nice for me for Flutter, and the fact that it's really targeting the low level machine code. But when we we use Flutter. We are writing our apps using Dart, and Dart works in the backend too. It's really minor today, I think, but we can see some people that are adopting Dart on the backend. We have even seen at the latest Google I/O how you can target the GCP, the Google Cloud Platform, specifically Cloud Run, using Dart. So, and there's some packages that are using there are targets in the backend, and so this is really nice. And people that I have been using have been happy with it. So nice solution there. And then of course, if you're targeting the web, you're using JavaScript. So you are well, rather, if you're using JavaScript, you can either target the web, you can target the browser, and you're going to use a popular JS framework, but you can also target the server using Node.js. So in summary, these are the solutions that you can use, and which one, I show you here which one is targeting which platform. So I have Flutter that targets everything. You have Ionic that targets everything too, but it's using the web. You have Compose multi-platform for the UI that is targeting everything too. Kotlin multi-platform that makes libs for every device. You have Kotlin multi-platform mobile that targets Android, iOS, Compose for UI on Android, Swift UI for UI on iOS, React Native to build cross-platform apps, so Android and iOS, and then React, in which React Native is based, that is targeted the web. So I wanted to take just a few minutes to talk about what you can share when you are making an Android and an iOS application. So this is my opinion of what should be common amongst those two projects. So the UI for me, it should be, it could be maybe up to 95% of the UI could be shared if you're really lucky, and down to maybe 70%, something like that. You have to respect the guidelines of the platform, so it's never going to be 100%, but really high level of common UI. The code base could be almost shared too, because maybe you have some specific code per platform. And here on the downside, maybe it's 30%. This is the case where you have a native native project, so Android project, iOS project. And I believe that in most cases, you can share something. And what you can also share between those two teams, if you have two teams, it's some maybe patterns, some architecture decisions can totally be shared. And the last one that I wanted to talk about that I wanted to show you is that you should definitely, especially if you have two teams, Android team, iOS team, you should always have 100% knowledge of what you're actually building. It is not actually always the case. So yes, this should always be 100%. Should always have in mind the guidelines of each platform. Material design itself, it's cross-platform. But lately, I don't know if people here have seen, so this is basically the big boss of a material design for iOS. Material design hasn't had an implementation for iOS, and it is now in maintenance mode, because they said that Swift UI and UIKit have really improved. So material design really doesn't make sense. The implementation doesn't make sense for iOS anymore. So this is really interesting. I really want to see how Flutter is going to take that into account. And we can also say that a design system, if you're really lucky, you should have a design system in your project, and it should be this layer of abstraction of material design for Android and iOS guidelines for iOS that will respect your brand. So please respect your platform guidelines. So yes, how to pick. So first of all, you should be aware of how things work and where we come from. So everything that I explained to you before. Then you have to take into account the context of your app, of your project. Is it from scratch? Is it an existing app? what is the complexity of the app and how many features do you are going to build. Because if you're only going to build some really just a demo to show, I don't know, to very few people, maybe a concept, and it's only one screen and really easy, I want to tell you, well, basically just do whatever you know right here at the moment, because it doesn't matter. It's really, really small app, so you should just be really quick and do whatever you know. You should take into account the size of the team. It's not the same if you're 2 people and if you're 200 people, the current team skill set, and also what motivates them. If you're a tech lead and you wanted to push like Flutter into your native team, if people don't want to do Flutter, they won't do Flutter, and they will be really not motivated at all when they are going to work. So they are going to produce less, basically. Of course, you have to take into account the budget of your company and the current tooling too, the existing tooling that you have. If you have a lot of JavaScript tooling, maybe it makes sense for you to do your mobile experience in React Native. This is what Shopify has done. So you really should take into account all of that to decide. Also, what other technologies your project or company is using for web and backend, but beware of the full stack promise. In general, we really specialize. We really prefer only one specific part of the stack. Developer market, developer community, and developer experience to provided by the framework should really be taken into account. Some remarkable aspects to end. So for native, as I said, native, those are the official SDKs. They will always be the most up-to-date. If you really want to innovate fast, you're going to have the less friction to do so if you're using the official SDKs, and it will always be the ones that are closest to the OS. They are the official ones provided by Android, provided by Google, by Apple. They have the resources. They have really excellent engineering teams that are working in tooling. So really, really great choice. The downside is you have to have 2 teams, one for Android, one for iOS. For cross-platform, you are going to share the code base, but you should know a little bit about native too, how it works. And sometimes you have to wait a little bit to integrate with native features, the new ones specifically. And you have always to take into account is that you are third-party dependency to the native code, basically, or to the native project. You know that when you compile, even for Flutter, when you compile the project, you're basically running inside an activity, and it's loading your library as a native library. Of course, it is really optimized, but it's still like a library that is loaded, and you're inserting yourself in this native world. So really should take that into account. For React Native, what's really remarkable is that you're going to take advantage of the JavaScript ecosystem, which is really rich. You have code push, the fact that you can update your JavaScript bundle in production. For Flutter, there's a bunch of stuff that is really nice in Flutter, but my favorite are the excellent documentation, the components, the widgets that are given to us for free that work really well, and there are a bunch of them. This is really nice, and of course, hot reload and capacitor and every other web technology. They take advantage of the JavaScript ecosystem, but you have to keep in mind that you're running inside a web view. So you're going to be limited in that way. So in conclusion, a technology choice should be a big investment in your company or for yourself, in order for you to pick what you want to learn as a developer. And you should take really a lot of time thinking about them and how to pick the right one for your context. There's a lot of articles on the web, React Native versus Flutter versus this versus that, and conclusions and stuff. I have read a bunch of those articles, and they are always biased. They are always biased by something, and it's normal because we are always coming from somewhere. We all have a background, so we're going to be making some kind of shortcuts because we already know the native or we already know the web. So React Native is going to be better, and for me, it's nearly impossible to make 100% fair comparison between all of the existing technologies. So take that into account too. And my personal conviction is that tomorrow's mobile project will be native, a lot of them, but with with at least some sort of shared code, be it with Kotlin multi-platform, be it with a Flutter module or something like that, and or maybe 100% Flutter. But so that's even in the native world, we will have at least a little bit of part of shared intelligence or shared UI. So that's it for me. Thanks. Come back here. I can stop sharing. Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Elaine. That was a really great talk to get all the background behind that. It's super interesting. And we are heading to our QA session together with the Volt team now. So I will add them back on stream. Hi, welcome back, all of you. So we gathered some questions. There was one when you started your talk. I think it was when you were talking, Maria. It was asking, what is that widget which you are able to move the title? I'm not still 100% sure to which one this was related. Maybe you know what is meant by that.
I think Cagatay knows, yeah.
Go for
Cagatay,
it.
Mute.
You're still muted.
Okay, so what I meant is that we have this flow widgets, and with flow widgets, we are actually doing things after the build. Like we are intercepting there. So when we are working with flow widgets, we have its delegate, and the delegate has already information about the already laid out items, but they are not painted yet. So the widget that moves the title, in that flow, we can change the translation wise. So it's like a translation matrix. What we do is that we are actually applying a transformation in that flow delegate. So it's not a widget that moves it. It's just in the flow widget, we have the delegate, and in the delegate, we are painting in a way that we are changing the translation. Flow delegate enables you to size and position after the layout phase.
Okay, thanks. I think that helped. So the next one is, just out of curiosity, how do you create those small animated GIFs with functionality?
Yeah, I'm using the tool called Principle for Mac. It's a prototyping tool. It's quite easy to learn, and it also works in the way that you design the interactions, and you can plug your phone with a cable, and you can actually tap it itself and kind of try and feel how it is. So when we're doing that, we actually share the prototype with the designers, and then we discuss like between several versions how they do it. So that app is able to export videos and GIFs. And you can see with the pointer, so you can see where you're actually tapping. So
That's
Principle for Mac. Yeah. However, there are many of those. I think prototype is quite interesting. Even Figma is good. Even if you design in Figma, you can prototype very, very nice transitions there, and you can record them as GIF after.
That's how I do it, actually.
Great.
Yeah. I use the create a basic Figma prototype, and then I use the Figma Mirror app on my phone, and I just record my screen. It hides the actual recording UI, and then airdrop that to your desktop or do it from your phone, but then just run it through like a video to GIF converter, like Easy GIF or something, and it outputs you a GIF of that screen recording.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So the next question is probably for Elaine. What does low level mean next to Flutter?
Yes, when I was talking about, oh yes, I see it was on my diagram. Yes, I think it was not very clear. But basically, I'm saying that um, Flutter produces low-level code.
Okay.
Low-level code machine. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay, the next one, maybe all of you can answer that. Since Flutter now reached to be the most used cross-platform framework, what do you think about the future of Flutter?
I just wanted to say, yes, this is one source. Maybe you can find other sources that say other stuff. It's still a really, really serious one because it's coming from JetBrains. There's a bunch of people that responded to this to the survey. But yeah, the future of Flutter, I think, is beautiful. I think it's promising. I think it's going to be really, of course, a lot of people say, oh, should I invest all of my stuff and should we be using Flutter for everything? My personal conviction is that you should never be married to a specific technology. I think Flutter is beautiful and is going to be taking a really big how do you say, it's going to be really represented in the market in general, but maybe tomorrow some other company that is going to be creating something even more awesome, and we have to always be seeing what's going on left and right. And I said it, native development is still here, and native developers should not be scared about their jobs, because I always think that there are always going to be needs and to native knowledge, and we're always going to need them.
I would like to say also a few words about this. So if you are asking as a startup company owner, or if from business point, that's another topic. You need to check like how currently Flutter performs with your specific use case. Is it suitable for example, getting GPS and showing it on maps or something, or just like a retail app that for e-commerce or something. This is another case. But if you're asking out of curiosity as a developer, if I will lose my job in the future if I invest now, that's, I think, another story. I believe that it's not about the technologies. I'm always trying to not look like a fanboy, but obviously I really love Flutter, and like people in the company calls me like a Flutter guy. Well, I don't really look like to be a fanboy, but I really enjoy building with Flutter. And it's the most important thing. When you enjoy something, you understand how to build software and the principles. Other than that, I have done Android for 7 years, and this is only 1.5 years with Flutter with me. And if tomorrow there is a better technology, it's all about learning. As long as you know how to learn, then the future is bright.
Yes, I totally agree on that. Okay, any other opinions on the future? Otherwise, I would jump into the next question, because I see lots of questions coming in right now. I think we
can move
to the next one. Okay, so how would be developing for iOS as well as Mac OS M1 that supports iOS apps? How is it for Intel Mac?
If anyone can contribute, I would be really happy. I'm not an iOS specialist, specifically when you're also targeting macOS. What I know, since M1 it's using the same architecture as the iPhone, basically, so it's really easier to make apps that work at the same time for iOS and macOS that have the M1 chip. And for the Intel, I know that it's possible to through some kind of magic that Xcode makes. Does anyone know specifically? Though I know that there is possible. There is possible to basically use basically, if you have an iPad app that works for big screen, you can make it work for Intel-based Macs. In general, this is not a Flutter. This is for Mac, but I know that so this is for the Apple ecosystem, which I'm not a expert. I know some stuff, but I know that it can work. Yes.
Okay,
but
so
it's better now. It's better now with the M1 chip, but it still works for all Macs.
Okay. Next one would be Elaine. Great talk. What are your thoughts on Kotlin Native?
Great tool because it's basically using the same strategy that Flutter is using, which is targeting the machine. So amazing, and yes, really, really great stuff. And I have not actually done anything, a project that is targeting Kotlin native. I know that it works. As I said, I know that Kotlin multi-platform for iOS is using Kotlin native, but unfortunately, I don't have the time to test all of the technologies, and I have not tried a Kotlin native myself. But yes, Kotlin as a whole ecosystem, it's amazing.
Great. Thanks for sharing. So the next one, for beginners or people who are starting to build personal projects using Flutter, how would you guide them to work a certain way?
I can answer this. Oh, is there a second one? Please continue.
If they get to work in a huge official app, either in an internship job for a company or their own app that they want to release. Example, some important widgets that are necessary but not known.
Okay, so the first question I forgot now. Okay, it was about the learning path, right? I find the learning path very personal. Earlier, when I first started learning software, I was reading PowerPoint. I was always downloading PowerPoint slides, and then I started watching videos. Then now I'm writing and learning. So it's like very personal. But if we talk about Flutter in specific, I would say that Flutter documentation is amazing. The Flutter website. So the talk I gave today was all the information I got from Flutter website. Although there was one article about the constraints of the size, it was even from a Flutter community member from Marcelo. His article was so good that Flutter team put his article on Medium to the Flutter website. So I would say that learning, the best place is Flutter Dev. And then for the projects, recently we at Volt we hired a junior developer, for example. We really liked. He didn't have a daily task doing Flutter, but outside of his work hours, he was really we saw that he has potential to learn, and then we believe that he can build things. So if you have something you can show that we can see that you can prove it, then I think it's a good way to find a job with Flutter. So have something in your GitHub.
Yes. And this maybe also answers the second question?
Yeah. So it was my answer to the second question.
Yeah. Okay. So can't convince people to switch to Flutter. They say it's too changing a lot. What would you recommend in such case?
I don't know. Anyone can answer that, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Convincing people to switching Flutter. Well, I'm trying this nowadays too much because at Volt we have so many projects and there are new projects coming, different mobile apps. There are so many options. We do React Native, we do Flutter, progressive app, native, many things. So we need to think about the projects a lot. And how can you convince? I think one great thing is the community. I really enjoy being part of the community, this kind of conferences. And then the Flutter team, like I'm really happy to follow every single Flutter team person on Twitter. And even I got contact from Nilay, the Flutter relations, dev relations. I got my own dash here. So it is really nice to be in this. And I feel that the number of the people in the community is growing, not only growing, but also the contribution from the community is growing.
That's true.
Of course, there are other sites, like I mentioned in my slides, like it's not, you are not using the native system library. You're drawing on the canvas, you're drawing the pixels with Flutter's own library, so set widget library. So I think it's also like a big advantage from the portability point of view. For example, now we are building mobile apps for, I don't know, you can change tomorrow for desktop or some other things, even for TV.
Yeah, true. Okay, great. Thanks a lot. I think we are heading over to a break. And there are 2 more questions. Maybe you can afterwards quickly jump into the chat and answer them. That would be super great. Apart from that, thanks a lot for your talks. It was really interesting. And now enjoy your day, relax, grab a coffee, and we will see each other again after a 10-minute break. No, I'm actually gone then. Someone will take over. Sorry, forgot about that. So yeah, it was great being here, and see you next time.
Thank you.
And now we want to say a huge thank you to our platinum sponsors, Tide, for supporting this Flutter community and for helping us with this event. Tide is the UK's leading business financial platform, now embarking on their exciting international journey. And as a first market, they start with India. And also, besides that, they're expanding on their international team, and they're looking for new talents to join their mobile development team, and especially for Flutter developers. And if you're interested in some open positions that they have, and if you're interested in career with Tide, especially in Flutter, then definitely check out their website. They're open positions, they're open jobs, and I will post link to their open positions in the chat. So definitely check it out. Definitely have a look. And thank you once again for sponsoring us, Tide. Thank you for your support.
So, hi again. I see that everyone is enjoying this conference, and it's time to add to our stage our next moderator. So I would love to add Alexander to our stage. And he is our speaker, moderator. He is with us from our first conference where we would combine Flutter and React in one conference. Yeah, we had it. So Alexander is with us for a long, long time. So now stage is yours, and see you soon.
Thank you, Anna. Thanks for this introduction. So yeah, hi everyone. My name is Alexander. I am from Kharkiv, Ukraine. I'm a senior staff mobile engineer at Tide. and a speaker on seniors track. So happy to be here on the junior track as well. I'll be a moderator for the upcoming few talks. So you know what to do, right? Prepare your questions to our speakers and do not hesitate to post them in the chat. And now I will present to you the next speaker. Just a second. Here. This is Jan Stepien. Hey, Jan.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. How are you?
Awesome, awesome. Jan is a Flutter developer who loves to share his knowledge with others. He tried different languages and frameworks, but found Flutter the most appealing. So Jan will talk about a really important thing, about the white labeling of your apps. Oh, yeah, I know from my experience how tricky that might be, so I just cannot wait to learn from an expert on how to do this properly. So, Jan, if you are ready, this floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alexander. So, I am Jan Stepien, and I am a Flutter developer at Widgeters. And I'm here to tell you about how to migrate your project into white label solution. As you mentioned, it might be tricky, but I'm trying to bring it to you in the most pleasant way. So what I'm going to talk about is actually, first, I'm going to explain what a white label term is, so we are all on the same page here. Then, as a next step, I'm going to tell you more about my previous commercial experience and what kind of approach we implemented. And as a result, I'll show you how can it be done. Of course, you can't go without the code. So I will walk you through the code that I prepared to show you the implementation scheme. And then at the end, we're gonna talk about the good or bad of implementing white label. How can you benefit from it, and how, when sometimes you shouldn't even consider it. So let's go. What is white label? So as the first step, we're gonna have to make sure that everyone knows what white label is. So the weird name white label covers a really simple and a common idea that you can see all around us. In simple words, it's just configurable product. At the end, it's configured in such a way that simply by adding a label to it, it can act on the market as a completely different product. Of course, when we talk about applications, word label actually loses its true meaning. So to fully understand how it relates, let's from now on use the word configuration. Here's an example. In real life, a perfect example of the same mechanism that we would like to implement in our application would be branding a t-shirt. So t-shirts are made by a few factories as a white label product. There is even thousands of brands of clothes, but only some of them produce their own product. What the rest does then? Yeah, they buy them and configure it. So the basic configuration of a t-shirt would be dyeing the t-shirt to the right color. You can see it's already changing your base product into something new. Then you can get your t-shirt printed over with your custom styling or brand name. Finally, a company would attach a label to it and then resold it to an end customer for a profit. The simple mechanism is used all over the world. So it doesn't surprise me that you kind of understand how it works. But the very same idea can be actually built into our application. We can make a single template of an application, and just with a configuration, we can change or even replace content in it. As you probably can imagine, the clothing companies do that to reduce the cost. So if we can do the same in our application, we not only reduce the cost, we actually reduce the development time for a new application of the same kind. So once more, you're boosting the development process so you can earn more money in lower amounts of delivery time. That already sounds great. So then we can serve more customers, which each of them going to bring more profit to our business. And it comes down to one single application project. The idea sounds super fun. So how do we start it? For me, it started with a flavor. In my first commercial experience, the approach of white label application back then was really new to me. I went to see the project using a flavor implementation. For those of you who don't know what flavor is usually considered as a configuration of the different environments, such as development, testing, and production. But it also provides a nice idea of properties. So you can then basically read off the properties and use it in your application wherever you need it. So that was the first approach I met in the company. It worked nice until some point. Yeah, back then we finally reached a situation where the solution was just not enough for us. So what was the real problem? We started to seeing that our application started growing and growing in size, and we couldn't figure it out why. It actually came down to a single spot where we would have to provide all the assets for the whole bunch of customers in the main application. And each application would actually consist of the very assets needed for every configuration. So you already see that it's just not the way to go. The big problem for us wasn't the flavor and passing data into the application. Those were fairly easy. The big problem came to all what was around the Dart code. For us, it was the assets that are sitting in the folder next to the Dart code. Also, it was the fonts, which are custom fonts, are also downloaded and set up in a pub/spec file. So we had to create a custom-made script just to replace all the assets and replace the content. And at the end, it all seemed just weird. As we are using that same pub/spec file, we had trouble not to import all the fonts used by all the flavors, as they were specified in the file itself. Then again, bundling it all, everyone knew that this is the reason why our apps are getting so big. We end up with huge application size, and we had to do something with it. Back then, we were using also the target argument. The target argument to allow us to differentiate between the flavors we were building with. So still, every configuration we are having was contained in the same project. So at some point, it made you wonder, how can we achieve a project with a top-level project settings that we can customize for every application and still reuse the very same code base with passing the configuration from the top? So you probably know this well. Sorry for the quality, by the way. Basically, every single application starts with a main file where the top widget is bound to the root of the widget tree, a widget. So all we need to do is find a way to transform our whole application into a single widget. But wait, it's usually still the entry point, right? It's kind of done already. So at the start of your application, by creating the topmost widget, you are doing all the work. So now we just actually have to just pass the configuration into the widget and maybe wrap it in some kind of different project, and we should be good to go. Yeah, the idea sounds promising. So what we want to do, we are going to set up 2 projects. From now on, let's call the base project the current application you are using. And the product project, the project that's going to use the base project. And then we're going to try to figure out a way, how can we provide a configuration to our application? So the base project is the one carrying actually all your features. The product project is just a Flutter project that has all the abilities to be set up with everything, basically. Okay, the idea from now on should be just as simple as it can be. So we are already using the mechanism in multiple ways to import a custom widgets. Just those are not widgets made by ourselves. We can easily create a base project and just name it. Give it a name, make it meaningful. For me, for my example application, it was a shopping app. So that's how I named it. I used this project, my base application, which has some shopping app features in it, and import it into a different project, just as a dependency. You see, I've used the relative path here, so I'm creating the actual project right next to each other. But you know the way, dependencies, just import them, and that's as simple as it can be. So then you're going to use the base project as a widget. So you are actually referencing not your usual template my app, but the app that is imported from the shopping app, so a different project. Then we need to somehow set up the configuration. Yeah, it's usually going to be coming down to, okay, let's feed our widget. Widgets can take arguments, right? So why don't we just feed him the configuration? Yeah, that should also work. Here, we're going to create a configuration, consider it whatever you like. We're going to get into the details how to set it up properly later on. And also, I've decided here to show you a product repository. So I'm also passing some kind of product repository. So you can imagine it's feeding me a data, who knows? Yeah, but it's not strictly bounded to the underneath application. So it's actually a way to get your data source and maybe a mapper of different data sources into your current application. Then there's nothing that stops you from passing stuff into the widget, right? Okay, that seems fairly easy. So how about the run the product project? And we should be good to go. Yeah, those were my steps. My very simple idea, just to create product project and then import it as a base project into other project as a dependency. Then we're going to use the base project just as we would use a different widget from a different package. At the end, we're going to pass the configuration to the very base project to create the application. Simple, right? Might be. So let's break it into points. Let's consider configuration and base application separately. We have to first, let's go with the application first. At the start, we have a single application. What we are going to do with it? We already got like a shopping app fully working on. The first thing we need to make sure is we will well-structure the application. The code quality here must increase. I'm sure you are making a great application with great patterns and using all the best code styling, but there's always something that can be structured better, especially when we're going to make it as a dependency into other project. You should also consider it the very best way, the very best time to structure it as you can. Then make sure it's well tested. You do want to test your application thoroughly before you're going to import it into plenty of different applications. Then make sure your code doesn't have any code smells. It has good readability. At the end, it's the whole code that you're going to deal with, and the bug's going to be there, not in your configuration app. So make sure you are doing very best you can in writing a quality code. At the end, we're going to extract the configuration, and we should be ready to go. All I mentioned here is just actually a refactoring. And this is the most important step in your application configuration. You have to be aware that if you're going to reuse the existing code, you're actually going to just copy and paste the bugs to all the application you are currently making. And you're going to be making plenty of different configuration based on the same code base. That's why you should consider it as the most important step. You are going to reuse all the cool features you developed, but any bugs hidden in the current code will strike with double the force. And that's assuming only you're going to create 2 different projects of the same code base. So this is very important step, and you should always consider it when going white label. And the last step, extract configuration. What it actually means. So we want to ask the question, what I want to be configurable. So we can make an educated decision on how to set up our configuration file. And usually, if you ask anyone, the answer comes down to a single word: everything. And I don't blame you. If you ask me, I would probably also answer the same. I want complete freedom in doing whatever I want. I want my app to be tailor-made just for my needs. So I want full customization of every widget in my app. And if you're looking for that, then you're not looking for a white label solution. Sorry, but the truth is that white label is quite opposite. I have this application and I can make some tweaks in it. I can make look like and work as similar but other app. And you just have to remember that you're still dealing with the very same product underneath. So the more complex your idea of customization will be, the more troubles you're going to meet in the future. And I think it's the most important thing to realize. Your configuration can be super simple. You can change everything you want to change in your application. Sure, you are dealing with a regular Flutter project. There's nothing crazy in it. Just make sure that you are making this decision and you're going to take the full responsibility of it. Because at the end, you're going to maintain the code for all the customers at the same time. And the code change in one place can actually result in different customers having trouble in his app. Okay, so why don't we settle that what we want to do first is create our app with bare minimum of customization. So it actually is a different app, and it feels like it is a different app, although it shares the same code base. So the first thing you can be almost certain that you want to change are the names of the application or the texts used in application. Then you're going to obviously touch some theme. Every company has some branding colors, and they will want to implement them. At the end, all the images you're going to provide to the application also has to be changed. And they are usually those three are the three things that matter the most in the branding strategy of a company. Okay, so let's start with the names. We got an app name, we got a brand name, and we got some content strings. The first things you would like to change is the app name, what is going to be displayed in your iOS on Android home screen. You want it to be distinct from other apps, obviously. The same will go to the brand name that is used within application. That's also part of the thing that you need to consider customizing. And obviously the rest of the strings, some titles or button names or special kind of alerts you would like to take care of. So with the app name, it's again something that's going to be outside of our Dart files. And brand name and content strings are used inside. We already said that we're going to provide some kind of configuration into our widget. So let's not worry too much about the brand and content strings. But the app name is outside. So we should actually consider as a separate project. That's why what I suggested to you is you create a single project for every product customer you're going to have. What about the themes? Yeah, with the themes, with the colors, fonts, and text styles, for example, we are actually lucky enough to have the great Flutter team. So they implemented the theme for us. We can all use theme data, and I think it's the most underrated tool in the whole Flutter set. It has so much potential and so much power, just people don't tend to learn it the right way. Like they tend to skip it and just go with the flow. I think this tool will enable you the theming on the highest level. But obviously, if you want to override it at some point with your configuration, we should also allow that. So these things, let's consider them very simple. Let's move to the next point. Images. So there are three kind of images that I want to focus on. The first would be the app image, the very first image you see of your application tile on the screen of Android or iOS. And this one also is configured in the not.dart files. So this is also a thing that we have to look and say, oh yeah, we really would like a new project containing our solution. The same is going to go, and network image and asset images, the same going to go for asset images, sorry, as assets also are stored outside of the Dart files. Network image shouldn't be cause any trouble as we already are fetching it. So asset images and app images again show us that what we need is a project that contains all the configuration of the current application. So the result is, it can be made as long as we have one project per app instance. Great. We now know that we can configure the very minimum stuff that can make our app look different. Okay, so let's take a few steps back. We settle on what is going to be configured, and we also said that we are ready for it. Okay, so let's do it. We're going to have configuration and white label application. That's going to result in a branded application. So I got some code to show you. First, let's briefly what we are looking at. I got three projects here. The very first project contains a single project, which is the My Starting application. It's my application that doesn't have much features in it. It has a home screen, it has a product screen, it has a shopping cart, which was actually never implemented on UI. Okay, so my features come down to a project, a home screen, and product. In simple words, it's going to be an application displaying a list, and you can actually see just a quick master detail view. It's simple enough for us to provide some kind of customization. So let's start here to keep this stuff really simple. What we have here is a database containing all the names of the asset files, the name of the actual product, and some description. The assets are bundled in our assets folder as usual. So we have to take a look at the pubspec file. The pubspec file actually imports the assets. That would be the main problem that we had when we were using flavors only, that we would have a shared folder containing all the assets together of all the customers made application. Okay, I've also imported block and equatable just to have this state management, but it's again non-essential. You can do application however you like. When we're going to go to the main, you can see that we are doing nothing crazy. We are actually just having the application, and the application itself has some multi-repository providers, again, block stuff, and it has an application. It generates homepage, and the homepage has another block builder in it. We're going to respond to the products that got loaded, and we're going to make the tiles, as you can see here. Yeah, it ain't much of a feature, but it has something. It has data source, which is a product service, actually. It's a service that's going to just read the database file that you're going to pass it. I know those strings look ugly, but we're going to take care of them later on. I've also introduced as early some kind of abstraction, because you have to be aware that whenever you are dealing with some kind of customization, it's always good to introduce abstraction to your classes so you can replace the content on the fly. My first version of an application has this abstraction already implemented, so I know I'm going to use it all along the coding. And also the repository, consider it as a place to map your data from the service you are getting, is also a thing we should consider, as it's injectable. And dependency injection is a huge thing in customizing. You will see how we're going to use it in a second. So yeah, That should be my very base application. Nothing crazy, just a single screen, or maybe actually 2 screens, but it's good enough for us to try to white label it. We've talked about the project structure of the current project. We've talked about the pub/spec file where it has its asset imported. We also remember to set its name so we can actually point to it in other projects. Okay, that was our first step. Our entry point, our application that has the bare minimum of any features that we want to implement or white label. Let's go to the second project. The very second project I have also has a main file, but it has some weird stuff going here. At the end, I'm providing some kind of app configuration. Okay, that sounds mysterious. That wasn't in the previous project. Yeah, it wasn't. It's actually the change that I introduced. The rest of the project didn't change at all, actually. I'm even not using yet the app configuration anywhere inside of my application, although I'm providing it. Of course, you would not do that, but it's just here to show you that this is the decision point. I've created the configuration file, and in the configuration file, again, some kind of abstraction, so I can then depend on it. The configuration file is going to configure all the stuff I've set that I want to be configurable. So as we said, we want to have the app title configurable, so I can reuse it all over the application. We want to have the assets folder name, although it's not that essential, as we are already setting up a pub/spec file. So it's just good to have if you're going to reach a deeper nesting of the folders later on. But yeah, it's there. And the powerful theme data, which we just can't underestimate. I also passed in some kind of database configuration. Why not? I'm just going to show you that you can do whatever you want in here. That's why you have to be responsible about taking your decisions, what you really want to be configurable. The homepage configuration and the homepage detail configurations are the one that's going to have a result on the UI. So again, let's take a look what they do. In the database, I thought, okay, how about I'm going to define some database type that my application can serve. If you're going to see, it's just an enum saying if I'm going to read the file or if I'm going to have a REST API take care of the data for me. It's not much, but again, at the end in the application, you can decide what kind of approach you're going to follow, whether you're going to make every type of configuration and just say, yeah, I'm using database type A, and then pass me the string. Or you're going to use, okay, I'm going with the injectable configuration of the repositories and services. I went for the second option because I use dependency injection as, in my opinion, one of the best mechanisms you can do, because it's also not giving you only the stuff you need, but it makes them really testable. If you're going to provide everything through a constructor into the class, then everything in the application is predictable depending on the parameters you are feeding him with. Once again, the homepage configuration is the configuration that I set to have a meaningful input on UI. What I decided to do is I don't want to have these boring tiles in here. I want to change them into something different. So if you actually see, the configuration has a different number of products in a row, or row padding, column padding, product aspect ratio, or content orientation. This one is also my defined enum. You can define your tiles if you want them to be horizontal or vertical. Yeah, this is the configuration I've settled to just show you that mainly anything can be done when it comes to the UI. You want to remember that white labeling should always be considered as a big UI change and not a functionality change. Okay, so I've created my own Fruit app configuration that actually implements app configuration. Here, I'm defining all the data I want to be configurable and in what way I want the configuration to be to have influence on my application. Again, I haven't plugged it in yet into my application. It's just here to show you that the configuration files and the main file can be provided into the current application. The real magic going to happen in the third version of our application, where we already settled on the configuration we want to use. Then we can actually export our application as a base project. You can see that in here, I don't even have a main file. Of course, you can have the main file if you wish. Then it's going to make it, for example, easier to do some testing. But then you don't need it. At the end, I'm treating my project just as a standalone widget. Yes, I've decided to inject into my widgets the app configuration and also the product repository, just to show you that everything you wish can be done. It's important to realize that you are aware of the consequences of importing more and more stuff into your project. You want to stick with the bare minimum, but then at the end, you as a developer, it's your responsibility to take care of the code you are creating. So again, here, our application, if we're going to go back a few steps, we should also take a look at the pubspec files. Our base application has some dependencies, for example, a provider or a block. Yeah, our fruit is the actual application that it's made with a configuration of the base app. To see that, we can go to the main file and actually see that our main app is run from a shopping app, the one that is being imported in our pubspec file. All the dependencies here are gone. Now it's a base product that is dependent on the provider of Flutter block. We are just implementing it inside. So all the changes from now on I'm going to do in the base code. And you have to be aware that it's going to influence all the applications that use the base code or that depend on it. So what I'm doing here is actually using the application and feeding in with the configuration. Again, it's super fun here. If you can see in our base code, we are using abstraction. So we can pass app configuration and product repository different for every single customer we're going to build an application for. As you see, the veggies have a completely different configuration and will result in a completely different build. More, they're using completely different repositories. They can map their products on the way, although they don't. They actually use the same database pattern. But let's skip that. You can map the data here however you like. You just have to make sure that you're going to use the abstraction that you created before. Okay, so the final result of me creating two applications is as I have two separate projects, I can provide them with two separate configurations for the Android and iOS dependent files. The Flutter project is here and is using the base implementation, but all what is around him, I can customize for my customer's needs. So I have the VeggieMe application and I have the FruitBee application. They both base on a shopping-based application that we've seen previously. But you can actually see that, yeah, those are obviously pre-built, so you don't have to wait, pre-built. Yeah, so you can see that although it's the same base code, the two applications, so the Fruit application here, has a dark theme in it. And although I know it looks ugly, but it is completely different application at the end. At the end, it's up to your designer if he can make this look good or not. I'm not a good designer myself, so I'm not gonna even ask you to judge my skills there. But yeah, the application looks completely different, have a different result, although the features still stay the same. You can add the application to the shopping cart and just view the card as we go. So yeah, customization here is done. You can do whatever you like with it. You can customize it on so many levels that you can. Just please don't overdo it. It's the usual thing that you want to customize everything. Settle on some features like key, and they're going to change the real global appearance of your app. The customization level of using the theme is basically no cost. You can customize the theme inside here, and it's not gonna actually influence any of the logic. But if you start messing with some kind of configuration, if your tile should be horizontal or vertical, you have to keep in mind where it's positioned in your application, whether it's going to be used as a list tile or a grid tile as it's used here. Everything will have its consequences if you're not going to do it properly. So clean code, it will allow you to do it much better, much faster, and always consider an impact. If you're making changes in your base application, how it's gonna impact the other customers. Okay, this is the quick example of my application. So you've seen how to prepare existing app. So we have to decide on the points that we want to be configurable. I went with the tile sizes, the padding, and the colors. That's it. But you can go crazy on it if you wish to. You can also go with a, you also have to decide how to restructure your project. You want the top configuration to be injectable. You want to use the dependency injection to your advantage, and you want to use a lot of abstraction to create a project that has a really good design. Then think of a way you're going to provide data into the application. And at the end, you're going to benefit from abstraction a lot. So what? We got actual two-in-one app. So is white label good or bad? As usual, there's no right answer to it. And this kind of approach depends on multiple factors. It depends on the code base of an existing application. It strictly depends on coding skills of your development team. And I can tell you that it's not easy to configure and keep the customer happy. There's also going to be some business problems you have to figure out. You have to be at the meetings with the actual customers to tell them this is possible, this is not. And you should always be in touch with your business team if they need some kind of guiding or advice. I know that white labeling will work very well for small and uniform projects, although I wouldn't go crazy on it. It's important that set of features should be more or less the same, and you are going to just make some UI changes that's going to make it look like a different app and have the features that's already been tested and that are crucial for your application development. The good example is the shopping application. It provides very similar data model among multiple different shops, and it also has a finite number of features in it. So those two, I think, are the perfect match. So the same goes with my current experience in home catering applications. They all provide very low complexity and share more or less similar features in all of them. So, but there are so many factors you have to consider right away at the beginning that you should always think if white label pattern matches your business expectations. No doubt, super quick production time for new customers is a great advantage. You can have unlimited number of projects in price of one project. You're going to share the code base. So if you're doing it well, you're going to provide quality everywhere. And we all know that quality and low delivery time will make you plenty of money. Yes, there are some bugs. The same, actually, what are the goods? If your code is not bad, then probably after setting up 2 customers, you're going to scrap the project or make some major refactoring. At the end, it is shared code base. So it means bugs everywhere, unless you prevented it previously. So it also enforces a business developer collaboration. Although I don't think it's bad, I think it's great that we as a developers have a way to say no or to say yes, or even maybe. We should have a word in our business talks. And I think it's the most important thing that's going to make you differentiate between a developer and a great developer. But for some people, it's not a thing. That's why I put it here in the but section. In the end, you can think of a dream scenario where you are going to provide such a great way of such a great abstraction that you can customize more or less everything. Or at least you can define a set of customization features. For example, 3 ways to display a tiles on a list. while you're stacking what a project, you might want to at some point decide to create some kind of widget wizard where the customer will input his brand, logo, and colors, and the predefined 3 kinds of views for every feature. He just clicks through the web form, and at the end, it creates the app configuration. He selects the predefined database types with providing you with the maybe Excel file or some kind of database access. And in 10 minutes, you have fully set up cross-platform mobile application. There's no doubt that Flutter is a technology to Nedin, and it's gonna move mobile business into even smaller customers than before. And at the end, you might be actually the one who's gonna make it and provide quality to small businesses. Seeing what is going in the home catering mobile application, where they just duplicate the code and rebrand it just to reach a wider market, I know is the future. And that presentation was for you to know how can it be achieved. And also for you to please care about the quality of your implementation. Thank you. Yeah, I think we have some time, so I can answer some questions of you.
Yeah. Thank you for this presentation and for sharing your experience. By the way, you are an okayish designer. So
I wouldn't say so, but thanks for being so nice.
Okay, I think that we will learn a lot about GraphQL from the upcoming talk. Nevertheless, a question for you too. What is the best way or the easy way to fetch data from web server, JSON or GraphQL?
I don't have experience with GraphQL. The easy way to fetch data from a web server. I don't actually know how to answer you the questions. Like, you can do it in so many ways depending on what is your setup, on what is the actual API look like how. So I can't tell you. You can set up a service that's going to do the job, but it's just plain Flutter. Like, I don't really get the question here.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, maybe we will get an answer from the upcoming talk.
Maybe.
So the next question, is white label applicable to apply in small application? What is your advice for small application?
Yeah, it actually is. If you would think of a small application, meaning let's set our definition of small for like 5 to 10 screens of fairly complex. They can be fairly complex, but like 2 endpoints of saving the data, and then it's like displaying. So it's basically what I have in my home catering application. It serves me the data of what's going to be my meal like, and I can also reschedule if I would like to. But at the end, my decision comes to like 3 yes or no questions. So this is the low complexity application that white label is going to work best. And same goes with, like, obviously the meals have kind of same structure of the data model. So it's like super convenient for you to create those. That's why there is such a huge amount of those kind of applications. Yeah, because it's just perfect solution for it.
All right. And a few questions maybe from my side. So you said that the base project should be well covered with tests.
Yes.
And what about result apps? Any recommendations on testing result apps?
Result apps?
Yeah,
the configuration. Sure. This is the problem, because like mainly the result app is gonna, obviously, if you're gonna implement the service, you do the testing. If you're gonna it's the basic of your workflow. But the key thing I think that is like getting lost on the way is the actual configuration itself. People tend to put their stuff that's kind of meaningless as a result. Like, you're gonna put some kind of configuration that just doesn't fit, but it's gonna stick there. Like the code, that code sticks. Like when you put it once there, it's really hard to get it out. So for me, it would be important to make a real educated decision on configuration. Obviously, you can do the whole testing. Yes, but Again, if you're going to test the string, if it is string, I don't find it very useful. But if you want it, you can do it. Anything you are creating in the containing app, the product app, should be tested if it can be tested. Like it makes sense to test it, basically.
Okay, thank you. And how difficult it is to scale and upgrade that result applications, like configuration applications? Because when you add functionality for a single client, for example, you need to deal with the fact that you're adding that functionality to all other clients. Like any pro tips here?
Usually how we implemented it is you would basically have a configuration that is a set of flags saying, I have this feature or not. And not every customer wishes to have the feature, although he can benefit from it. Like he just doesn't feel like he wants it, and he doesn't want to have it to take care of it. And like the customers can be picky, and you can offer them stuff for free, but they don't always want it because they can, for example, not match their business needs. So you should always, implementing new feature, be aware to make some kind of on and on switch, and it also should be on the configuration level of an application. And yeah, that's how I haven't talked about it, but when I implemented the shopping list, you should be considering also, like, even though it's like key functionality here, like how about if I don't want to display a list of things you added to cart? It doesn't make sense here, but you should be able as a customer to decide that's what I want. And honestly, the price of it is very low.
Okay, yeah, and should we prepare ourselves in advance and build the app with white labeling in mind from the beginning?
Like you are dealing with abstraction, you are dealing with well-tested code, well-structured code, like who doesn't want it? Like those are the building blocks of a white label application in the future. So the better quality of code you're dealing with, the more easy time you're going to have if you're going to, in future, try to implement it into a white label mechanism. Yeah.
All right, so more questions from the community. Can we say white label is a part of reusability concept?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, like it's what we have. We have a project, we configure it off the top. At the end, you can have multiple project dependencies. The tricky part is to keep them in sync. That's the core problem that you're going to meet, that at some point, one customer wants this, second doesn't, and the juggling of the features you are plugging in is also a thing that you have to consider. But yes, it's just a building block, and then you can attach new blocks to it. Sure.
All right, and we have one more question. I use block architecture in Flutter application. Inside the block class, I write my business logic and also write the logic to fetch data from API server. Is it a best practice? And should I separate the API call from block calls?
Yeah, I suggest always to build services as a separate way and just inject in, like from even in my example, as you see, I use the pattern that you have a block, then you have a repository, and then you have the service. So I'm really like putting some kind of abstraction layer between the block and the service, even though it doesn't do anything, it just propagates the call. In future, it's going to enable me to do some mapping there or make some checks whether the flow is great. So yes, you should always consider extracting your API calls into some kind of class that is responsible only for that. And the second question was?
It was the second part.
Sorry. So the first part is you should consider a better pattern.
All right, and the very last question for you. Is too much configuration to cater multiple clients can be performance bottleneck?
What to cater means? Multiple clients.
Well, is it even possible for this approach, to have this approach, might it lead to some performance bottlenecks and some performance problems?
Performance. Like you probably gonna do some kind of injection of widgets even in the code, in the base code. So if you consider let's call it a simple if statement or a simple mapper that's going to case your widget type you chose into the result, then I don't see, it's not costly at all. So we're all dealing with a single project, a single application. So the performance bottlenecks can come from only the bases, and the base should be also, again, it's your developer responsibility to create it in such a way that it will not cause any trouble. And I don't actually see a reason it should. So I think we're fine with the performance.
Yep. All right, Jan, thank you so much for this awesome talk, but we need to move forward.
Sure.
So our next speaker is Samir Kashyap. Samir is a developer student club's lead and a cross-platform developer who uses Flutter for mobile and React.js and Next.js for web apps. Samir will tell us everything about GraphQL and how you may avoid the difficulties of the REST APIs with it. This talk is pre-recorded, but still send your questions to the chat and Samir will join us to answer them later.
Hello everyone, thank you for attending my talk on how to build Flutter apps using GraphQL. So let's dive into it and check out how we can use GraphQL to build an awesome Flutter app. So a bit about me. I'm Samir, I'm from Bangalore, India, and I'm currently working as a software engineer at FrontRow. And luckily, in 2020, I was able to attend the GraphQL Asia Summit here in Bangalore, which was one of the biggest GraphQL Asia Summits, and I was able to see how a lot of large companies are adopting GraphQL, and it really gave me an amazing idea. So let's talk about the problem with REST APIs and why we need GraphQL in the first place, right? I think one of the biggest problems with REST APIs is the multiple round trip times, especially when you have something like polling as a feature in your app. You have to keep sending a request to get the latest data. But using GraphQL, you can avoid this totally and make your request simpler. Another problem is overfetching and underfetching of data. Say, take an example of when you have an app, which is a social media app, and there is a post in which you're showing the username and the user profile image. But in this case, the REST API is returning only those two fields. But when the user clicks on the user name and you have to show the latest data, which is the entire user object, you have to make another REST API call again. But using GraphQL, you can easily eliminate this issue and get all the data in a single API call. This will help you easily manage your data, and you can retrieve the data using nested objects. Another one is too many endpoints. Especially if you're a front-end developer, you know the pain of remembering hundreds, thousands of endpoints in a REST API, especially if the backend specifications keep changing, and especially if the API isn't documented at all using something called like Swagger, then it's a real pain to remember all those endpoints and see what endpoint is returning what data. But in GraphQL is self-documented and it easily updates with the existing schema whenever the backend updates. So the backend developer too doesn't have to put in a lot of work to keep changing the API documentation and keep changing the API request and response. This way, both developers can easily access the API specification and easily build in a very optimized manner. The last one is REST APIs are schemaless. Because of this, the client can often get unexpected data. A Boolean could change into an object, which could really cause problem on the front end. Especially in Dart and Flutter, because we have to pass JSON, it sometimes becomes hard, especially if you're using JSON serializable. You know that passing null into these values would throw an exception. This could cause some serious null issues. But in GraphQL, you always know that there is a schema, there is a valid type system, so you never get the unexpected data. So let's talk a bit about how GraphQL came into invention. Well, it was invented in 2015 by Facebook because it was facing issues in sending data to the client. Of course, Facebook is a very huge app, and even at that point, it had a huge traffic inflowing through its app, and they wanted to make their client optimize to requests. And that is how they came up with the idea of GraphQL. 3 engineers just discovered GraphQL one day, and they realized that this could optimize a lot of the needs that REST APIs were lacking. And since then, GraphQL has evolved into a great community, and a great specification for APIs. So let's talk about GraphQL types, which is one of the biggest features of GraphQL, that it is type safe and you never get unexpected data in the response. So GraphQL has some special types along with the usual types that are present in most programming languages. ID is one of the special types that GraphQL provides, which can be a representation of ID in your objects or your data entities. It also has string, int, and float, and boolean. It also supports custom scalars such as datetime objects, which would probably be strings in JSON responses in a REST API. But GraphQL has support to maintain all these different custom scalars, which can be easily mapped to the response object. It also has enumerations and lists, in which in REST APIs could be probably just a string. But we know in strongly typed languages, enumerations help us in keeping track of the different conditions that could occur in the app. It also has features such as interface fields and unions. Unions are nothing but a combination of two types, which an object could be a type of either or, and interfaces are just like any other object-oriented programming language interfaces, meaning that you could shape the data in an interface and then use it in your response objects. So let's take a look at some of the GraphQL basics. So like I mentioned before, the type system is one of the most basic points of GraphQL, and how it improves efficiently optimize the client by giving it a valid schema. This way the client always knows what response it's gonna get. So each type is different and it can't be mixed and matched, just unlike in JavaScript or JSON objects. The next one is query. Query is synonymous to a GET API call or a GET REST API call, which will get you only the data and it doesn't have a body. Except in GraphQL, there is only one HTTP method that we use, which is the post HTTP method. And you send and receive all the data within the body of the GraphQL. So just like that, in a query, you ask for what data you want and the API will send it to you back. And in the mutation, just like the name suggests, is just synonymous to a post API call where you're telling the server that you have some data to modify. You give it some input parameters and based on that, the data is modified. Except in a mutation that you always have to ask back the data you modified. This way that you're ensuring that the client gets back the updated data. And subscriptions are a special feature of GraphQL which imitate the WebSockets that you probably would have used when building applications such as StatApp and real-time apps. Subscriptions really make it easy to handle all real-time functionalities without the need for a third-party library like WebSockets and extra implementation details. Subscriptions follow the same syntax such as queries and mutations and can be easily implemented in GraphQL, which I'll show just ahead. So GraphQL queries are one of the most basic requests that you can make using GraphQL, like I mentioned, and let's see how it compares to REST. So in REST API, if we take an example of a users API, to make certain requests and to get certain data, you would have to make suppose 3 to 4 API calls. In this case, to get all the list of users, you have to make users, and then to get the particular user data, you have to make /user ID, and to get the post, you have to make /user ID /post, and to get that particular post, you have to call the post type, the API again with the post ID. But in GraphQL, you can do this easily by nesting different objects. If a user has relationship with a post, then the user will have all the posts listed within that same object. And this is how a GraphQL query would look like in example, where you can mention all the fields that you require, and it will easily come in the response. Next is GraphQL mutations. Like I mentioned, GraphQL mutations are synonymous to post requests, where you're telling the server that you want to mutate some data on the server. So comparing it with REST APIs, it would be the same again, where you have to, if you want to mutate a user or a post, that you would have to send specific API endpoint requests. But in GraphQL, you just have to remember one API endpoint, and then you can make a mutation call with something called a function, which looks like a method call, and it has parameters passed into it, using which you tell the server that these are the parameters that I want to append to the server or the database, and you always ask for data back. This way, the client gets the updated data that was just modified, and the client can easily update it. And next is GraphQL subscriptions, one of my most favorite features in GraphQL. In a typical REST API situation, and REST doesn't support any WebSocket or any real-time functionality by default, you would have to use a special library and a special protocol called WebSockets. But GraphQL easily implements this within its native specification and allows you to listen to subscriptions or any kind of real-time functionality, just like messaging. And this is how a typical WebSocket connection would look like, where you instantiate a server object, and on create of some message or receiving some message, you send it to all the clients that are listening to it. But in subscriptions, it looks just like a query or a mutation, and you can easily manage the shape of the object as well. So when should you use GraphQL? So GraphQL can't be used with every service. It was best designed to suit the client's needs so that the client can ask only the data it requires and can optimize and cache it whenever required. So GraphQL is best used between a server and a client, and in a modern full-scale organization, all the REST APIs can connect to a server through multiple third-party services and multiple plugins and other microservices, and then that server can communicate with the client using GraphQL APIs. So GraphQL is very popular because it's very easy to build a GraphQL API. You just have to know the shape of your data and have relationships of entities, and giving these entities, some services can easily generate all the queries and mutations for you so that you don't have to write the server code. Some of the biggest examples in this space are Hasura, which is one of the biggest GraphQL providers. And then we also have AWS AppSync and AWS Amplify, which also give you GraphQL capabilities for its databases. So let's get to the main point here, which is Flutter plus GraphQL. And luckily, the Flutter plus GraphQL ecosystem is really amazing, and you can find a ton of packages on Pub which help you get stuff done. So let's take a look at some of the options that are available on pub.dev for building GraphQL-powered Flutter apps. I think GraphQL and Flutter GraphQL are one of the most popular packages, of which you'll see articles and tutorials, where GraphQL is a client, standalone client that will help you make GraphQL requests and get the query responses, and Flutter GraphQL will help you build your widget tree with the updated GraphQL response. There's also Artemis and GraphQL CodeGen, which are code generators that generate your build model classes and GraphQL mutations and response objects so that you can easily use them in your GraphQL apps. And then we have Ferry and Ferry Flutter, which are also really amazing packages which manage a lot of the details of GraphQL, and which is what I'm going to be using to showcase the code in this particular talk. So Ferry also generates built value types so that you can easily manage your response objects and update it with the schema. And then there are also third-party libraries, like I mentioned, which you can use with instant GraphQL services like Hasura Connect and Flutter GraphQL, and you can also query Firestore using Fire GraphQL. So let's take a deeper dive into Ferry and how it works and how we can use it with Flutter to build our GraphQL app. So one of the biggest features of Ferry is it uses built value classes, meaning that you get built value types in your classes using which are immutable, and you can easily build your responses based on that. You can also attach query parameters and other necessary requests that GraphQL expects to easily send your requests and get the response objects. Ferry Flutter also provides a widget called Operation, which is basically a stream builder which runs each query and mutation whenever it is required in the widget tree and updates it with the actual response. This rebuilds the widget tree and then it gets updated data. And the Ferry ecosystem also provides different links that you can use to build your application. The base one is a HTTP link, which you can use with normal GraphQL queries and mutations. But to use a GraphQL subscription, you would need a WebSocket link, since it has to maintain a real-time connection state with HTTP protocol. So you can use the WebSocket link from GQL WebSocket and then get it connected with your server. So let's dive deeper into the code and see how we can build a chat app using GraphQL and Flutter. So this code base is particular to a GraphQL server. I have a basic server running here, and the most important thing of a GraphQL server is the schema file. A schema is where you define all your relationship types and the shape of your data. For example, if I have a user in a chat app, you have to have a user entity. You would have ID, name, email, bio, and even post if it's a social media app. And then I also have a message, which is the shape of the message that the users will share in the chat app. So it has ID, content from, and timestamp. So as you can see, we can connect different entities and multiple entities by just mentioning the type of that. So in a message, the from or the message should always contain the sender of the message. So that's what I mentioned, that there will always be a user object associated with a message. And you can also see there's a special exclamation after all of these fields, which means that GraphQL will ensure that these fields are returned and required. It will throw an error if these fields are not passed on, and these fields will never be null. So this gives null safety in APIs as well, which is quite hard to achieve in REST APIs. We also have the room object, and then we also have to mention the different requests we're going to make, such as queries. And here you can see that I'm going to make the users request, the rooms request, and messages request, which will fetch the particular rooms and messages for a particular user. And we also have mutations, where I'm creating a user and creating a message so that we can send it to our subscription, and that can listen to the updated messages. We also have our subscription, which is message created. This message created subscription will update all the clients listening to the broadcast and send the latest updated message. GraphQL also has something called resolvers, which handle the main logic of what response to send to the server. So a simple example is the rooms resolver here, which is mentioned inside this query parameter. And I'm just sending all the rooms that are available without any filters. For another thing is messages. So whenever there's a message, I'm filtering it out by rooms and then sending the messages that belong to a particular room. Similarly, I also have resolvers for mutations and a subscription as well, where I'm using the pub/sub package to push all the messages that are incoming. And then I have the basic Apollo server, which is one of the most popular packages for building GraphQL applications. Apollo has great documentation using which you can simply easily bootstrap your server. So let's check out how this all works. So with GraphQL, like I mentioned, GraphQL is self-documented, and you easily get a GraphQL playground using which you can check out all the different queries and mutations that your server has. So using this playground, you can check out all the different queries and mutations that are there. And using query, you can check out, and it also has autocomplete, which suggests me that what I can query for. And you can see in the rooms, I have all these messages. It also shows me what all fields I can query for, and I can easily get them. And if I run, I should easily get a response of all the available rooms. And you can see it also gives me the number, the IDs of messages that are present. Similarly, you can get all the rooms, you can send messages, you can check out mutations, you can check out the room messages for which this particular room, there's only one message, and it sends it. And you can also see we're also getting the nested object. So from, like I mentioned earlier, is a user object, and using which you can also get the ID, name, and you can also mention a special parameter called type name, which will give you the type of that particular object. You can see the type of this is user, using which the client can get additional context of what the response actually is. So let's see how we can integrate all of this into the GraphQL Flutter app. And the first thing you want to do is add Ferry Flutter and Ferry into your pubspec.yaml, using which you get the capabilities of using GraphQL. The second thing is you have to make something called a schema.graphql, which will contain the schema of your server, basically this file. So you have to tell Ferry what is the schema of your object of your entire GraphQL server, so that it can generate all the build value types for those objects. So once I copy that, you can see I have all the schema ready here. And like I mentioned, GraphQL supports enumerations, so I can give different types of groups. It might be a group of people, or the chat room can also be between just two users, which I've mentioned here as user and group. And next, you also have to tell Ferry what are the operations that you're going to perform, such as queries. What queries will you do? Just like I showed there, you can perform two queries in this particular app. We'll be getting the rooms for the chat rooms that are available, and getting the messages related to one particular room. And these are the requirements that I need. These are the fields that I'll need to successfully show them in my app. And then we also have to tell Ferry what are the mutations we're going to make and even the subscriptions. So this is how you can mention the mutation and subscription, and Ferry will generate the types for you. You just have to hit the magic keyword, which is flutter pub run build runner, and Ferry will generate everything for you. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the client. Like I mentioned, you can use the WebSocket client to connect to the server in this case. And then as Ferry is generating all the files, you will see there are a lot of file generations. Of course, if this is not your taste, probably Ferry is not the best option to use here. You can use the GraphQL standalone client and use your own domain objects or data entity classes, but Ferry manages automatically everything for you. So once I'm done with that, I have a basic change notifier here where I'm going to make all the requests within the chat room. So let me first make the method to call get the messages. As you can see, I'm using the client object to make a request to fetch the messages of that particular room. And then I'm also passing the room ID along with it so that it can get the messages. And then I'm just calling notify listeners so that the widget rebuilds. Let me also make the subscription. So listen to room messages is a subscription, like I told, which will listen to the incoming messages, and it will just append it to the message data I already have here. And all Ferry classes will be named with G room with the prefix G, so you can easily identify them. And let us also make the mutation to send messages so that we can chat from another client and see what responses we get. Let me quickly hook up my widget now. Let me get all the messages in this list view builder. Let me show all the rooms in this list view builder, for which I'll be using the operation widget like I should. So I'm using the operation widget here to fetch all the rooms that are already available, and then using a list view builder to display all the rooms along with their description and images. Let's go to chat view now, where we'll fetch all the chat messages, for which I've used the change notifier here, and I'll just put a send message mutation, which I'm using to send the message. So on press of a button, I'll send the message, and then I'll also display the chat messages using this chat bubble widget. So all I'm doing is getting the messages from the change notifier and displaying it in a single chat scroll view. So this chat notifier, as you can see, is being watched here. And also let me make the first calls to fetch the messages for the particular room, and also to listen to the subscription that we mentioned earlier. And with that, we should have our app successfully running. So let me just check that once real quick. Okay, so it looks like our app is running successfully. So let's check out what we have here. So we have 2 rooms, which I mentioned earlier, and we have our own chat room for this special summit. So let me check out what's going on in the chat room. So this message was fetched, which was the first message sent using the web client over here. This too acts as a client to the server. And this particular thing is being done in this chat rooms file. As you can see, I can make the request without any client interaction at all. I can just make the request using this fetch rooms request, which uses the build value tab that Ferry provides. And using this operation widget, like I mentioned earlier, I can just mention the request here, and it will give me back the response of that, and using which we are able to show 2 rooms here successfully. And if I go inside, I should have a message, which I see is from Geekle. I think I might be late for my slides. Let me just text back and ask what's up. So I did ask what's up to Geekle, and I think let's say okay, looks like I have a talk today. And I think I'm late, like always. So I think I just better hurry up and just reply that I am just about to finish my slides. I think like most speakers do. And as you can see, that real-time chat is working. Okay, Geekle, I hope you forgive me for being late this time. But yeah, this is how easily you could build a GraphQL subscription-based chat app using very few lines of code. And you can see that the chat works flawlessly. And I hope there was an amazing ton of information to take out from this talk. And I hope that you will also build your own very own GraphQL app. So that's most of it from my side. I just have one more thing, which is resources that you can check out to learn more about GraphQL and learn more about Flutter. So Apollo GraphQL is the most popular GraphQL server that you can use. You can go to apollographql.com docs to check out how you can build your own server and use them in your Flutter apps. And you can also check out graphql.org, which is the official website of GraphQL where every data information is maintained. And there is also a lot of things on the pub.dev for GraphQL, as there are a lot of packages and a lot of organizations working to promote Flutter GraphQL. So do check them out. And that's it from my side. Thank you, folks, for attending this. It was an amazing time. And do follow me and contact me if you ever want to chat. I'm always up for a chat. Would love to talk to you. Would love to talk to everyone. And stay tuned. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, let me add Samir to the chat. Hey Samir, thanks for joining us today. How are you? I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm audible now.
All right. Yep. Yeah, your sample app was just awesome. So thanks for this really useful talk. And we have a few questions for you. And I think that you already answered that first question with one of your last slides. Like, are there any resources you would recommend for learning GraphQL? Maybe you have something to add to that slide.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So like I mentioned, like if you want to learn more about the GraphQL server side, I think Apollo is a great place to start. And even Hasura has some docs, and even they also have docs for integrating specifically with Flutter. So that is a really cool place to get started with Flutter and GraphQL as well, I guess. And yeah, like there are a ton of packages in pub as well for Flutter, which you can try out. Fairy was just one of them, and I found it cool that it was easy to generate all the files. Of course, not a lot of people are a fan of that, but yeah, I think it helps. Like to build a quick app, it helps. So that was really cool. But yeah, there are other projects as well which are really cool on pub.dev for GraphQL.
All right, thanks. The next question is, I noticed that GraphQL brings a large number of data from different tables at the same time. Does it affect the app performance?
Yeah, so this is a really famous question in GraphQL, actually. There's something called the n+1 problem, which simply means that whenever you're calling nested objects, there might be multiple n+1 queries going on to the database. So if there are a list of books, then for each book fetched, there is an author ID called for each author. So there are if there are 10 books, then there are 20 requests going for the author. But luckily, this can be solved using batch requests. So a lot of big companies like FaunaDB, for example, they have a GraphQL they have a GraphQL API which you can use to query their database, and this is how they solve it. They first fetch the top layer of the data. Suppose in this case is books, and then once all the data is fetched, then they loop over and fetch all the authors together, so that they send a batch request together, so that they don't have to loop and fetch for every data. So yeah, I think it is a legit problem, but there is a solution for it. And I don't think it's a performance it's not a hindrance on the app side, it's more on the server side. But for the app, I think since GraphQL allows you to fetch only the data you require, so that is also one more good thing, that you don't have to fetch a large amount of data. You just have to fetch whatever you need. I guess that way it optimizes it.
Yeah, that is so true. So the next question would be how to use AWS SNS with Flutter.
I'm not sure if it is related to GraphQL. I think SNS is a notification service. I think sort of like push notifications. So Not sure if it is actually related somehow to GraphQL. But yeah, I think, although I've never used it, but I'm pretty sure it's just a SNS service. I mean, it's just a notification service, something like probably like Firestore cloud messaging probably. So it just sends push notifications, I believe. So I think there must be separate docs for that.
Yeah. And maybe a few questions from my side. So I have a question about errors. In REST APIs, we simply check the HTTP headers for the status of the response, and based on which we can find out what went wrong and how to handle it. Are there any best practices on how to deal with that in GraphQL?
Yeah, so this is a problem. I think a lot of community folks complain about that there is no proper way to deal with errors in GraphQL. But yeah, the good thing is GraphQL does return an error object, a properly formatted error object within the response body. So you could always track that instead. Of course, that I think, although I haven't looked deeper into this, but as far as I know, it does return, even if there is an error, it might return 200 okay sometimes. So you can't detect the error using the status code, I believe, but you can detect it using the response object. And the clients like Ferry also help you in detecting that. Because of the client object, it automatically gives you the error object as well as the response object. So if you're using a well built out client on the app side, it might help you easily detect the errors that are occurring on the GraphQL server. They filter it out, I guess.
All right, thanks. The next question would be about some optimizations, maybe. So we know that caching is built into the HTTP specification, and which RESTful APIs are able to leverage. GraphQL doesn't follow the HTTP specs for caching and instead uses a single endpoint. So any recommendations or maybe best practices on how we may cache the data?
Yeah, so in some of the packages like Ferry, they do have inbuilt caching, so that they cache all the responses of the objects. So they automatically do that. So some of the packages or clients that we are using in GraphQL might allow us to do these kind of caching, like although it's not built into specification. On the client side, it can be done, I guess. Not sure if every package would support that, but some of them do. And I think if you're not implementing it like bare bones or by yourself, I think it should be cool that most of the packages do support caching on the device. So they should help you to accomplish that.
All right. We have a new question from the community. Are you using GraphQL at your company for Flutter?
No, not really, actually. We are just using REST APIs. On that, actually, I think one thing I would like to add, although GraphQL does provide a lot of benefits and is also relatively a new technology, but I think it's still a bit of, I think a lot of companies don't have a main use case for GraphQL yet, although a lot of big companies like PayPal have completely integrated GraphQL throughout their company. But yeah, I don't think a lot of other small startups or other companies would want to dive into some new technology which they're not familiar with, and they want to like risk it. So I think they just go with traditional REST for most of the use cases. But yeah, I think one of the good things I think is now, since that Web3 is also becoming popular, there is a company called the Graph Protocol, which indexes blockchain data. And a lot of blockchain data is being served through the GraphQL protocol. So I think in Web3 apps, maybe you might tend to see this more, because the Graph is helping provide index blockchain data through the GraphQL protocol. And they literally called the Graph. So yeah, yes.
All right. Yeah, and maybe last question from my side. You've mentioned that it's the client's responsibility to request only the required amount of data from the backend. And let's say that I'm an evil hacker and I want to DDoS your backend. So I can just request pretty much everything from your backend, and my intention would be not to get the data, but just to make your backend slow. Like, I think that might be a problem for public servers. Like maybe there might be, you may mention any best practice of proof of pros and cons of using GraphQL for public APIs, if there are any.
Yeah, I think the best practices with regards to security are almost same, like implementing rate limiters, API rate limiters, and rate limiting the API basically. And also most public GraphQL APIs don't have mutations or subscriptions as such. They only have query data, so that you can only just read data and not do anything else. And GraphQL also provides API to pass on headers. So a lot of public data could also be they could provide OAuth specification, so that the API is not like freely just being called a lot of times. So using API JSON JWTs, you could track the API requests and then handle the rate limit the API, I guess, and also you could also rate limit it using IP addresses. So I think a lot of these common solutions that are already present should already help in GraphQL. I don't think nothing much changes, because at the end, even a query is almost like a REST API. It's just that you get optional parameters, like you don't have to give the entire shape of the data. You just request whatever, how much ever you want. But in case of REST API, it might be that always the entire data always comes in a particular endpoint. There is no option of filtering out data. I guess that is the benefit that GraphQL provides. But apart from that, it doesn't really impact how much data. I mean, you can't really go beyond the query specification. If the query mentions only 5 fields, then you can only query for five fields. So I think, yeah, it should be quite very simple, I guess. And I think there are a lot of companies around this area of GraphQL security. So I think they provide some protocols or something to help with additional help, I guess.
All right, so we are out of questions. I think that we all learned a thing or two about GraphQL. So Samir, thank you so much for this presentation.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Thanks. All right, so we have a 3 minutes break before the next
before next topic, and this time I can do short announcements that we still have. And yeah, now stage is mine for some time. So what I want to tell you, I hope that you enjoy Flutter Global Summit. It's our second event, and the news is we will have third event. Yes, so next June we will have Flutter Global Summit, our third event. So please follow the link, scan QR code, register for the event. Also, you can buy early bird ticket now, because from New Year we'll increase prices, I'm telling you. So it's the best time for now. Just follow the link again. We're going to have third Flutter Global Summit. For those who want to speak, please, you know how to find me: Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Slack, my email. I think it's everywhere. So you can text me directly. For those who has question how to register, how to join us, also please ask your question in chat, or you can ask me directly. So yes, this is about our third Flutter Global Summit. Also, I have to tell you that we have a list of events that Geekle is preparing for next year. It's really huge amount of. So please follow official website geekle.us, and you can check list of all upcoming events that we will have January, February, March, April, May. So we have a list for now for these 5 months. Check it, follow it, and hope to see you there as well. So now, yeah, I think I can add Alexander again, and we can announce our next speakers.
Thank you, Anna. Yep. Our next speakers are Tadas Petra and Meherdeep Thakur. They both work at Agora. Agora provides the SDKs and building blocks to enable a wide range of real-time engagements possibilities. In this talk, Tadas and Meherdeep will show us how to simplify live video calling with their SDK. This talk is pre-recorded as well, but folks will join us later on, so please post your questions in the chat.
Welcome to this particular session. I hope you're having a great time at this Flutter Global Summit organized by Geekle. Now, in this particular session, Taras and I, we both will be presenting together and talking about one of the coolest projects that we have built, that is the Agora Flutter UIKit. Now, we'll try to
Sorry, folks, we're gonna restart this. Yeah, real quick.
Welcome to this particular session. I hope you're having a great time at this Flutter Global Summit organized by Geekle. Now, in this particular session, Taras and I, we both will be presenting together and talking about one of the coolest projects that we have built, that is the Agora Flutter UIKit. Now, we'll try to keep this session as interactive as possible. So if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, feel free to post them in the comment section over here on the right. Now, let's start by giving a small introduction about ourselves. So me, I'm Meher. I am a developer evangelist at Agora, and I'm very passionate about Flutter and Android. So even randomly, if you meet me, you'll see me talking a lot about Flutter and Android. So I'll let Taras give a small introduction about himself, and then we'll begin by talking about the plugin that we have built, that is the Agora Flutter UIKit.
Hello, my name is Taras, and I'm also a developer evangelist at Agora, but I'm also a Flutter GDE. I've been working with Flutter for over 3 years now, since before it actually got released. Also create content on YouTube and elsewhere, and then also built this Agora UIKit package with me here.
Thank you so much, Taras, for that amazing introduction. Now, let's go ahead and kickstart this particular session and talk about what is Agora and what all can Agora actually offer for our particular project. So to do that, let's go ahead and first of all draw a comparison between the public internet and the Agora network to understand it a little bit better. So the public internet is built by keeping in mind the connectivity and scalability, but this does not guarantee package delivery or quality of service. And as we know that the public internet is built like web, where a particular packet needs to go through multiple routes to reach the destination, and all these routes can cause certain packet loss. Whereas on the other hand, the Agora network, which can be thought of as a global edge network built especially for data, voice, and video, it chooses a path that is the shortest and fastest with the least amount of packet loss. Now, Agora can do this with a network that has smart routing, which understands the workload across the network and can more efficiently choose a certain path or a certain route for the best network experience or the best package delivery. And so as to use this particular Agora network, Agora provides SDKs across all the various platforms, be it Android, iOS, web, Flutter, obviously, Unity, React Native, and much more. And since all these SDKs run on the Agora network, it ensures that we get the least amount of packet loss, no network jitter, very low network delay or low latency, large channels, and scalability. All right, so now that we know what Agora SDK is, let's go ahead and see what the real-time engagement with Agora SDK can actually do, or what other use cases it has been catering to up to now. So over here, we will be sharing a few of the use cases that people have been using or the people have been building with the Agora SDK. So first of all, we have virtual office, where people have been building lots of application for team collaborations, where they have interactivity between the users and the customers. Secondly, we have teaching, where since the pandemic, we see that our schooling has been gone online. So there has been a huge demand for large class sizes, scalability, and interactivity at the same time between the teacher and the students. And moving on, we have event management, where there is scalability, but at the same time, there are user roles between them, such that there are audiences, and at the same time, we have broadcasters who have different roles and have different channel permissions. And finally, my favorite, that is the VR AR, and probably the most emerging among all of these use cases, since it makes the engagement to the next level and gets the complete 360-degree view or the complete immersive view. We see all these VR AR applications and use cases like presentations, training, or customer support. Now, let us know in that comment section over here on the right, what's the next big RTE thing that you see coming. Now, to get your idea into reality, let's go ahead and see how we can actually use the Agora SDK and how we can basically follow certain steps to make a complete RTE application. So the first step would be to initialize the particular SDK, where we use the app ID that's offered by Agora. And the second step is to basically add all the event handlers, where we write a bunch of code to
add all the callbacks for the user leave, the user join, user mute, user disable cameras, and stuff like that. And moving ahead, we set up the user videos, and we start by setting up the local video. Then we add the remote user video, where we write a bunch of code for every single user. And finally, we find a particular channel where all the users can join. So with all this, you have an application, something similar to this, where you just have 2 users in a particular call with just 2 video screens. Now, to make real-time engagement, we will obviously have to scale this particular application. Now, you again write a bunch of code over here to scale this particular application. Now, over here, the code that you see is only scalable for 4 users, and to scale it further, you obviously have to make this code even a lot bigger. And finally, to add interactivity or to add controls for this particular application, we will be adding a few buttons for muting the camera, disconnecting the call, and switching the camera. And with all that, we have an application that is scalable to 4 users, that has buttons for user controls, but all that stuff has a lot of code to do. Even if you make the most basic application, you have hundreds of lines of codes to follow just to make a simple video calling application. Now, that's what this Agora UIKit offers. Agora UIKit is a low-code solution that offers scalability and a complete UI that is built for your taste. So let's go ahead and see how it actually does all that stuff. So it takes all those methods and callbacks and converts it into few lines where we just initialize a particular Agora client object that we have declared inside the UIKit. And moving ahead, to display the UI, we add 2 methods inside the build, that is the Agora video viewer and the Agora video buttons, and style it as whatever we like, actually. So it has all the tons of customizations that we will be looking in the following slides. And we do that by just few lines of code. So with 3 or 4 lines of code, we have a complete video calling application that we just saw, and it is scalable and has all the user controls that we were discussing. So what we actually saw, let's summarize that. So with UIKit, what we see is that there are certain methods that repeats all the time for every application. There are callbacks that has a dedicated use, and that needs to be catered for every single application. And most of the UIs for engagement of RTE applications are similar or can be optimized for a better interactivity. Now, as we saw in the use cases slide, you must have seen that there were 2 kinds of UI. There was either a grid layout or there was a floating layout for users to interact with each other. And that's what the UIKit actually offers. Now, let's go ahead and see how we can use the 3 lines of code to actually make our own real-time video calling application. All right, so let's go ahead and build this particular live video calling application using the Agora UIKit. Now, for this particular application, we will be having only one single dependency, and that is the Agora UIKit. So to have a look at it, you can head into this PubDev website and search for the Agora UIKit. You'll find that we are currently running version 0.0.4, which is the latest one. And in this particular version, or actually in this particular website, you'll find all these all this information, which basically explains how to use this particular plugin, how you can actually use all the features that's available with this particular plugin. Now, if you like this the idea behind it and the implementation of this plugin, then be sure to drop a like over here on this PubDev website. And also, if you want to follow what all we are building onto this Agora UIKit and what's forthcoming with this particular UIKit, you can head onto the Agora IO community GitHub channel, where we post all the updates and where actually the complete code for the Flutter UIKit is available. So even if you want to contribute to this particular effort, then you can simply have a look at the roadmap and help us out in building all these features available. So before we start, there's just one single step that we have to do.
and that's generating an app ID from the Agora account. So to do that, we will have to head onto this console.agora.io. So if you already have an account, then that's great. If you don't, it's a simple process and a simple sign-up process. Just follow with that. And once you have signed up, head into this project management tab over here. This particular tab will list down all the active projects that you have currently. So simply copy your app ID from here. And with that, we are good to go. And let's switch to the IDE. Okay, so let's go ahead and start building our application. And over here, inside the main.dart, I have a very small setup where I just have a stateful widget, and which basically returns a material app, and there's nothing inside it at the moment. So to begin with, we will be heading to the pubspec.yaml, where we will be adding the Agora UIKit as a dependency over here. So I am going to paste this and simply save this particular pubspec.yaml file. And once the pub get complete, you can import the Agora UIKit to your main file. And after this, we just have to declare an object of this Agora client. Now, this Agora client is available inside the Agora UIKit itself. So what this Agora client actually solves is that it holds all the configuration, all the methods, all the properties, and all the callbacks that's available inside this Agora SDK. So this particular Agora client is one single source of initialization for all the steps. So we go ahead and declare an object of this Agora client. Let's call this object as client. Now, as you see, there is an error over here, and that's because we have to specify a few of the required parameters. So the first required parameter is the Agora connection data. Now, as the name suggests, it needs all the properties or all the methods that's required to establish connection between our end and the Agora network. So over here, we will be specifying the app ID and the channel name. So just paste your app ID that you have received from the Agora console. And this channel name can be any string value that you want to join. So let's say I'm going to join this particular channel called test. Now, the second parameter that this Agora client requires is the enabled permissions. Now, this enabled permission requires a list or an array of all the permissions that's required for this particular application. Now, majorly for a live video calling application, we will be needing two permissions. That's the camera permission and the microphone permission. So I will be writing permission.camera and permission.microphone. And with this, we have all the settings that we need for our live video calling application. Now, let's go ahead and initialize this particular Agora client. And to do that, I am going to create a function called void init Agora client. This will be an async function, which will basically initialize this particular Agora client object. Now, this particular function needs to be called somewhere. So I will be calling this particular function inside the init state. And once you've done that, we're good to go. And we just have to build our UI that's required for our live video calling application. So to do that, simply head into your build method and inside this scaffold. Now, over here, this is just how I want to style it. You can obviously go ahead and style it as whatever you like. So I will be starting off by adding a body. So I prefer adding a safe area over here first. So inside this, I am going to add a stack such that I can stack the buttons over the video. Okay, so inside this particular stack, we will first of all add the children. And inside this children, we will be declaring the Agora video viewer and the Agora video button widgets that's already declared inside the Agora UIKit. Now, these two widgets are responsible for displaying the video classes and the buttons inside this your video application. So let's go ahead and see how we can actually implement this. So to do that, we will first of all add Agora video viewer. Now, this particular Agora video viewer takes an object of this Agora client class, which is named client for us. And similarly, we have Agora video buttons, which also takes an object of the client class. Now simply save this and we can run this particular application and see how it actually looks. Okay, so once your application has been built, it will look something similar to this, where you'll have prompt at the start, which will ask for your camera and microphone permission. So once you accept those permissions, you will have a local user view at first when there is only one single user, that's you. Now, as you can see, the Agora video viewer or the video class is at the bottom of the stack, and at the top you find the buttons class that's there by default. So we have a mute button over here, a switch camera button over here, and a disable video button over here. Let's go ahead and see what this application actually looks when we scale it to more users or when more users join this particular application. So I am going to join this particular application from my other device and see how it actually looks. So we see that the application automatically adjusts on its own as into a grid right now as the user joins. So this particular one is a grid layout right now by default. We will be seeing a lot of customization as Taras will be introducing them, where we will be making sure that how you can actually customize this video layout as well as the buttons layout on your own.
Well, thank you, Mihir, for presenting us what Agora is and some of the basics about UIKit. But in this part of the presentation, we're going to go over customizing the UIKit and going a little bit further with it. So this should look something like what you built with Mihir, a simple UIKit built with 3 or 4 lines of code. But you can do a lot more with UIKit using some layout customizations, some button customizations, and even some configuration of the actual call. So let's begin with some of the layout customizations. First, we currently support 2 different types of layouts. We have a grid layout and a floating layout. We're able to customize that floating layout, and we're able to do things within both the floating layout and the grid layout, like changing the disabled widget, showing the audio and video states of the other users, and also putting a counter for how many users there are. So let's go over why you would want to use these and how you could use them and easily implement them into your own applications. So this is a very popular video calling platform. And you notice at the top, you have a grid of people. So there's one main person in the room, and then there's a grid of other people at the top. This is what in UIKit we call a floating layout. You can easily add this sort of floating layout to your applications using layout type.floating in your Agora video viewer. So with one line of code, you're able to have something that looks like a completely different sort of application. You can even customize this floating layout by changing the container width and height of the other images and how you want them to look like, and even changing the padding on both the main view and all the sub views. So you can see by default, we have a little bit of padding between all of them. On the right side, we made the views a little bit bigger and remove some of the padding. So just depending on what your requirements are for the application, you can suit those to your needs. Another very common thing between applications is being able to show some sort of camera off either words or image or something. This is one of the most popular video call solutions. And whenever you have a camera off, it tells you that the camera is off. Pretty straightforward. And with Agora, you can implement that to your own customization within your app really simply. So by default, the disabled widget says Agora. In this case, we changed it to a red block just to showcase that it's actually different, but you can definitely change it to say cameras off like we saw on the previous side with just a couple lines of code. And the last thing I wanted to cover was the AV state and the number of users. So you can see whether they're muted, whether their camera's off, and how many users total enter the call. Both of these features can be added to your video calls using just a simple Boolean. Now, very quickly, I wanted to cover some of the configurations you could have within your call, because in this presentation, we're going over a lot of visual stuff, but there's also some things you could do in the configurations. So the 2 main things that I wanted to cover is the event handlers. So with Agora, you have all sorts of event handlers. When an event happens within your call, maybe some users disconnect or something like that, you have access to that event, and you can do whatever actions you want within your UI or within your Flutter app based on that event trigger. There's also a whole bunch of channel data that you can update. I'm gonna let you take a look at the documentation for yourself, but you can change things like beauty options and all sorts of things like that. Now this next part is the button customizations. Just like the layout customizations, there's a lot of things you can do with the buttons. You can either remove or reorder buttons. You can customize any of the available buttons that you have. You can add in your own buttons if you want to. You can change the padding of the buttons, you can change the alignment of the buttons, and you can even auto hide the buttons. And to showcase this, we're going to do it through an example of trying to recreate a very popular video call application very simply with UIKit. So we're going to take this very basic Agora UIKit that we get with just 4 lines of code and turn into this very popular group video call application. And you might be surprised how quickly we'll be able to do this. Okay, so here we have the basic UIKit app running, and here's what we want it to look like. You notice this should have pretty much the same thing you built with me here, just 4 lines, creating a client, initializing that client, and then the 2 views. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a render mode. This video render mode hidden basically expands your view so that there's no black lines or anything within your video call. So now to get into the buttons. If we check over here, the only 2 buttons out of the basic UIKit that we use here is the mute and the end call button. So for that, we need to update which buttons are the enabled buttons. We do built-in buttons. Toggle mic comes before it. And then built-in buttons. Call end is the other one that we need. So now you see, we have only those 2 buttons now. So the next step is to actually style those buttons to look something like this. For that, we're going to want to update the disconnect button child. So this is changing the design of the disconnect button, which is same thing as the end call button. So we're going to have a container with the child of the container being an icon that's white and of size 35. Now this container by default is just a square, so we need to turn it into a circle and give it a little bit of styling. So we want it to be a circle shape, and we want the color to be red. And then lastly, we add a little bit of padding. Of 10. So there we go. If we reload it, we see the end call button is a little bit smaller. So not much styling change from the previous one. But now let's update the mute button. So this one's going to have an icon of microphone. Again, a white color, size 35. But the main difference here is instead of red, we're going to do gray with opacity of 0.4. And there we go. So it looks something like this. Now this might be hard to see because this background over here is like that, but you could see whenever it moves that there's a little bit of gray. And this will become even more clear whenever we have another person in the call. All right, so the next thing is the 2 extra buttons that we have in here. We can add this using the extra buttons parameter. So currently UIKit doesn't support putting extra buttons at the beginning. Of course, you can make all the buttons just extra buttons, so you could reorder all this stuff yourself. But since we wanted to showcase a little bit more, we're just going to put these extra buttons at the end. There's an issue already in GitHub to give that ability using like some Boolean variable to bring them to the front. So that should be in there soon, but currently we're going to just put it at the end. So since this is going to be a button, we want to add a gesture detector around them, but then we can bring in something very similar to the container we had before as our child. The icon here, we're going to need people. It's going to be white, size 35. We actually want this gray color with some opacity. And since it's an extra button, we're going to need to add in the margin ourselves. But now we can reload and we can see that person right there. And then lastly, we have the circle button here. We can copy paste the gesture detector. And now instead of just having an icon, we're going to have a container with a width of 35, a height of 35, and some box decoration. It's going to be a circle and a color of white. And there we go. So all the buttons are there. We have the grid layout that it already comes with and just a reordering of the buttons. Obviously, to make it perfect, maybe we want to rewrite these buttons as extra buttons so that they could be in the correct order. Just to showcase everything, we'll keep it like this. Now, the last thing that might be kind of hard to see because of this your requested screen sharing thing, but there's a button over the top of this too. It seems like a little button that you press to make the video call go down. Now remember, just because you're using the UI kit doesn't mean you can't add some more things on top of it yourself. So since these are all in the stack widget, we can add another thing on top of the stack above the Agora video viewer and above the buttons. We'll call this a line. We'll align it to the top left. And we'll add a gesture detector that's very similar to the things we've been doing so far. Instead of people here, we'll have keyboard arrow down. Keep the colors same, remove a little bit of padding. Add some margin to the left and to the top so it's not pressing against the corners. I'll be able to reload. And see a nice little button at the top here too. We can make it do whatever we want here. Now I'm going to bring in an actual video feed to give you a final showcase of what we actually built. So there we go. We got a fully working application, and you can see the buttons are clearly there. Obviously the icons aren't completely perfect, but you can obviously change that image to whatever you want it to be. But that's how quickly you could build a custom UI with Agora UIKit. So there we go. You just adding a couple extra lines of code, we were able to build a completely custom UI. Now here's some new and interesting stuff coming to Agora UIKit very soon. So first we got host controls. You saw there was multiple people in the call to be able to actually mute them or turn off their video or maybe even kick them out of the call. That's coming soon. And we're going to be utilizing Agora RTM, which is a signaling SDK provided by Agora that lets you send messages between the different users. So I'll be able to send a message to a different user and have them mute themselves pretty much. And adding an Agora RTM opens a whole lot of other opportunities. Now you're just able to message between each other. You can do all sorts of crazy things within your video calls. The next big thing is Flutter Web and Desktop. So there's already a pre-release branch of the Flutter Web UI kit, but official support for it is coming very soon. And at the very same time, we're going to be adding desktop support in the same upgrade. The next thing is cloud recording. So when you're having your meetings, you'll be able to just click one button and make it very simple for you to record that session into somewhere into the cloud where you could rewatch it later. And lastly, we had a lot of requests for voice calls. So a lot of these applications have options for you to just, have a call with voice only, no video. Right now, we currently just have a disabled widget, but we want to make sure that's fully supported with a cool layout just for voice. So there we go. That's the UI kit. The goal with the UI kit is to make it very simple to add video calls and eventually even voice calls to your applications. Feel free to go to pub.dev and GitHub and use the package, give us feedback, maybe even contribute if you really want to. And to see more content about Agora UIKit and Agora overall, make sure to follow the YouTube channels and all of us on Twitter.
All right, so let's add our speakers on stage. All right, yeah. Hey guys, so great to have you here today. Well, what can I say? It's so easy to implement a Zoom or Google Meet competitor now. Nicely done, folks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the plan. There's video calls and all that have just become like such a standard thing to have, and even all types of applications that we wanted to make it easy to either add it to your app or make competitors to other applications too.
Exactly, yeah, and I guess the best part over here would be the customizations. So whatever your design is and however you want to style it, you can do that on your own.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have a few questions from the community, but you know what? I will use that advantage of being moderator and ask a question from myself first. Maybe I missed that, but I have a question about pricing. Is there any free edition of your Agora UIKit or maybe some trial to use your SDK?
Yeah, so Agora overall, like everything Agora offers, there's a 10,000 free minutes every single month that you get. So that's like a pretty generous, and if you're testing stuff, it should be more than enough to test anything out. But then, once you go into production, you go over 10,000 minutes. I'm not too sure, but the pricing's all there too.
Okay, yeah, that sounds really Like it should be enough, at least for the development or for testing.
I've never gotten close to 10,000 minutes, and like I work there, so that should be more than enough.
All right, so we have the following question. Up to how many users does the UIKit supports?
Mihir, you want to take this one?
Sure. So there is a recommended range for 17 users for broadcasting at the same time. But as for scalability goes, the app can scale as many users as you want. So even if you want to make a video call, a live streaming application, it can have up to 1 million users if you want. But it is, again, recommended that you stream 17 users at the same time, 17 hosts are at the same time.
So yeah, like Mihir is saying, there's you have up to 17 people that could be visible on the actual call, but there could be like people behind the scenes, just like this live stream here. There's people within the live stream, but I mean, they're not on the actual screen. So.
All right, yeah, got it. The next question is there any open source APIs do you provide, or we need to buy something from Agora?
So like I said before, there's 10,000 free minutes for testing, but the Agora UIKit, so there's a whole like Agora infrastructure, data centers and all that stuff that's private for, I don't know, like I don't know all the business details behind that stuff, but the actual Agora UIKit that we're using is built on top of the Agora SDK, and that's all public. I mean, the UIKit, you can contribute to it if you want. You can see all the code. Everything that we've done with the UIKit is all public. So, yeah.
All right, and maybe I know that might be a strange question, but still, maybe you can recommend some open source alternative to your UIKit, maybe just for us to understand how Agora works, maybe to build a competitor for Agora.
I would say I don't think there's anything open source, because it's like the power behind Agora is the network. So like everything, like being able to connect users efficiently, like Mihir presented at the beginning. That's all like, I don't know how to explain it, but like it's just very difficult to build something like that with all the infrastructure that's necessary, because like I said, there's more than 250 data centers, all sorts of like crazy encoding and decoding algorithms for data, a bunch of patented like encoders and decoders and stuff like that. So I don't know of any open source projects like that, but I know the Agora like provides a lot of open source things like the UIKit and other things as well.
Mm-hmm. And we have one more question regarding open source. Like, is this open source API?
So the UIKit is open source, yeah.
All right. One more question. Is the audio in sync when, let's say, we have 6 users that speak on the same time?
Mary, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I'll say the audio is in sync when there are 6 users, or even more actually. So that's the whole point of the Agora network over here. So Agora network is responsible for dealing with all these areas and all. So Agora network is so efficient that it can manage, as we were talking about, up to 17 hosts or 17 broadcasters at the same time, and can have multiple millions users in the background watching the stream.
All right. We have one more question in the pipeline, and it's not really about Agora, but maybe it is. So a question for you folks. What is your favorite third-party Flutter package and why?
I gotta think about that one a little bit. There's so many great ones out there. I'd probably go with Riverpod. That's what I use for state management, right? I use it for every application that I build. It's a very well-developed package. I mean, even whenever I'm building stuff with Agora state management, you still need state management. So that's always my go-to state management package.
Yeah, you completely stole my answer. I was exactly going to say that, and probably I saw Taras's video itself to learn Riverpod at the first time.
All right. Well, I think that's all questions we had for this session. So thanks one more time, folks, for this SDK and for this talk. It was really helpful. And now I know what to do when I will create a competitor to Zoom when I will be building that. I know
I
which is the
think
case.
that we got just one more question regarding is the audio async when, let's say, we have 6 users then speak at the same time. So we
I
just
think
got
we
this
just answered
question.
that question, right?
Yeah, is it? Okay, I'm so sorry.
All right. Yeah. So thanks, folks. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Yep, glad to be here.
All right. So we're going to have a small break now. And I think that's it for my time as a moderator.
Yeah, and I want to say a huge thank you for being with us, for handling moderating, to asking your own questions is really very important. So that's why how we can find the deepest knowledge and the deepest answers. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Anna. Thanks to all speakers, to organizers one more time for this awesome conference. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow on a senior track then. Thanks, folks. See ya.
Yeah, so now we just have short break and then we'll come back with panel discussion.
And now we want to say a huge thank you to our platinum sponsors, Tide, for supporting this Flutter community and for helping us with this event. Tide is the UK's leading business financial platform, now embarking on their exciting international journey. And as a first market, they start with India. And also, besides that, they're expanding on their international team, and they're looking for new talents to join their mobile development team, and especially for Flutter developers. And if you're interested in some open positions that they have, and if you're interested in career with Tide, especially in Flutter, then definitely check out their website. They're open positions, they're open jobs, and I will post link to their open positions in the chat. So definitely check it out. Definitely have a look. And thank you once again for sponsoring us, Tide. Thank you for your support.
Hi again. Today we will have very interesting kind of panel discussion. We have amazing speakers here who definitely has what to tell you and what to discuss. And it's like kind of open Q&A. We were thinking long time, what will be the topic? What should we talk about? But now you can ask really everything that you would like to ask. So I would like to add to this stage Scott Stahl, Argel, Sekina, and also, of course, Tadas. Guys, you know, I love all of you, and I hope we will have amazing discussion now. So stage is yours. I definitely don't have what to tell in all the discussion.
And I'm sitting here thinking, you know, you said, I love all of you, and I'm waiting for the word but. I love all of you, but
I don't know what to tell to other people, so please just have a great time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. So, hey, first of all, why don't we have everyone, well, I take it some of you have already been introduced, but maybe some of people have missed your talks. Why don't we reintroduce ourselves, ladies first?
Okay, so hey guys, hello everyone. Happy to be here with you all. I think it's the second time that we're in a panel discussion together. So my name is Sakina Buzz. For those of you who don't know me, I am the co-founder and CEO of React, along with being a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. I am also a core member of Flutter Pakistan, along with being a Women in Tech speaker for Google Developer Space Singapore. And I just did a talk on how you can optimize your Flutter application using Dart DevTools. So yeah, pretty much about me here.
Who's next?
Somebody.
I'll go. All right. So I'm Tadas. I got, I guess, three main things about me. As I'm a developer evangelist at Agora, I just presented about the Agora UIKit that I developed there. I'm a GDE for Flutter and Dart, and then I mainly create content on YouTube. So lots of Flutter stuff on there.
You also do DevRel, don't you?
Yeah, so developer evangelist is DevRel at Agora. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, don't worry.
I was just going to say it's very similar to developer advocate, but
yes,
yeah, some
evangelist gets to travel more and talk more.
I think so, yeah.
So okay, I am Agel Bejarano. I'm from Mexico. I'm the founder of Flutter and Dart, the Spanish community. I'm also a Flutter GDE. I don't know. I have been here for quite a while right now. Actually today, I just received a message on Facebook. They said that my first talk 3 years ago. This day, 3 years ago.
Nice.
Was my first Flutter talk. I have been doing Flutter more time because if you don't know Flutter, you can give a talk of Flutter. So I have been here around a little bit more. So, I mean, you can find me as Argel B. Sorry, my Spanish started popping up without I didn't even think about it. So that's me. Now, the one we all know, Scott.
Oh no, nobody's ever heard of
Yeah.
me. Anyway, I am Scott Stahl. I've been doing Flutter since 2017. Long story short, a few of us looked around back then, I believe Argel included, and maybe Taras too. We looked around and we said, where are the forums? Where are the articles? Where is the Slack? And we all had Gitter, which was a single thread, and that was it.
Yeah.
Now, apparently the Google group was coming along and the Discord had been started, but nobody knew about it yet, or very few. And so we decided we were greedy. We wanted to have a support structure, and if it didn't exist, we'd build it. So I didn't build this for you. I built it for me. So if you happen to like it, great. If not, don't bother me with your comments. But no, not true.
So,
anyhow,
yeah, I mean,
we're gonna go ahead.
Yeah, it was like for me, I actually used the structure that you create to move this for the Spanish community.
That's true. I remember
Because
that.
even though it was like a lot of when I started, it was a lot of information, but everything was in English. And even though I always said English is important, you need to learn everything. Well, in this topic, it wasn't talk about learning English. It was about topic learning Flutter. So we are start moving and that, right? So that's why, I mean, I just still, or let's say borrow your structure and use it for Spanish community.
One thing I do want to make clear, I'm kind of joking around about me, blah, blah, blah. It took, what do you all think? 30, 35 key people to put together the actual whole Flutter community. I mean, everyone from Jeroen, who was running the Flutter community GitHub, Nash built the Medium, 1,200 articles, he edited almost every one of them by himself. Okay. Simon Lightfoot, Argel, Judy Camacho, Taras. And then we've got great people out on YouTube who are really pounding it, like PK, Pohan Kumar.
Yeah.
Pooja's out there hammering it. Bamik. I mean, people are Ahmed Abu al-Dahab ran the Flutter bus, driving around multiple countries in North Africa, did so many talks, he collected 6,000 email addresses.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So, and figure, folks, you get out 10 to 15 per talk. That's how many talks he did. It was crazy. So anyway, look, we're here to answer your questions. Before I get started, we do have a stack of questions, but one of the things I want to touch on real quick, something I see here. Grow makes an interesting point that I tend to laugh about a little bit. If Riverpod is supposed, and now a lot of advanced people will tell you Riverpod is best in general, but the Flutter team still recommends Provider. There are a couple of reasons for this. One is that Riverpod wasn't 1.0 yet. Now that it's 1.0, the Flutter team is going to look at it and still then figure out what they want to do. But something that always makes me laugh is that the Flutter team is still recommending Provider, but the person who wrote Provider is recommending Riverpod. This is why, at least personally, I say, do what the guy who wrote Provider said. If they're recommending Provider and the guy who wrote it thinks something else is better, I'm going to go there. Now, you all do whatever you want to do.
It's something relevant to say about that, about the Remy saying when he was asked about why you did not modify a Provider and do the things for Riverpod. And I think he said something like, if I do that, I'm going to broke everything.
Yeah.
Because I found so many issues that could be fixed and done, that there were too many to do it over provider. That's
and
why
there were things that
Riverpod,
provider couldn't do that he wanted to do. But yeah, I mean, a provider had been put in so many apps, Remy doesn't dare make a breaking change. It would create chaos.
Absolutely.
And one other, go ahead.
And the fact that a provider has been somewhat like a recommended or the go-to state management by the Flutter docs. So pretty much everyone who starts with state management, they start with provider, because obviously the learning curve is not too steep. It's quite straightforward. You just need to figure out a couple of things and you're good to go. And obviously Riverpod was introduced much later. And like you said, it wasn't into 1.0 until some time ago. So there obviously needs to be some time before this migration can happen. And yeah, that definitely makes sense.
And a hot tip, if you're having a little bit of trouble learning provider, take a weekend and go through Scoped Model. They're so similar. It's like a baby provider.
Yeah.
It really is. Everything you learn in Scope Model will help you with provider. And we'll even help you with Riverpod.
So I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Todd.
So you guys all pretty much said that like Riverpod's better, but from my understanding, like provider is still like good by itself. Like there's not, or you got like, I think the wordage is there's not anything wrong with provider. It's just that Riverpod makes a lot of things easier from provider.
Well, it's not even, actually, I think Riverpod's a little more complex.
Okay.
But the thing is that there were things provider can't do.
Gotcha.
And people were starting to look for how can I do X, and Remy was like, it's not possible. So he's like, okay, I need to do something.
I think the main thing that I could think about what Riverpod and provider, like why do you move to one to the other? You know, you have the proxy provider, but you want to move in between proxy provider and you want to mix how many? 1, 2, 3. So it became like a really spaghetti code in between to understand how to proxy provider works and how the dependencies needs to be nested in between them, and it gets too busy in there. So one of the main activities or main tasks that Riverpod does is make that out, and you can mix whatever you want. You have the ref and you can call whatever you want inside the other one, and that's the power for me, at least. It could be many places and you can have a different kind of point of view, but the way that you can use ref, and that is just one of the biggest improvements for me.
And there's another thing with oh, sorry, you were saying
no go ahead
Okay. And then there's one thing about state management. So in the question, it was mentioned that how Riverpod is like the best state management, and then why it's being recommended, like why provider is still being recommended. So first things first, there is no such thing as the best state management. Perhaps you could reword it as your go-to state management technique. And then, yeah, absolutely. And then the second thing is this, that with every state management method or technique, it has its own pros and cons. So if we're considering, or if we're just talking about provider right now, one of the things that I really disliked about provider was the fact that how it needed a context for everything. I mean, what if I don't need to provide it a context? I need to use it somewhere in my DB layer, or just something somewhere that is not that's not connected to the UI layer somewhere, right? So I would still have to pass the context and everything. But then we came across Get It, and Get It allowed us to use it without the context. Like you could just initialize it once as a singleton, and then you can use it without any problems there and then. So the point is this, that with every state management, you build, the community gives you feedback that, hey, we need this. You build on top of it, and it gives kind of the birth to different state management techniques. So this is kind of how it grows.
Yep, and that's one of the things actually that Remy was solving with Riverpod, was you had to pass the context from the UI tree when you didn't need it because you were working with business logic. But that brings out another point too. Felix sometimes doesn't get enough love. Felix is the one behind Flutter Block. And and here's basically the thing. Okay, if you're coming from React, React Native, you're probably used to Redux. Okay. And in the Flutter world, Redux is massive overkill most of the time. It has a few uses, but you usually need to have something pretty big to make it worth your while. So Block is extremely Redux-like. And another thing people like is Block is typically organized by feature and not by type. Now, look up packaging by feature versus packaging by type if you don't know what that means. Provider, you can, and Riverpod, you can package either way. And thank you, by the way, for the shout out to Get It. Thomas Burkhart, thank you for your work on that. And okay, that was my little side note from things that I saw in the chat. So let's see what we've got here. A lot of us have been around for a while. What's the biggest ones you've seen?
I don't know. Google Pay or something, right?
Biggest, most popular? I don't know. Sorry, my phone is on for a reason. I'm waiting for a potential emergency phone call.
Okay, don't worry. That's kind of a tricky question because Google Pay, it already exists and it was migrated. I find that's a difference between built and rewritten. Because you already have the users, you just decide to go for a better option. Let's call it a better option. They could be arguable, but let's go like that. But also you can have plenty. If you look into that, you can think about, BMW had created a lot of apps. They have plenty of apps, and we don't actually know how many apps they have because many of these are from them.
They have enough apps that they needed 300 devs. BMW is the biggest Flutter shop on the planet. And yes, that's Bavarian Motorworks, the car company. I have no idea what they're doing with so many. I can tell you from my work with other large manufacturers, many of the apps that they make, in fact, 90% of the apps that they make are for internal tools. They're for salespeople, they're for managers, they're for, all kinds of different people. They track things coming in and out. The service people are tracking work that's going on with the mechanics, and they're changing a lot of these over to Flutter. And my guess is that's probably what they're doing with a lot of them. But yeah, they have over 300 Flutter devs at BMW.
Yeah, so you can say, okay, what's the biggest? I don't know, but they have the most. I can say they have the most because they have plenty of those. But also you can think about, there's Tonal. There is like a gym app, and they have a lot of things in there. I actually don't use it because it doesn't exist in Mexico, but it's huge. It has been a while. It has been created since nothing to something. And you can move to many apps that it doesn't matter how big or whatever. It's more like, if you the question was more, what is the more famous? That could be, I don't know, it could be whatever. It could be Hamilton. Hamilton is not the biggest maybe, but I remember Hamilton for 3 years back.
Big name.
Yeah.
Yes.
Big name.
So that's a hard question.
So for me, there are two that come to mind. One I think is probably the biggest right now as far as most users, and another one that I know I'm almost positive is going to pass it. Number one, the one that is right now, I think, is Alibaba. Alibaba built their catalog in Flutter. 50 million Chinese waving their money. Okay, cannot be wrong. Alibaba is not going to risk their business on something that's not ready. So, and when they went Flutter, and they went Flutter very early on, I think still alpha. And Alibaba's team is incredible. They produce incredible packages. Check out Fish Redux. That's one of theirs. And the one I think is going to be, and I'm sorry if I'm jumping on this before anybody else can get to it, but Tencent is porting WeChat over to Flutter. 1 billion with a B users. So,
wow.
Yeah. You want big?
And then if we're talking about the big application, then there's also Grab, a food delivery service. So that's got a pretty significant number of users. And one thing, I think that all of us might have noticed in the community a couple of months ago, I believe, that Spotify was on the hunt for Flutter developers. So maybe some interesting or exciting things happening there. Not so sure about it, but some things cooking under the hood, definitely.
Does?
I think you guys got them all. Like, I mean, all those apps are huge. Like, I mean, the one I brought up is Google Pay. That just feels like, I mean, I know it is Google and they ported it over, but that is like a big use case, right? A giant application.
Yes.
And I mean, not just Google Pay, but like the Google company overall seems like they're porting more and more apps over to Flutter. I remember,
and they were porting to Flutter before, I think even before Flutter was an alpha.
Yeah.
Because I know they did AdWords and AdSense. Do you really think Google's got AdWords and AdSense pays for everything at Google? Do you really think they're going to risk that on something that they're not confident about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, that's a really just to end it up. That's another thing that we haven't talked about. It's about security. So if Google Pay that is going to be working with money, they are putting you, because many people say, oh, maybe Flutter is too risky because of security leaks or whatever. It's like, you know, Google is using their own systems and the pay systems, AdSense, Google Pay. So do you have it?
Got us.
About Flutter for automotive. Okay.
Come on, you know which one I'm thinking besides BMW.
Yeah.
Toyota.
Come on, you haven't said one yet. So, okay, Toyota.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
So,
the one
yeah.
I like the most too. And I don't know too much about their whole business with like the whole Flutter apps there, but I know they were hiring a lot of Flutter engineers there at Toyota. So, I mean, I'm hoping to see
all of their in-dash infotainment systems, their information and entertainment. And if you want to live in Texas, Plano, Texas, just north of Dallas, they are still looking for devs, I believe. So, and yes, Stadia's UI is built with Flutter. I remember they were hiring devs about a year and a half ago.
Okay, let's just be sure the app for Google is Stadia, right? Not the games.
No,
the app.
Yeah.
Well,
because people get confused. People get confused. It is not the play, the game, everything. No, it's the app that you use for your profile, all the information, everything related to Stadia. They have an app. That app is built over Flutter. It's not the games. It's just people don't get confused, right?
Alrighty, let's see. Here's an interesting one. Foldable. So I can dig this up while everybody else keeps talking. Buy me some time here, folks. What do you think, Adele? Foldable.
Foldable. Okay, first of all, I have found, and I haven't used a foldable phone since like 14 years. So that there will be plenty of time. Many people start to moving back to have folding phones. But I mean, responsiveness. You need to remember everything when you change. Even though you have your phone like this and you decide to move it the other way, this is calling a rebuild, and you need to calculate again many things. So you need to be sure everything is being built responsive since the beginning. Many people trying to do responsive when they finish. So that's not the way because it get more in trouble. You maybe, or sometimes you need to have more composition and when composition is enough, when you have to stop. So these start to get in a lot of topics in there. So think about, okay, your phone is gonna be needed, or you are aiming to be able to have a foldable phone. You need to think about that since the beginning, not at the end. So if that's going to be impact, but not only for foldable phones, this is going to be for any place. If you are, what happened? Let me a quick example. Before my work, I was working in a place that we have phones, right? there were phones, iOS, Android phones. So we did everything. We migrate the app from native to Flutter. Everything was good. Everything was working. Yay, okay. And then the designer tells, okay, oh, the app is looking wrong in the tablet. You never told us this is going to be running in a tablet. So this is a total different UI. But you need to know, okay, I have to do this. Okay, where's the design? Oh, I don't have design for tablet. Design needs to be done platform specific, not for iOS 100, talking about screen for phone, screen for tablet, screen for desktop, because things are going to be placed in different places. So that's a quick example. Everything needs to be think since the beginning. You're going to be foldable. You need to have a UI, how it's going to behave when it's foldable.
That's pretty interesting, Argel, because if I were to, okay, so there are a couple of things that we need to keep in mind. So usually what we do is that right now, obviously, there are kind of like two places where we're trying to make our UI responsive. So first things first, we're trying to make it responsive with in terms of the orientation of the device, which is like portrait and landscape. And then the next thing is this, that we, like you just mentioned, according to different device sizes. So we have mobiles, and you scale it up and you get tablets, then you have small tablets, and then you have large tablets. And there are some packages that even identify for you like what the current device actually is. But again, if you do a little bit of deep digging, what it's doing is that it's computing that on the basis of the widths and heights of the device itself. So I have seen that even small tablets, like which are literally like Samsung Galaxy tablets, they were classified as a mobile device because apparently our mobile devices have gotten so large that even our absolutely. So these are the two things that we're concentrating on right now. Now, I was working on an application earlier this year. And initially, the use case was this, that, the users will only be tablet users, so we need to focus on tablet-focused UI. So we didn't put much focus on the mobile, like on literally mobile devices, but rather on the tablets. So the UI UX guy, they obviously put in a lot of thought, and they gave us the design for tablets. Now, some months have gone into development, and then we realized that, okay, our potential users could also be mobile users. Now, it's pretty tricky that when you have to scale down from a large UI to a smaller UI, so the general practice is that you start small, because that's generally how it basically establishes your underlying structure on which you can then further enhance your UI as per the device size or the orientation. Now, when we're talking about foldable phones, I am not so sure as to how different it would be, but it's pretty much the fact that, okay, so you have to pretty much focus more on the responsiveness of the UI. Previously, if we didn't want to focus on it, on like the orientations, for instance. So what we would generally do is that we would lock the orientation in either the portrait mode or the landscape mode. But generally, with the introduction of foldable phones, that might be something that would not be available to us, because like when you're literally expanding your phone, the layout is changing, the dimensions are changing. So you will have to make your application at least as little responsive as possible. And then comes the next step, which is how can you further split your UI? Like maybe if we're talking about a WhatsApp screen, then maybe we have the left panel as the list of conversations, and the right we have a specific chat screen, like how it happens on the web interface. So yeah, some developer choices or some UI UX choices will have to be made there.
Okay. Now there is, I showed the link a moment ago for anybody who wants to pause this later and type it in that way, but it's also in YouTube chat. And that link is to a Hump Day Q&A episode right after Flutter Engage, where the leaders who actually started all of this, who surprisingly are from Microsoft. And the hilarious thing, I need to double check, but John is the man who started this as a hobby project. Okay, John Weiss. And he'd been working on it, and Microsoft took a look at it and decided they liked the idea. So because they have the Duo coming out, the foldable Microsoft Duo. And so they jumped all over it, and they built a team to actually work full-time on all foldable devices, not just their Duo. Somehow, some way, John wasn't on that team. I don't know.
Yeah, it was so weird.
I don't know. But hopefully that has been fixed. Don't know. Okay, we've got a number to get through in less than 15 minutes. So we're gonna lightning round a couple of these.
Okay.
Just say 3 packages. Argel?
Something for static analysis. That's always useful and productive. Whatever one you use one, please do not stop using it. Use one, whichever you want.
And 2 more?
Oh, I didn't say the 3 one. Okay, I was thinking like 1, 1, 1. Okay, that's good. I think also I would choose productive. This would be static analysis. Anything you want. How to be a build runner, and any mix with build runner. You can use JSON serializable. You can use freeze. You can whatever. Those are gonna speed up a lot of your work for modeling or everything related to your classes, and you're gonna be just worried for the first declaration and run build runner, and that's it. So I think I always have those 3 on mind.
So
yeah,
go
sure,
ahead.
go ahead.
I'll
No,
go first,
you go ahead.
so they don't steal mine.
We can repeat now. That's just that's reaffirming.
Okay, so I was going to take RiverPod because I know we all like it, we all use it, and I use it on every project. It was the best. He took my freeze package, Agora UIKit. It's a fantastic package. Makes my job a lot easier. And then I really like one package that I really like is the slidable card package. I can't remember who built it, but like I've used it in 2 or 3 projects now, and every time like it just makes it like super easy, slide the cards around, and I mean it's a very handy UI package.
Very cool. Sakina?
Okay, on the top of my list, absolutely device preview. So that's really useful for when you want to check the responsiveness of your UI, but you don't have sufficient devices available.
One tip on that one. Okay. You don't have to buy a tablet. Create a tablet as an AVD and run device preview in it.
Absolutely. So for those of you who haven't used device preview, what it does is that on the device that you're running your application on, you can actually, like Scott just said, you can create a tablet, or you can create an iPhone, or the smallest device sizes to larger device sizes. They're all kind of quote unquote emulated in your device. So you can actually check for responsiveness with your current device. So you don't have to switch between devices. And then
that might have been a little bit confusing. So in short, if you run it if you create an emulator that's a tablet, you run device preview, you tell device preview, I want to see it in an iPhone. It creates an emulator of an iPhone inside the tablet.
Yes.
So you see your tablet, inside of that is whatever you tell it you want to see. I'm sorry, go right ahead. And actually we're a little pressed for time. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean this to become a discussion. Let's just name 3 because we've got other questions we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
We got like 7 minutes.
Okay, cool. So device preview is definitely something that will be really useful for you. Another is, I believe, screen util. So if you're struggling with making your application responsive, I mean, obviously there's Flutter specific packages or features that are already available to you, not packages, like features or libraries, such as you have media query, you have layout builder, etc., etc. But let's say you're struggling with fonts, paddings, and stuff like that, then Screen Util is there to help you. So what that does is that you give it a defined width and height. So let's say that your designer has given you designs on Figma or XD, and they're built on a specific screen size, right? You just give that to your Screen Util package. And then whenever you're adding your paddings or your margins, you do it not like left 12, but like screenutil.set width 12. So what it does is that it takes the dimensions that you gave it initially, and it the values for the fonts or the paddings or the margins that you're providing it kind of resizes it with respect to that. So it's quite useful for when you're working with responsiveness. And the third that I often use is Hive. So whenever I'm working on an application that requires local storage, I don't tend to use shared preferences that much. I mean, obviously, where you need to just configure basic metadata. But when you're absolutely, so Hive is something that's a really
got
fast
5 minutes now.
Lightning database. So yeah.
Okay. Since Taras took Riverpod, I'm going to give Felix some love and say Block is one of the most useful ones out there as well. And I think you three are going to kick yourselves for missing these next two. JSON serializable.
Yes. Oh, yes,
and
of course.
The number one most useful package of all, Flutter lints. That's a package.
Yeah.
Okay. you know that you are saying what I say, right? Because you say that static analysis, that's anything you want.
Okay.
And I
enough.
said build runner with JSON serializable or freeze.
Okay.
So I do say those.
Okay.
I got one more that we missed for sure, but real quick, Flutter launcher icons.
Yes, that one's a good one.
Oh,
too.
yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
I need
absolutely.
a one-word answer from each of you. No more. Just one word. Okay. Where do you put your effort? Unit, widget, or integration?
Unit.
Unit.
Absolutely.
Okay. And here's a lot of reasons really quick. Widget test, the framework has already been tested. Why do you have to test it? Number two, integration tests. It just, no matter what you're integrating with, it never takes as much time or effort as unit tests. Pretty simple. So let's see here. One of them that I want to take really quick, the most challenging issue I've seen in Flutter is the idea that people keep thinking Flutter is something it's not. You have to remember what Flutter is and what it's not. Okay, Flutter is a UI toolkit. Flutter is not an operating system. Okay, you get all these people saying, oh, well, Flutter sucks because it can't access the camera natively. Of course it can't access the camera natively. It's a UI toolkit. You know, it's Android's job to access the camera. It's the UI toolkit's job to ask the operating system to do that. Right. So, you know, people say Flutter sucks because it can't directly access the IMU, the Bluetooth, all this other stuff. It's like, it's not supposed to. I can say that Android sucks because it doesn't fold my laundry. That doesn't make it true. Okay. So keep in mind what Flutter actually is, and just it's able to do so many other things above and beyond what you would think a UI toolkit does, that people start thinking it can do everything. And no, it's an overpowered UI toolkit. It is not an underpowered operating system. So let me see. A lot of these are really, really technical. These would probably be better for Hump Day Q&A with Simon Lightfoot.
Well, I mean, that's a true whatever you're saying. It's always better to ask Simon.
Let's see here. I don't know about best, but I'm going to be giving a talk on a new system of routing that just came out called Go Route. It can do deep linking, so take a look at that. But I'm not going to claim it's the best. only because I know the person who wrote it would not try to claim it's the best. Anybody else have thoughts on this?
I can't do it quickly, so I would even...
or the other one, biggest challenges in Flutter, if you want that too.
Right. So one of the biggest challenges that I've personally encountered with Flutter is working with background services. That's quite tricky. I mean, it's tricky in itself when you're working on the native platform. So when you're working on Flutter, it's even kind of trickier over there because with the advent of time, each platform has their own limitations. So for instance, iOS has this new limitation that you can keep a service running in the background like you can in Android because it kind of kills it after 15 minutes or 6 minutes. It's not exactly defined. So you need to figure out what you can need to work with background services. So I think this is something that's kind of like an open-ended issue that even developers are still thinking on. There's not much documentation available on it. I did a talk on it in the last Flutter Summit, but even with time, I'm coming up with new challenges, new issues, and I'm rethinking my strategies. Okay, how can we improve this over here? What we can improve over there? So yeah, definitely background services.
Okay, and we're pretty much at time. Let's squeeze one other thing in really quick. In one sentence, the best advice you can think of to a new Flutter developer. Sakina?
I'm thinking about it.
Okay, tell us. Buy her some time.
Two words. Learn Dart first. 3 words.
There you go.
I would say don't be afraid of context.
Yeah, very good one.
And I would say that start with cloning an already existing commonly used application.
Okay. And one of the best pieces of advice I ever got was from Simon Lightfoot. If you are coding in one window and you don't have the docs open in another, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
So with that, why don't we bring Anna back to the stage here in a minute? And Anna, are you around here somewhere? There we go.
I'm here. Every time I'm with you, I'm backstage, I'm listening, I'm chatting with everybody. I'm here.
All righty. Well, we don't want to get in anybody else's way, and it looks like we're getting pretty close to doing that. So
yeah, I really love your talk. I really love your discussion. We just had chat with Nick, and we're wondering how you can keep this conversation very smoothly, just to really have awesome conversation without rushing each other. Just really, I really appreciate it. It's
lots of practice in restaurants. Because when we were in real life events, it's everybody always heads out to the restaurant together. And you know what? If we can get 20 Flutter developers together drinking beer and not stepping on each other, this is easy.
Yeah, especially among of all talks that you are doing, that you are sharing, is really awesome. But I really don't know when you're sleeping. It's really the question for me. I know that Scott is waking up.
She's teasing me because I put a message in Slack saying, "Can I go to sleep before my talk and get some rest?"
Yes.
No, I know that everyone is the same. Not only you. You're just talking about this openly, but everyone has a lot of talks, and you are sharing a lot with communities, and it's really, really, really great. So I just want to say you huge thank you. Yeah, I see some of you soon. For example, Scott and Argel in the next topics, just in 40 minutes. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, one thing I want to let everybody know up front. I'm scheduled for another QA this afternoon. I'm not going to be able to make it. I have to take my dog to a doctor's appointment that was not planned. So hopefully she'll be all right. But I am going to do my talk and then I'm going to run.
Yeah, you made up with this right now. You answered for all possible questions. So, yeah.
And you know what? Argel can do the work for both of us. He usually does anyway, especially if it has anything to do with Redux.
So you just like Scott put all responsibility on
Yeah.
him. So yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I guess.
Responsibility.
Just send me the questions.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, guys. So thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for joining us every time. And I really appreciate it that you are with me for really long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to
Thank
be
you.
here.
See you soon. Bye.
See ya.
So yeah, and now it's time to call to our stage our next moderator who will manage next 3 awesome topics. He also with us not first time. He's helping me a lot. Really this time, like I think that I'm very lucky that I have that many of people who are coming back to me and makes my work easy. So Oscar, hi, how are you doing? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now
Okay.
I can hear you.
Thanks, Anna. I'm pretty fine, living the dream. Glad to be back here on Geekle events. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm still smiling, so it's fine.
Okay.
So stage is yours. Enjoy, and I'll come back in the end.
Okay, thanks. Hey guys, glad to be back here on Geekle event. Our next speaker is not currently with us, so we are going to see a pre-recorded video. His name is Aswin. He's going to talk about a Dart, but in a server side. So let's enjoy the video.
Hello everyone, welcome to this new session on building APIs using Dart. I am an Indian and my name is Gopinathan. I'm a software engineer at Accenture. I've been working with Flutter for almost 2 years now, and currently I'm exploring the power of Dart as a programming language for stuffs other than Flutter. So in the next 30 minutes, we're going to learn about the concept of Dart as a backend. Yes, that's a topic that is not widely explored in the Dart community. Many of you, whenever you think about Dart, the first thing that comes into your mind is Flutter, right? You use Dart for Flutter. But what if I say you can build servers and host your code using Dart? Or you can develop your own web APIs, just like the APIs you find online. It could be something like the weather API, which you usually most while working with Flutter, or it could be any API that you can find online. Or what if I say you can develop Twitter bots using Dart? It might sound weird, but trust me, you can do all these things using Dart, and the list goes on. So, without any further delay, let's get our hands dirty with the concept of Dart as a backend. So, let me open IntelliJ and start a new project. This time I'll be going with a Dart project because we're not going to create any Flutter projects or anything. We're going to go with a simple Dart application. So as you can see here, I'll select the web server option. I'll go click on next. I'll name something like Dart server. All right. Everything looks fine. Let's finish. So it's creating the application for me. All right. So whenever you choose the template web server, it already pre-fills your code. Pre-fills your application with some basic code, which makes things easier for you. You don't have to go about creating everything from scratch. It will be done already by the template, and you can start from here. Before I start with the explanation of this particular code, let me tell you about the project structure. You might have, when you were working in Flutter, you might have seen that the main.dart file lies in the lib folder, right? But here, the main file, it is called the server.dart file. Just give me a moment. So here it is called the server.dart file. It is available in the folder bin. So bin equal to lib in Flutter. So the root directory in Dart when Dart application is bin and the root file is server.dart, whereas the root directory in Flutter is lib and the root file will be main.dart. All right. So before I explain about this particular code, let's go to pubspec.yaml file. As you can see here, the template already has imported and already has given us the package shelf and arc. I'll explain you why arcs is used over here, but let's see what is the shelf package. Let me open pub.dev. Let's type in shelf. There's already a package, okay, the name shelf. So this is the package that we're going to use in our Dart web server code. So shelf acts as a middleware for Dart. So what is this middleware? So whenever you're building your web applications, you connect everything together. It's something like you connect the authentication part together, you connect the web server hosting part together, and these are just bits of code. So middleware is like a bit of code which does something particular. It could be something like functions in programming languages, like it does a certain amount of processing and it performs some actions. So middleware is something similar. You attach it to the server pipeline in such a way that it provides some functionality. Shelf is also a middleware. Shelf provides a middleware for hosting your code. Whereas when you go back in the search, you can see a lot of packages with the starting name shelf, right? So whenever you're creating packages for web server, it usually starts with the prefix shelf. It could be shelf proxy, it could be shelf router. These are all middlewares. They perform certain actions for your particular server. Let's see, for example, of shelf proxy. It's a proxy middleware that provides a handler for handling. It provides a proxy handler for your web server. There are some other middlewares, that is shelf router, which helps in efficient routing of your web application. Just like imagine you got a GET request in your particular server and you have to send some data to it. So shelf router handles everything for you. It handles various HTTP request methods and various API endpoints, and depending on those values, a particular data is returned accordingly. So that is what shelf router does. All right, these are all the middlewares. So we'll be focusing on shelf and shelf router package. All right. So let me go back. Shelf is already imported over here. Let's add the dependency for shelf router. So we go to shelf router. Let's check on versions. Let's choose the dev version, that is 1.1.1. So I'll just copy this. I'll go with 1.1.1 so that we don't come across any bugs while developing the application. Now let's click on pubget. So the dependencies are added. Now let's go back to the server.dart file. All right, now we are in the server.dart file. There are a lot of code written over here that is pre-filled by the template, but let me break it down a bit so that it will be easier for you. Let's start from the top. These are the imports that we're going to use. We're going to use the shelf.dart package and shelf.io.dart package. All right. Now let's create a variable that is host name. So whenever you are testing your web server on your particular device, that is in your personal laptop or desktop, you're going to use localhost because it is where the code is going to run, right? Like whenever you're working with web servers, you'll be always hosting the code on your local host. But when you're actually hosting the code on some platform as a service software such as Heroku, Cloud Run, or let's say Netlify, all these places you have to provide the host name as 0.0.0.0. This has to be updated every time you're going live. That is, you're going for production level. But for now, you can just provide localhost. Now let's get into the void main function. So this is where the magic happens. Let's start with the first line. So if you don't know how argument parsers work, let me explain you this thing. Like whenever you're running a Dart application from a terminal, you may want to pass particular data along as an input to your program, right? So let's say you're writing Dart program.dart, then you have to pass some values along with that in the command line itself. So that particular values are stored in the variable over here, args. And this particular value is used over here using the double dash flag. So whenever you're running your program from the Dart terminal, let me show you how. Dart, let me clear this first. Okay, Dart, then it will be server.dart. Now we use the double quotation port. Now we pass something like 8080. All right, saying, okay, I have to pass the directory name as well, bin/server.dart. So it's running the code in port 8080. All right, so whichever port you pass, that will be the port that is going to be used for hosting your code. So let's close it down for now. All right. Yeah. So you pass some port number in your command line, and that particular port is used as the port for hosting your local code. Now let's come to this line. If this particular flag you have not passed from the command line, you didn't pass any values, so this particular value will be null. In that case, a check is happening over here. If this is null, that is you didn't pass any value, it will check if the platform has any port in it. This is very important when you're hosting it on Google Cloud Run. Like Cloud Run always provides an environment variable for port. And in our condition, we are not using any Cloud Run or we are not using any other ports. So this will also be null. In that condition, go with 8080. All right. Now, this is a string. We need to convert it into integer. So we have passed the string to an integer. Now, this condition is just for checking if the port equal to null or not. In case you pass a null value as a command line argument. In that case, exit code will be 64 and return the code. That's done. So that is basically the setup before you actually start with the server part. All right. Now let's come to the main program, the main exciting part of our code. That is the server code. So initially, what we'll do is we'll create a pipeline. So just imagine a pipeline between the requester and the responder. All right. So you are requesting from your browser and your server is responding from the server side. So there's a pipeline between both of them, right? So you created the pipeline first, a pipeline where you can send and receive request and response from the server and henceforth. Now you have created the pipeline. Now we need to add a middleware to it. The middleware will be to log the request. In case there's an error or something, this particular middleware will log all the requests in your backend. Next, we need to hand a handler. And the handler is something that will take care of your incoming request. So let's say I use the GET request on your server. So there should be something that handles this code, right? So the handler, that is this particular method, is going to handle your request. So what happens over here? The input will be of type request because you're sending a request from the browser, and the output will be of type response because you're responding from the server, right? So the response can be of different types. It could be okay, that is 200. It could be something like, let me show you. It could be something like not found. It could be something like moved permanently or internal server error, forbidden. There are a lot of options over there. But for now, we are just showing that it's okay, the request is okay, and we're sending a response. So let's run this code now. All right, okay. I had used 8080 earlier. I forgot how to remove that. Let's change it to 8081. All right. It's serving. Let's go and check it out. Sorry. So it's printing request for something that was passed, right? So what if I change something like Flutter, request for Flutter? It's echoing whatever I'm passing as a what is a query parameter in the URL. So let's change it to something like /Aswin. That's my name, by the way. So it's printing that. So this is what this particular code does. All right. But now this is not something that we're going to do right now. Let's close everything. Let's create a new class which will handle all the incoming requests for us rather than having everything in the same file. So let's create a new class. Let's name it router.dart. So let's start with the import part. First, I'm going to import the shelf router package. All right. That's all the import we need for now. Class, we'll create a new class, that is, let's name it API. Now we need to write a handler method which will return our handler for us. All right. Just ignore the code that GitHub Copilot is giving me. So now let's start with a router object which will listen to all the incoming routes to your particular API. So it will be router equal to router. That's you're creating it. Now let's create router dot get. So we are waiting for a get request, right? So it will be, we'll wait for an incoming request on /API. All right. Now now we need an object for request which will contain the request object that is sent from your browser. Request. Let's press tab. Okay, got confused on. Okay, now it's okay. So if you want to use the request package, you have to import shelf.dart. Shelf. Yeah. It's giving you, okay, I have to return something like, let's return null for now. Okay, I can't return null because, yeah, return router. Yes, we are never going to reach this particular code. Trust me, we're never going to run this return statement. All right. Now, let's see what will happen over here. When we hit the API, that is when we hit the endpoint /API, this particular statement will be outputted for us. It will be output for us. So now let's see, it should work, right? Now let's run the code again. It's opening 8081. Go through all these things. Yeah. Let's type API. It's still giving me the same response, request for API. But we gave hello world, right? What happened over there? There's a magic we actually forgot to implement over there. So let's go to server.dart. We have to change the handler here. This handler belongs to this particular handler, right? We need to change that now. So what will we change it to? We'll change it to this particular method. So it will be API dot handler. Perfect. Now let's close this and restart again. 81. Now it's going to say route not found because we didn't define anything for a simple plain opening URL, right? Now let's type API. Now hello world is being displayed. So this is the magic of the handler class which we created over here. Sorry, the API class which we created. All right, now let's see something different. Let's say, let me run this again. I'll show you something. So it's running in 8081. So if I type /API, it will give me hello world. What if I type something like /API/dart? It's gonna say route not found, right? What if I remove this completely and go with the plain URL? It's also gonna say route not found, right? So what can we do for that? So for that, we have to write a code something like this. It means we have already defined a lot of codes on top. I mean, imagine you have written a lot of code for the get request, post request, and various endpoints. Now the user enters a URL which is not actually present for processing. That means we have not defined any route for that particular, endpoint or the HTTP request method. What will you do for that time? So for that, we use something known as OR. It is similar to the default block in the switch case statement. Whenever you're writing switch statements, you always write the default block, right? That means if the cases does not satisfy any of the given cases given over there, you process what is given in the default block. So it is similar over here. We write the router.all block, which will be processed every time a particular API or the endpoint is hit, which is not being defined by the programmer. All right, let's see how this particular code works. I'll restart the server. Yeah, it's 8081. Okay. So remember earlier we used to see that it's showing router not found, but now it's showing page not found. So what happened? So this particular code has been run over there, right? Because we have given page not found over here. So what if we type something like /API/dart? It's gonna say page not found. But when we type /API, it's gonna say hello world because we have already defined for /API. For everything, for any URL other than /API, it's gonna return not found, page not found. All right. And as you already know, whenever you type a URL from the search bar in your browser, it will always be a GET request. So that's the reason we have given here GET. If we give something like post, let's say if I give something like post and restart the server, 8081. Now if I type API, it's gonna say page not found because whatever URL you hit from here, it's gonna be a GET request. We cannot hit a post request from the search bar. So if we change this back to GET and restart, always remember whenever you make a small change, you have to restart the server. That's an issue with Dart. I hope the Dart team will find some solutions for that. So /API, now it's working properly. So this is how you can create your own API using our friendly neighborhood Dart. Now, I mean, this is all that I want to explain you. Now it's up to you to go forward from here. But before I end this session, I want to give you some ideas from where you can go ahead from here. Now, you have written a code for the GET request and the /API. What if you're creating an API for your external database? Imagine your database is stored on the server, and let's say your database is something like Firebase, or it's something like not Google, Supabase, or it's something like MySQL, or something like MongoDB. Now, yeah, I know there are a lot of packages available in Dart which you can use, but what if there was no package existing at all? What if you are using a very new database which doesn't have a package defined in Dart? What will you do for that? You can manually connect to the endpoint and access them, right? So how will you make them available to all the users that are using your API? There are a lot of features you can connect. You can actually write code for getting all the data from the database. You can write code for storing new information in the database. You can even write code for deleting such some rows or columns in your particular database. So for all these things, there are advanced topics in APIs you have to learn. You can learn about authentication. You can learn about authorization. You can learn about how to implement, delete, post, request, and all. All right. So let me show you an example. I have this article on dev.to, which is create an API. Let me open dev.to. Yeah. So you can head over to dev.to and open this particular API. Open this particular article, which says create an API with Dart plus Heroku. The initial part of the API is connecting with Supabase and hosting your own API from there. I mean, gathering data from Supabase and hosting it in your API. But what if you want to make the API accessible to everyone? So for that, you have to host the code, right? In some PaaS software such as Heroku, Google Cloud Functions, or something similar. So for that, the later part of this article talks about hosting with Heroku. It's just a 5-minute job. It's going to help you host this particular web server or this web API on Heroku. You can follow the steps, and finally you will be able to access the particular API. So I'll show you one API which I had created. It's called Musical API. So since I'm opening after a long time, it's going to take some time to load. So please give me some time. It will open anytime soon. Yeah. Okay. So I have to write something like /API. Now you can see it returns some data. So this is the API that I created using our friendly neighborhood Dart. Okay. This data is returned from a local JSON file. There are methods in Dart. You can access your local file and host data from there, right? So these are all the scope you can. These are the scopes of using Dart as a backend language. And if you want to go even deep, like if you want to learn how to implement various HTTP request methods in Dart, check out my second article that talks about building APIs for various HTTP requests in Dart. It talks about how you can write code for GET requests, which I talked in this session. Then I talked about post requests. You can use post, delete, and everything. All right. Now let's get back to our article. So we talked about all these things. Now everyone is happy. In the start of this session, you might have thought it might be a complex thing, right? Working with the web APIs, having your own Dart backend type of a code. But trust me, the concept of Dart as a backend, it's gonna be phenomenal. I'm working on it continuously, and I'm pretty much sure Dart is gonna be as useful as a language for backend as it is for front-end using Flutter development. Dart is gonna, I will not say that Dart is gonna replace other programming backend languages like Python, PHP, or anything, but it's definitely gonna coexist with others. All right. So before I end this session, if you wanna connect with me, you can connect with me on Twitter, where I'm active the most. Or if you wanna connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram, just Google search my name. You will find links to almost all the social profiles I have. All right. So I'll catch you around next time. Bye.
Okay, that was the video for Aswin. It's sad that he is not with us. I personally have some questions for him, but let's jump to our next speaker. This speaker need any type of presentation. You already know him. Let's give a warm welcome to Scott Stoll. Hi, Scott. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. You know what? I thought I was going to have a little bit more time.
Oh, Man, sad to hear
You were
that.
supposed to talk.
Well, we don't have any question yet. The star for the show is not here to answer that questions, so it's even worse to that.
Oh, I'm telling you. Let me
Sorry.
finish up
Yeah,
my
don't worry.
preparations here. But yeah, it's funny. I was just killing some time speaking to the man himself, finding out if I got anything really wrong on this. It's always good to be able to talk to the person who wrote the package and have them tell you what in the world are you doing.
Yeah, sure.
Start over. This is a mess. No.
So Scott, I have one question for you. It's a personal question. So you already discussed in the previous discuss panel of one of the biggest challenge, but some of the question that I have read multiple times, for example, in YouTube, is give us one incentive for a person that already know React Native to jump over Flutter.
React Native?
Yeah.
There actually, it boils down to two that are the same. There are features and there are benefits, right? A feature is a thing. Oh, wait a minute. That's him. Okay. Not a problem. Hey, when the guy who wrote the package sends you a message right before you do a talk on it, you better read it.
Yeah.
So one second.
Go ahead.
All righty. Telling him too late. We've already started. So the feature is the fact that when you're writing Flutter, everything you write to the screen is actually drawn by Flutter. Okay. Now that has two major benefits as opposed to React Native. React Native, you're borrowing the UI components that are native. Okay. So the first thing is freedom. You can modify these components in Flutter. You can, copy the files, create your own custom versions of things. You can create completely custom things for your UI that have nothing to do with anything else. We have gesture detectors. You can take a custom painter and paint a very strange, convoluted design and have it in a gesture detector. And anywhere you click inside of it will click. Anywhere you click outside of it will not. And you can get as crazy as you want with that. The other thing, in my opinion, is security. This isn't as big a problem as it sounds. And I'm not talking about security in the normal sense. I'm talking about security that you can sleep at night. Because every once in a while, Apple has been known to make a change that completely wrecks your app. And, discontinue certain things. And if you are using native components and some of those native things go away, it kills you. It really does. It just kills you. That'll never happen in Flutter. Absolutely never. Because it doesn't run. The only thing that Flutter really needs from the device is a canvas to paint on. I don't see Apple or any other company ever getting rid of the canvas.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's the big one. And also the other one, of course, is performance, because since we don't use a bridge and we're compiling to machine code, which binary assembly, whatever you want to call it, you can't beat the performance. Now, sometimes the way things are running, it might look sometimes people might think the performance isn't all that good, but you've got to remember Flutter is usually performing great, but sometimes it is waiting on other things, typically something from the operating system. But it shouldn't cause any jank. If there's jank, then you're probably not doing something right, even on iOS, because it was fixed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
Moving on.
The floor is yours, man.
I appreciate it, Oscar. All righty. So let's see here. Go Router. Like I said, it's like navigation, but well, it's better. So let's see here. My name is Scott Stahl. As you heard in the last panel, I've done a bunch of stuff with Flutter community that no one really cares about. I work for Dev Angels London, which is Simon Lightfoot, myself, and a few other people, Aikish Pak, Marco Sullivan. And so we're over there developing apps. You may have heard of some of those people. And really, you know, I like pit bulls. We're rescuing a pit bull. And I like things in VR, car racing, planes, all kinds of simulators. All right, that's enough about me. Let's get on to Go Router. So Go Router is the brainchild of a gentleman on the Flutter team. We'll get to that in a minute. So where it came from is Navigator 2. Navigator 2. If you know a very senior Flutter person and they're in a very good mood and you want to destroy that good mood, ask them about Navigator 2. Yeah. So there's a guy on the Flutter team who was looking at Navigator 2 and he was hearing the way people were, you know, that they were talking about it and their complaints about it and all this stuff. And he actually sat down at one point and he said, there's got to be a better way. There really does. And we're very, very lucky because the person who happened to have this thought was Chris Sells. Now, the Flutter team, just to let you know, has 5 PMs of all varying stripes. Chris, his particular area of responsibility is end-to-end developer experience. So your experience with Flutter is Chris's problem. So don't tell him it's none of his business. It's his only business. So Chris is looking at the experience people are having with Navigator 2, and he's thinking there's got to be a better way. Well, the Flutter team itself, the engineers, are usually pretty overwhelmed. They have contractors doing a lot of the triage on issues and things like that. So he couldn't exactly go to them and say, hey, I need you to redo this whole thing. But Google has what they call 20% time, which means basically one day a week, Chris gets to work on anything he wants as long as it's kind of, you know, it's related to business in some way. So he decided to put together a navigation system. And since he is responsible for our experience, he put it together in a way that helps make sure the experience is a good one. Also, Chris has an advantage that almost no other package writer has. He's on the team. Sometimes team members will answer emails of people who are not on the team. Chris can like just schedule a meeting or go walk up to them if they're in person. So he really gets all the inside information if he's got any questions. And we're benefiting from it with Go Router. Moving on, Go Router is declarative routing. So what do we mean by that? Well, just about everything in Flutter is declarative. You spell it out, right? And where you spell this out is in the Go Router constructor, which is right here. So the Go Router constructor, let me see here. Where did they put? Oh, I am thinking of Zoom. Zoom has the little light thing on the cursor. Sorry about that. So with the constructor, oh, that'll work my cursor. We have the routes right here, and the path right here is home. So the thing is you can make any page home that you want. You can make, you know, it's just like a named route. So you set your home to whatever you want it to be. We have the page builder right here. It takes the current state and the current context. Then there's the page key. Excuse me. And we return page 1. So then there's another one right here, of course, page 2. Does the same thing, returns page 2. Interesting little tidbit here. I wasn't able to get into the slides in time. One of the things we're doing on an app that we're working on is this has like page 2 page right here is the constructor. This path would be page 2 page dot route name. Therefore, you set the route name in the widget itself. So that's a pretty cute little thing. You always know where the route name is. It's in your widget. So, and if you change it there, you never have to change it anywhere else. Everywhere it's referenced, sorry, is page 2 page dot route name, and it makes your life so much easier. All right. That being said, let's move on a little bit here. So, as we said, here's the routes list. Here's our first route. Okay. Path, page builder. And obviously I should have been moving my slides forward as we went, huh? The context, the state. We're going to return a material page, okay, of type void. The key, state page key, and of course our child. Here's another one. Oh, look at that. So code, good code, lives or dies on its error handling. And this is no exception. What you want to do is you want to create something to handle the error. Now, this little default right here is just, it's kind of more for the developer. We create an error page, and in the center of that error page, we put, well, what the error was, right? Kind of almost makes sense. Yeah. So you put this underneath your routes list. So here's your routes list, and here's your error builder. Sorry, your error page builder. Now, this is the point in my slides where I got a little overwhelmed with work and with a few other things, and ended up not being able to work on them until about, 3 hours ago. So, yeah. Unfortunately, we're not going to see a lot of fancy colors from here on. Yeah, my apologies for that, but the material is still here. So, there is advanced stuff that we're not really going to be going over because this is the junior track. Now, we're going to touch on a couple of these, though. But if you look at the router state, within the router state, you've got a lot of different things, such as location subblock, path, blah, blah, blah. A couple of them that are rather important are like parameters, query parameters, extra, okay, and page key. So let's take a look at this. What if we want to, I don't know, go someplace, right? So we got to look at the context, because context is the most awesome thing. Sorry. That's Chris sending me, the guy who wrote this, sending me a message saying, you really asked me for questions about this 9 minutes before you're going? Yes, I did. Anyway, context.go. Context is, if you know how to use it, one of the best things in Flutter. It contains your theme. It contains your text theme. It contains your state management information a lot of times if you're using anything like provider. With this, it contains the ability to go someplace, right? Context is everything, almost literally. It contains the information about the state of your app, because in order to build a widget, you have to know what are the conditions you're building it under. And without context, you don't have that. There are some people who think they can do a Flutter app without context. The truth is they're using a package that kind of hides it. And because of all the stuff that goes on in hiding that, the code's a bit convoluted. And anyway, that's another technical talk. Context. Context is where all the good stuff is. Okay. And the really cool thing about this, one of the things that Chris did, if I can get my cursor back, there we go. Go router of context.go page 2. Now, if you're new, one of the things, two of the things that make me a little crazy, when you're playing with set state, it says set state, da, 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 da. You know what set state should really say? Set state dot after. Because if you look at the old counter app, it says set state and then calls counter plus plus. What if that thing said set state after counter plus plus? Wouldn't that have made, wouldn't that help you as a beginner? Because it tells you you're going to do the counter first, then you're going to reset. So right here, if you look at that, this one is another one. Instead of, we could have called it in. So the go router that is in the context, whatever go router we have there, we're going to call the go function and go to page 2. So it's that easy. And of course, if you're feeling extremely lazy, some of us do at times, context.go page 2, done. So it's not that hard. Also, though, we have another way to do this. Okay. We have context.push. Now, you're probably familiar with push from using Navigator. On tap, go router of context.push, right? Or context.push. Why? Right? And Chris is sending me good messages. I'll have to read them when we're done. So moving on, what's going on here? Here's the scary version, okay? Push adds things to the stack, whereas go replaces your stack. Now, some of you might be new enough, you're wondering, what is a stack? Okay, a stack is like cards. Bad example. Better. All right. Stack is like a deck of cards. Okay. And push is just working with a stack. Okay. In that, when you go somewhere new, push is going to stick a new card, new page, on top of the stack of all the places that you've been. When you pop, it takes the one off the top and sends you back to wherever that was. So if I go from home, which is on the stack, to page 2, which gets put on the stack, to page 3, gets put on the stack. Now I hit the back button. The back button pops it off, and we're back at page 2. So it's very sequential. On the other hand, go replaces the stack. What? When you go somewhere, the old stack gets tossed in the trash. Okay. If where you're going is the only thing, then there's only going to be one thing in your stack. If you are deep linking, it can get very interesting. So what do I mean here? This is totally oversimplified, folks. The old way to do this, let's say there are 3 families and there are 4 people in each family, and each person has a page. Now, if you're going to start at family number 4, person 3, then we're going to go straight to family 3, person 2, and we're going to go straight to family 2, person 1. Now, using Navigate, when we hit the back button, we're going to go from 2-1 back to 3-2, back to 4-3. So you're thinking, yeah, okay, you haven't told me anything I don't know. Okay, let's play it this way. The way of the go. 3 families, 4 each, do the same thing. You use go to navigate to 3-2 and then to 2-1. When you hit back, since you are in family 2, person 1, it goes back to family 2. And after that, it goes home. What it's doing is it replaced the stack with home and then the family underneath of that, and then the individual person underneath of that. So you don't have the history of where you were, you have the route of how you got there. Believe it or not, most people who are using this are using Go, and they're very, very happy with it. Don't knock it till you try it. Okay. However, that guy, one of my favorite people in the world, who would have figured? You have to be really careful when you go back, which we do with the good old POP, even when we're using Go Router. But your user experience is all important. Okay. When you're going back, you have to be sure that you're not going to give the user an unpleasant surprise. That's the most important thing. Because if your user keeps getting unpleasant surprises because they thought they were going to end up someplace and you took them somewhere else, you're going to annoy them. And if you annoy the user too much, well, you end up in what I call the uninstalled zone. It's not somewhere you want to be. So, as we said, yeah. Moving on. Let's take a look at redirection. Redirection is really, really useful. And it's very similar to what you would think redirection in web does. Now, it's funny. I keep seeing my cursor on the stream and not realizing that it's actually somewhere else on my screen. It's kind of fun, almost. Let's take a look here at how some of redirection works. We're going to create a login information class, okay? And it extends change notifier, so when things change, the app is going to update. The big thing to know is right here. You need to know whether or not this person is logged in. Okay, the rest of it, don't worry about so much right now. So we need to know if they are logged in. And the way we're going to know this is whether or not the username string is empty. So if the user logs out, it sets it to an empty string. If the user logs in, we set a username. Easy enough. Next, we're going to go into our Go router. Above the actual Go router, above the class, perhaps in the class, but above your routes, we are going to create a login info. And this is our login info class. And now we have our routes. Okay, and this takes us, of course, to the login screen. Now, why is this important? Why this is important is what we're going to do here, the end goal, is we're going to redirect to the login page if someone is not logged in and they were trying to go somewhere else. Or we're going to redirect someone back home if they try to go to the login page, but they're already logged in. And if they are logged in and they're not trying to go to the login page, just send them where they're supposed to go. Don't redirect. Okay, send them where they're trying to go. So here we go. The redirect is going to check this each time. So each time the user tries to go somewhere, we run this and see, should we intercept and redirect? So here we're going to take our state, check to see if it's empty. Okay, final logged in, whether or not they're logged in, which is a Boolean, is going to depend on our logged in info, which we just made. And we're going to check to see if the user is logged in. Whoops. Sorry about that. Now remember, this logged in is a Boolean that tells us whether or not the name string is empty. So now we're going to double check to see if this user is trying to go to the login screen. Okay. Going to login equals state.location. Hey, is this equal to login? Yes or no? So that's going to set this to true or false. Now we're going to check them both in an if statement. If the user is not logged in, and they're not trying to go to login, send them the login. If they're logged in and they're trying to go to login, why? Send them home. If those are both not, if these conditions are not met, then that means that either they're not logged in and they're trying to go to the login screen, so we let them, or they're not logged in and they're trying to go somewhere else, so we let them. And by returning null, basically means we don't interfere. Now, you might have this suspicion that parameters might be coming up next, of course. So we have a number of them, a couple of interesting ones to look at here since we have 6 minutes is, let's say we want to find a great dog. We're going to say to search for adoptable dogs. Context.go, we're going to go to our search page, but now we've got a query. And good old format here. Everybody should be familiar with it. Query equals old black dogs who need adopted, because older black dogs almost never get adopted, and they shouldn't be left in a cage. So go get one. Now here's our route. The path is going to be search. We get our context and state as usual. We're going to get this via the state.parameters, and we'll pull out our search query. The query is equal to the state.query parameters query. It can be null because, well, maybe you're trying to go to the search page and haven't actually run a query yet. It can happen. So we're going to return the search page after running that query. Pretty easy, right? Now, the extra parameter. The extra parameter here, we're going to go back to the families example, and we're going to say that when we tap, we are going to go context.go to the family page with the parameter extra family. Extra family? Is this like going to the page of your second family? You have more than one family. Anyway, parameters. So when we go to the go route, there is the path right here, and it's going to be context state. We're going to return the family screen with the family parameter being the extra family. Notice we're casting it right here. In Dart, when you use an as, that is a cast. So you can do integer as double, many other things. Sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes you will cast a subclass to a superclass, such as cast car as vehicle, instead of using it as a car. There are times. So this is the general overview. We've only got a couple more minutes. But other capabilities we have not gone into do include subroutes, named routes, URLs, transitions, loading asynchronous data, and you can nest navigation. That is not a junior track topic. Get into the Go router and check it out. So where to go for help? We have a bunch of places where you can go for help in general for Flutter. Those places include the Slack, over 16,000 people there to answer your questions. Okay. Discord, Reddit. The Google Groups is somewhere that I often catch a bunch of Flutter team members. Okay. And you can see these, you can get to these basically from the Flutter community, the flutter.dev official website, their community page. Flutter community medium, which is different than the Flutter medium. The Flutter community medium has 1,200 plus articles and over 500,000 minutes read every 30 days. The official Flutter medium is a whole new one, or no, I'm sorry, not new. It's a whole different one. Then Flutter community on YouTube. We have Hump Day Q&A every Wednesday. We did the 30 Days of Flutter series with the Flutter team. The Flutterista conference was 4 days long of talks. The Flutter Apprentice Book Club is going on literally right now. I mean, like, it's got half an hour to run for today, and it's been an every week thing, and then we'll be back next Wednesday. Flutter Vikings was a great conference last year, and there's going to be another one coming up after January 1st. We've got a lot of interviews, too, with various characters within the Flutter community. And one last point, don't send people private messages on Facebook, on Twitter, on Slack saying, help me, help me. Don't do that. There are 16,000 people who can answer your questions, and there's like 10 channels labeled questions for this, questions for that in the Slack. There's no reason on earth to reach out to someone cold and say, please help me with this problem. Now, if you're talking to someone already and they say that they want to take it to a side conversation, that's perfectly fine. But if you just send someone a message like on LinkedIn or something like that, says, please help me with this problem, you're just going to get ignored. Really. Anyway, there's that. And of course, there are a couple of other places that you can get help. So let's see here. Let me add a couple things. Let me first of all take this down real quick. And let me put these in the chat and also put it in the chat and also put it in a banner. There we go. That is a great place to get help with GoRouter. Who would have thought? Right? And from the man himself, these are some of the messages I was getting while I was talking. And one more. And there's that one. So I'll put these in the chat. And that way you'll be able to get some more help. Sorry about this. These were unplanned, obviously. So let's see here. I'm overtime. I'm into someone else's time. So unfortunately, I can't try to tackle any questions right now. Oscar's been trying to force himself in here. And my buddy out of hell is coming up next. Oscar, you did it.
As always.
You are now a pro.
Yeah. So I hear that you don't have so many time for questions, but we have just probably one or two on the chat. I don't know if we can take those.
Out of hell, how are you on time? I don't want to run. You're good? Okay. I can see him. In fact, why don't we, you mind if we add him? Make for a good transition. Hey, buddy.
What's up? What's up, man?
Let's see.
Hello,
hey. So
let's
we
see
have
here.
just the biggest question. And
well, I see one right here.
Yeah. That's not one question, but it's a good comment.
Oh, also, Anna had a great point. Chris is here tomorrow.
The man.
So if you want to talk to one of the 5 big managers on the Flutter team, be here tomorrow. Now, I'm sorry, Oscar, go ahead.
Don't worry. I believe this is the biggest question so far.
Good question. I have never used AutoRoute, so I am not qualified to answer that question. There are lots of things I don't know, and I will tell you, and right now I don't know. Hell, anything?
I have no idea, man. So do you remember when we always said the people that are no longer in the community or GDEs, what we do is we are better looking for searcher for staff. It's not that we know everything. So, but if you want to know, you need to go to internals. But basically, if you look, it's the same with the stage management. People get pretty worried about this name or that name. You need to understand stage management, not the name of that. So you get navigation, and you understand. Yeah, you will get whatever you get.
That's a good question. That is an answer. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Now here, remember, the whole point of GoRouter is because people were having trouble with Navigator 2. Okay, and Navigator 2 is actually much more capable than Navigator. It was just, the people in the team know it. I'm not insulting them. It was painful to use.
Yeah.
And this is the whole, and the man who is responsible for your experience as a developer personally thought it was hard enough to use that he took his own time to write this package. So would I recommend it over Navigator? Absolutely.
I have a confession here. So far, I haven't used Navigator 2. I still using the Navigator 1. And sometimes I've been looking for autoroute that so far I can see on that package is so similar to GoRoute, but so far I haven't used Navigator 2.
Well, and the thing is when Navigator 2 came out, I was a little bit busy with something. And then before I had a chance to try it, I was looking at chats in our Slack and people were crying so much. I was scared to go near it. So, and now we have GoRouter and I can skip over Navigator 2.
I did take a look to Navigator too, but actually when we have one of those talks with the people of Google and everything, I actually told the people in there, this is amazing. This could solve many issues, but it's a pain in, what it is.
No, it's fantastic. Well, and it's like anything. The engineers who work on the system forget that the people outside of that system don't have all of the background knowledge that they have. So they write something that is fantastic and then they put it out publicly. And because we don't have all the background understanding, we can't figure out how to use it.
Yeah, because it doesn't have much word when someone like Simon tells you, oh, it's super easy. It's like, yeah.
Don't even.
Yeah,
don't
I know it is easy for you, man. Yeah.
I work with Simon every day. Okay. I know. Just do this. It's like, what do you mean just?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, let me get out of your way because you've got to talk to me.
Thanks, Scott.
It's gonna be a sweet one, a small one, not that cool as yours, but I'm here.
Yeah. Tell you what, I'm gonna go run a puppy to the doctor. So
go, please go.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Scott. Thanks. So our next speaker is already here. You already know him from Mexico. I want to ask you something. Argel or Angel?
Actually, my name is Argel.
Argel.
Yeah.
Okay. So I saw your name. I was confusing because of you are Mexican. So Angel.
No. It's kind of those weird names. Yeah, that's mine.
Okay, so the floor is yours as always. You're already here, so
yeah,
go ahead.
Thanks. I got this. Thank you. So hello to all. Again, please, can you help me out to put my slides? Yeah, thank you. So I'm gonna do this easy. So this talk was kind of weird when I think about it because definition of DOM, many people get like, that's not even relevant. What does this means? What is it? So first I'm only gonna present myself, even though I said my name many times, but I like to people get confused trying to read my name when there are Spanish speakers. So I like to say, mi nombre es Argel Bejarano. My name is Argel Bejarano. I'm from Mexico. I'm a speaker. I'm a Go developer expert in Flutter and Dart. I have been working in creating content, Spanish videos and everything for more than 3 years, almost 4. So let's keep moving. So what are the things that could happen right now? I can have dog barking. I have a dog in here. You can have cars maybe. I'm a little bit sick on my throat, so you can hear me cough. I had definitely bad jokes. Maybe a delivery guy joined, Humans can get in the way, and again, my dog is going to be barking. So just things that could happen. Please try to keep away of your mind right now. And let's start to definition of done. So we all have different kind of talk, right? Usually the talks are being here to give you an answer, to give you a solution, to give you something that you will take there and have, oh, now I have to do this. Now I know how to do this amazing talk with the Go router. You're going to go there and try it. But this talk is going to be talking about questions. You will have questions. You will want to get do-it-yourself questions. And this way you will be able to find the answer. I always have in my talks this: if you ended up my talk and you don't have questions, I did not do my job. You need to have some answers, but mostly have more questions when this talk is going to be ending. So why does this even matter? So there's main two reasons for me. Definition of done, finish our ticket, or we don't have an idea what the PR needs to have. That's the questions that needs to be solved. If you have a definition of done, you need to have idea how to finish our ticket or how to create a PR. And I don't mean like push, git push, branch name. I'm talking about that. So we have widgets, we have classes, we have features, we have an app. But what is the definition of done of one of these, or each one of these? So let's talk about widgets, right? So when you're doing a widget and you're gonna say, okay, I finished this widget, you need to know, is stateless or stateful? Do I need to be stateless? Do you need to be, do I need to know if it needs to have some different state changes on it? I need to reveal everything. I need to reveal some part. How do you know this? If you go back to your code and you start doing some codes, search and review, and says, okay, yeah, this definitely needs to be stateless. So you are sure that maybe you do a stateful and you have nothing else in there, and you just create a stateful. And then you may say, yeah, it's not relevant. I mean, even though every stateless is still a stateful, you need to add some states and you can create a stateful. And it's like, yeah, you could, but you are using unnecessary code. It's harder to review. You have more classes. So stateless or stateful. Another thing, it's missing in many places. Did you add your key? You can say, hey, I don't have to add it. If you just type HTML, my IDE, IntelliJ, or my editor, Visual Studio Code, add this for me. So, but when you create your own, did you add the key? Do you know why the keys are important? That's the question that I have for you. There are many information out there that you can look, you can watch. Actually, the last Flutter Global Summit, we had you can actually watch it. A friend of mine, he actually gave a talk about keys, why they are important, why you should use it. It will help you for many things, but I'm gonna give you the context right now. Get the questions and look for the answer. So right now, okay, should I be using set state, or are we using builders for my stage management? Are we using the right mixing for an animation? When I say the right, do you know there exists two different kind of tickers that you can use? Or are there's only one? You know that it exists a state A, I think. They create a stateful widget with a key, with animation information in there. And from there is, okay, I'm gonna create an animation. What kind of animation you're gonna have? Are you gonna create an animation that actually need the controller, or you need another kind of animation? There is a video from the Flutter team that I told you how to choose the right animation. What you want to do? Do you need many control about when to start, when to stop, when to end, what to do when it's finished. Do you need all of that? So set state, stage management, animation choosing, which kind of animation is going to be needed. Do these need to be inside? Do you have a child for not reveal the widget inside of it? Just create the animation and not force the widget to reveal everything itself again. So are you thinking about this when you have a widget? So you have a late. Late was presented not that long ago. Maybe it's not relevant, but some of your variables could be late. So you can use a late final because it's going to be set one time and never changed. That's kind of, okay, I can have more finals. And maybe you are talking about one, or you are talking about 20 or 200 variables, or maybe thousands of variables that could be late and are not, but sorry, I could be final and they are not. That's something that could create something in there. So you need to be sure you are using this late the proper way and what is needed. Not everything is going to need to be late. That's why I told you need to talk about definition of done. So are we forcing unnecessary reveals? Do that nullization is necessary? Remember, nullization is needed in some specific cases. If it's just too many times, that is called, I think it's mail code. I can't remember it's the right way to say in English, but nullizations add this bang or this admiration symbol, this bang sign, is not always necessary. You need to try to avoid this. So if you're trying to do everything not nullable, if something needs to be null, you need to be sure when it's needed and when it's not needed. The Dart analyzer could have details, but not always going to be working for you. If you do, okay, this object is not null, and I can use everything next to it inside the if, and that's not true. You will need to keep adding that bang sign. So start adding bang for every place in the code. So forcing unnecessary reveals. This also related to set state, to stage management. But I have, this is another one. How much composition is enough composition? Did your widget have enough composition, or it's not enough? Maybe you could be more granular, more specific, more smaller composition. Maybe you are going too far and created smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you don't have enough. You need to send by constructor a lot of variables because I don't want to keep adding the stage management and using to rebuild. And so how much composition is enough composition? You need to ask you this question to be sure that your widget is done. Maybe you are using way too much and you don't need to. So for last, I mean, this is my point of view with everything. I don't say this is a rule you need to follow. It's just question, choose and decide which one you need to do. Which one give you and point it up to the right place to where your widget is being done. Like maybe you can, instead of calling the set state in one place or the other, you can call the dependency change. Maybe I need the context. I need the context, and but I don't have the context over the on init. Our context doesn't even exist. So what we do sometimes, we want to add an after layout and a post frame, and we call something in there, but maybe it's just needed to context and can be called in the, I think it was in did update widget. You already have the context in there, and you can do many changes. But this is also going to be related to, if you're going to be updating your own widget, do you have a key? Maybe the widget is not going to be rebuilding itself because you don't have a key to change. That's why you can use a unique key and force that this widget is going to be revealed in itself. So these are the questions that I have for you for widgets. These are the questions that you can take. You can do a screenshot and try to look information and learn from them. I could give you answers, but sadly, I just had like 3 minutes, and I think I just lost like 10 right now. So I have questions for you. So let's keep moving. So classes, class. This is gonna be the easiest because many people think, okay, I'm doing widgets. I'm creating widgets. My widgets are awesome. And then you need to go there, and Flutter is not widgets. You need to communicate. You need to send your information. So do you follow the solid principles? Do you know what are the solid principles? So people are trying to get a job, and the job post says they are looking for a senior developer. And the people that are gonna be interviewing you, they are not gonna be let you in as a senior engineer if you don't have solid principles or know how they work. You know how even the place where it needs to live. Okay, this is gonna be used by other classes. It's only gonna be used in my class. Sorry, in my feature, or it's gonna be used for other features. Just an example. Let's say we have a class that is daytime management. You can have like any structure for a day that you want, or formatting or whatever. Maybe you just could create an external class or an extension. We'll talk about that later, but is this going to be inside your feature or needs to be created outside so any other previous or future features can have access to that class? So where is the right place to use your classes? So maybe you need a little bit of polymorphism. Maybe the abstract class is in the right place or not. So these abstract classes need to be used in some place, and they're relevant for what? Let's think about just testing reasons. It's easy to test the contract and be sure everything is working how it should. They're trying to do with the real thing, because if not, you will need to add an HTTP call, a real HTTP call, and the test is going to be huge. Not even thinking about if you are actually doing the call and you are using maybe Firebase or any other that it have a cost for you. You will do mock calls and spend money just for testing your classes. So as classes also give you a contract. You are going to be enforced to use it. I always talk and work with this for my preferred architecture that is going to be clean architecture. So my classes are going to be immutable. Yes, every single one of the fields is going to be final for me. If I need to extend, that's where extensions come handy. I can use it and extend functionalities for my class. Even though it is immutable, I can get information and do calculation and do another stuff related to that class. But my class is going to be immutable. I'm not going to be reusing or changing fields, being kind of a little bit of lazy in there. I'm not going to be do that. And I'm going to be, if I'm going to be looking in your code to test or to test you for I don't know, my job offer, I'm going to be looking for this. These are kind of the main things you need to know about. If you were talking about classes, doesn't even Flutter or Dart or Go or Rust or whatever. This is basic information that you need to have. So do you think when you are doing this as this is the junior track, so I can be wrong. Maybe many of you are junior, so you need to be thinking about this in your classes. You need to think about many other things. Let's talk about the feature. So we have a widget, we have a class, but now let's think about everything related to a feature. So we have using architecture, implemented it right. So if I told you, okay, We are using a clean architecture, and you now need to add a new feature. So what is going to be the right thing to do it? Do you know the right path to do it? Let's gonna put you in context for me what I did when I had to start the new feature. I have in my repository, I have a small repo with all these steps. You can go there and take a look into it. But I have a data domain and data domain and presentation layer. So I don't have widgets in any other place that is not presentation. Outside presentation, widgets doesn't even exist. And this is basic. This is basic for clean architecture. Domain is going to be the glue in between your layers. So if I have code that is being communicated from data to presentation, from there you already implemented it wrong and you have a bad architecture. So you need to be looking into the right way of have done your feature. The definition of done, if I am reviewing a PR and I watch or read code that is being communicated from presentation to data, I stop reviewing, I send back and ask for a call. And let's talk about why do you have this issue? How I can help you. It shouldn't be like that, it should be like this. Let's try to talk and solve these issues. But you need to be thinking about, am I doing it? And one of the reasons why this is happening is because people don't like to ask. They're afraid to ask. I don't care to ask. I have asked many times, even though right now I keep asking because I don't know everything, as Scott said at the beginning, and I gotta confirm that right now. We keep learning and we keep asking. Do not be afraid to ask. So let's move forward. Do you have your dependency injection? I'm gonna keep talking about the one that I have in my repository. So dependency injection, I have my domain. From my domain, I have a repository. That repository have entities. My domain have entities that are going to be communicated in between the use case. That abstract class that is a repository is going to be used in my data layer, and from there is going to be used in the data repository, and it's going to be moved to my data source. And from there, it's going to be called to my remote. So there are going to be a lot of dependency injections that are going to be so easy to mock for testing if they are in the right place. If they are not set in the right place, it's going to be too hard to achieve this. So how you're going to be saying that your feature is done if it's not fitting the dependency injection in the proper way? Because if this is not happening, your testing might be wrong. Probably is going to be wrong and so hard to test. So we're going to get back a little bit to single responsibility. Are you sure this is filling a single responsibility? People get like scared, or, oh, I created a class with only 10 lines of codes. It's the responsibility for a use case. It just make a call to the repository. It had nothing else. Receive parameters, maybe. Send parameters, receive parameters, and communicate with the repository. And that's the responsibility for a use case on domain layer. And sometimes it took maybe 8 lines of code, and it's not a big deal. So don't be afraid to create more classes, but thinking that's the real responsibility of it. If you are just creating short classes with no reason, it doesn't work properly. It doesn't make any sense. So that's why it says it's easy to test. So single responsibility, dependency injection, architecture implemented right is going to get you in the right place to have a feature easy to test. That easy for when I create a new feature that I basically have it take me more time the first test But when I add a next one, I just copy paste, change names, and everything work. I just do that changes. I just create a one, copy, create a new file, and change the new call, and that works. And it have been working for me for a long time. So when you are doing your test for the feature set that's done, did you test the happy path? Did you test the sad path? You had these corner cases, edge cases, or whatever you want to call in your company. Because you can have, okay, this is a happy path, everything is not an error, everything is as smooth as it should be. The sad path, the one we can catch, and there is always know where it is. But what's going to happen? The corner cases, the edge cases. One of these, it could be like, hey, I'm going to save. I'm doing this HTTP request, but at that exact moment, I lost internet connection. What's going to happen? That's what I meant when I said edge cases or corner cases. When you work in a feature, did you take a look at your widget, your classes, your feature? These are all the steps, all the things that you have to do. It's gonna be in need to this to happen, right? So that's kind of a feature, and you can have more. It will depend on what are you doing. It was asked, what the ticket said, but we have one more. It's talking about the app. I have seen code that it says, yeah, I have architecture. Okay, let's take a look with your architecture and what do you have in there. And there is not actual architecture, it's just code separated in between folders. There are different, there is not exactly separate your code in folders. Is not architecture, it just order your code. It's not bad, but it's not architecture. So you need to be sure you are follow an architecture. And remember, when you're talking about architecture, it's not talking about a specific the one that I'm saying is not the one that is relevant right now. So I think I'm gonna keep moving faster because the time is always finished. But yeah, so are you following the rules of the choosing architecture, right? Do you read the concept? You understand the concept for architecture? Architectures really doesn't come with the way to implement it. They came with a concept, why they think it could be better and why it's better. So next, test coverage. I always take a look into that, even though it could be not complete, but you need to try to know where's the coverage that you have in your app. If something have a coverage of 35%, it's not really good coverage, right? So do you have unit testing? Do you have widget testing, integration testing, golden tests? There are many kind of tests. How much you're going to need, it will depend about how much time do you want to spend on that. But at least you need have unit testing and widget testing. I may say you can spend a little more time using widget testing. The other ones you will have to choose. There are amazing places where they manage 100% of testing always in coverage. It's very good ventures. So this for a reason. Testing is important. Coverage is important. It keeps you out avoid issues when you are working with code. So you have enough tests to say I don't need a QA. That's a question that maybe your manager need to answer. You review your code to be sure the tests that we have are enough to not have a QA testing it out. So that's a question, right? So let me. Yeah. to conclusion, because we are almost on time. Communication is key. I told you that. Do not be afraid to ask something in any place. It doesn't matter if you are lead, you are senior, you are junior, you are entry level. It's more important to do these questions, right? When you are learning from doing PRs, you're trying to learn from them, review the codes, and in here that's a relevant one. Your own PR is not a loss of a time lost. If you create a PR, go there and review it. You're gonna be looking and say, why do I did this? That's something that happens to me sometimes. That I know that I could do better, and I just forgot at that moment. So I get back, I do the fixes, and create another push. Ask questions, and please do not create huge PRs. It's kind of hard trying to review a PR of 100 files. Trying to do, maybe in my case, PR by by layer, that's good enough. Stand up once in a while. I know it sounds silly, but sometimes you actually need to stand up to make a reboot in your head. Sometimes you're stuck. It's something that it doesn't have to talk and anything with a talk. I just think it's important to say it. Stand up once in a while to clear your mind. And the last thing, create a document in your, at least for you, that says you what is the real definition of done, right? You need to know what is the definition of done. This is really important, because if you don't have this, you can keep track of, why do I forgot? Do I need to add this or that? So create a document for you or for the company or for whatever can help you to make this definition of done. So thank you very much. Again, my name is Argel Bejarano. That's my Twitter handle. So please, I would love to see you again.
Thank you so much. You were awesome, like always. Like I don't have what to say. Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, I just came here for several minutes. Yeah, you will have proper Q&A with you and Aswin. Yeah, he's here, but I'll add him just 1 minute. He's without webcam. Oh, no, I'm adding him. Yeah, it's fine. So I just want to do a great announcement. Hopefully all of you already saw the news. If no, I have to tell you that new Flutter is released. So now we can say about Flutter 2.8 and also about Dart 2.15. Really, I was skipping the news how I could. I wanted to tell at the beginning, but I couldn't. So what I have to tell that tomorrow, during after panel discussion, we will have Chris, we will have Lucas, who can tell us more about new updates in Flutter. So Lucas will tell us from side of Flame, and Chris, of course, tell us mostly about all news. And one more thing, that you will have proper speech from Simon, and he will tell us more about he will have proper speech about Flutter 2.8. Yeah, I was trying to keep it, but now it's time to announce. So please, those who wants to hear it from us, join us tomorrow for a panel discussion. And now I think stage is yours, and we can talk about questions and everything. I made the main announcement for today.
Yeah, don't worry. So, hi, Ashwin. Welcome to
the... Hi, Oscar. Hi. Hi, Argel.
Welcome to the panel.
Hey, hello.
So, we have already some question for you, Ashwin, from your presentation that somebody asked, but you were not here to answer those questions. So, we are going to serve those first, I believe. So, this is a good question. How about performance versus other server-side languages?
Yeah, actually, when I started with the particular concept of Dart using as a server-side language, the first thing I explored was how it compared to other languages like JavaScript, Python, and obviously Java and all. So the first thing that I noticed is Dart is a pretty new language. I mean, pretty new language to server side. Yeah, even though it's there for for a long time, the first thing I noticed was kind of slow compared to other languages. I read an article once that talked about a comparison between Dart and Node.js. The thing I noticed over there was the request that was made per second. That was around 500 requests were made per second using Dart code and Node.js code. It happened to be like Node.js was comparatively faster than Dart, but this was the case around like 3 or 4 years back. But now I believe that they're almost like comparatively equaling the runtime part. And recently I had a conversation with one of the developers of the Dart team, Kevin Moore. He was like, Dart is something that's growing day by day. When with the latest release in Dart, we can expect a lot of improvements in the language. And I believe that is going to be next. I mean, it's going to be very good in the Dart side part and server side part as well.
Great. I have a personal question about this server side with Dart. So how do you think that Firebase, for example, is going to allow us to write functions with Dart? Because, for example, in my cases, I write tons of serverless apps, and I have this barrier when I want to create function because I have a lack of a skill of Node.js or JavaScript in itself. So how long do you think we are going to wait to Dart on functions?
Actually, Google Cloud Run has support for Dart language in the platform, due to which you can actually run Dart code on the Google Cloud platform. Currently, I was working on developing a Twitter bot using Dart. I'm just in the development stage, but if I can create that, I can actually run it on Cloud Functions, due to which we can actually trigger, I mean, how the normal Twitter bots work. So that is something I believe Dart is capable of.
Great. Let's see, we have another question here. What is the support hosting provider for Dart?
So Dart is supported in Google Cloud, obviously, and it's supported in Heroku. And these are the two platforms I've worked on extensively, and that's the reason I can endorse them for, I mean, hosting your Dart code. But there are actually other platforms as well, like AWS has their own package for Dart. I forgot the name of that package, but actually AWS allows Dart to be run on the, I mean, Lambda functions. So obviously AWS can also be considered as a hosting platform. And there are plenty more, but I haven't explored much of them yet.
I believe this question is for Argel mostly. Is there a way to understand design pattern easily?
It's a hard question.
Yeah.
I think none of us learn or understand design patterns easily. It takes time, but I think when you get it, like the basics, people trying to get a design pattern and get 20 of them and try to solve every single one of them. So I think the easiest way is like, okay, get one, go deep, understand why this pattern relevant, and try to keep it slower. This is not a race. It's not, you don't have to learn 20 of those the same day. So trying to get in details and understand the different implementation, because that's another thing. Each pattern is code at the end of the day, and it depends on how you implement something. It's like, oh, how can I solve this algorithm easily? It's like, well, depend your logic is up to you. So I don't say it could be easily, but it could be better. You're trying to focus. Okay, let's get this one, whatever one, and get in there and try to understand the internals and the behind the code. Why this is relevant? Know how the code works. Many times we're trying to solve something with quick code, and it solves. It's like it's gonna sound maybe weird for me for saying for me, but I usually never want to Stack Overflow with copy code. Either Stack Overflow and copy code is one of the worst for me, because I don't know what the code does, and that's bad. Doesn't know what your code does is like kind of the worst for me. If I get a code and I copy and it works, okay, it works, but why? As I told you, I always have more questions. So go there, find a solution, put it there. Okay, this is solve the solution for this design pattern, but need to understand why it is. Take you a couple of days, understand it, and then go to the next one. And when you get some of them, you're gonna notice the other ones that are more of the same. The same thing with the stage management, the same thing in between the navigator, the same thing with whatever in the world that is trying to solve the same issue. The base is the same thing. When you get the basics, you're gonna get whatever is on top of it.
Now that you mention Stack Overflow, one rule that I have for myself at least is I can search on Stack Overflow, but don't copy paste. I read the code, I write myself, because in that process you maybe understand what he is intent to do on that code. So that's a good.
Totally agree.
It's working for me so far. Have this question. It's okay to use stateful inside stateful when refactoring the code is we want to keep the set state to trigger only one part of the code?
Well, it's allowed. It's allowed, so you can do it. Maybe it's not necessary, because if the code you have on the top is going to be a stateful, and you are never going to be calling a set state, so quite. So, but that's, I mean, it is allowed. You can do it. Composition is kind of a magic sometimes, so you can do it. Is I'm not gonna say you, oh, this is bad. No, never do it. I'm gonna hit you with something. No, it's not like that. It just, if you have a class and you are never calling a set state for anything, delegate. Give that task to the child. I mean, that's my what I do. And I say this wrong is bad is what I do, and I prefer that because it's the lack of reason. Put this on the stateful on the top and a stateful on the child if the top is not doing anything with the stateful. I don't know what you think, Oscar or Aswin.
Yeah, actually, that's a point. Like whenever you keep on adding stateful widgets inside stateful widget, it will be like a spaghetti code over there, and it will increase the complexity when you're debugging the application. So it's better to have a parent stateful widget than having multiple widgets in the hierarchy. So I agree to what Hagel told. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree too. So I try to separate the widget, and if you have nested widget, try to just get the stateful part where is needed. You don't need the parent to know everything. You can put everything on a stateless, and just the part that you need to manage in some state, some sort of animation, that is the one that should be stateful.
Yes.
Okay, we have another question here. It's not about to get confused between stateless and stateful. I don't know what he means about server there, and keep on switching between them. How to get rid of it?
I should server. I should get me confused also.
Yeah.
but I think I kind of get what he's saying. But so the easiest way to think about stateful or stateless, this is not a rule. This is not something that you could find in there. It's more the way I see it. So if you keep switching in between them, you think about this. This widget, it needs to change inside of it, not outside, because maybe you're gonna have a parent that is gonna change it, it's gonna change you. Okay, that's different thing. This one, being as a parent, it's gonna have something in it that needs to change. If that is something that happens, you will need to have a stateful. Or do you need something on init? A stateless doesn't have on init. So if you need to run something on init, it will need to be a stateful. You need the other ones, the dependency change, the update widget, and they are, believe me, on this post, and there are way more. I don't say every single one of those. And you can add mixins to add more of it, so that it could get huge. So it depends. If this widget is gonna be on screen, it's gonna be only once, and it's not gonna change this widget, but maybe the one inside it will. The one inside is the one that needs to have the stateful. That's so. Just think about that. This widget I'm creating is gonna change. It's gonna have some method function call to some place that it's gonna force to rebuild is gonna be in need to rebuild. That's gonna be stateful if you are not using stage management. So I'm not gonna get you confused, but it's stage management. Stage management is in place. Then you can say, okay, every single one could be a stateless, and this is gonna have a stage management and rebuild everything itself using only stage management for that. It's like a counter. You can create everything stateless and just call your counter for the number. That's the easiest test. Every single one. If you go to riverpod.dev, the easiest hack they have is that one. Only changing the number, and that's how you create pure stateless widget and call stage management to force a rebuild.
Yeah, absolutely. Like at the end of the day, you just have to visualize the entire UI and figure out like which all are the elements that are going to change the state. So just make that particular element the stateful one, and it will be easier down the road. Yep.
Yes.
As another rule for myself that I got is I always start creating widget as a stateless. Because if you are not sure, it's probably you're not going to need it. Even though if you are using a state manager over your widgets, probably that's the one that are going to manage everything. So I try always to start with the stateless. Also, because IntelliJ, Android Studio, all these have the tool that easily can change from stateless from stateful. But if you want to go back from stateful, usually they don't have the tool for that. So you need to do it manually. So I always start with the stateless. That's my
and besides that, they add the widget that. So if you want to go back, you need to. And you're using this in many places. You will need to go there and remove all by hand. So it is not fun. I've done that before. It's not fun.
Okay, I have one question that's a personal question too for Aswin. So I start with Flutter, with Dart. I have some years on this. So how do you think is the time that I need to invest to start with servers? So I can say I'm not longer a Flutter dev, but I can say I am a full stack Dart developer.
Yeah, so I was in that particular position like a few months ago. Like I was actually building a project for a hackathon. So what happened was that I wanted to create an API of my own. But I don't have any knowledge about JavaScript. I didn't actually spend time on learning those things. So I wanted to find an easy solution with what I know. So that was Dart in that moment. And to rise to the occasion, Dart actually helped me create the API, and it was actually easier for me to say that I'm a full stack Flutter developer. I can create the front end using Flutter, the back end using Dart. So everything can be done using one single language. You don't have to go ahead and bring in some guy who's expert in JavaScript. I mean, they are actually good, but I'm just saying if you are limited, if you have a limited resource over there, it's better to use what you have. So Dart actually does everything for you.
Great. So, and this one is for Argel. Here in Colombia, in some of the communities that we have, there is always this discussion about architecture. So we have, for one side, the purists, the persons that always try to follow the rule, even with blood in their hands, even if the architecture is hard for their purpose. And you have the other team that is more flexible. I usually tend to be in the flexible team. I was in the purist a long time ago. But we have discovered this phrase, the architecture should help you development, but not make your life harder to develop your features. The reason that we have this phrase is because I tend to use clean architecture, but when I discovered that some of my applications have, like, for example, 15 of 20 use cases, that the only purpose of these use cases is, hey, call the repository, he knows how to do it. I try to migrate to something different, like repository pattern. That is simple, but it has the same basis of that, and only use cases when the use case need to do multiple casts, maybe call another repository, do some calculation. So what do you think about this war between purist and flexible thinkers?
I mean, this is going to be a never-ending war. in my case, I don't think myself as a purist. It's just you need to follow the concept, and it doesn't mean that one rule it will solve. Sorry, one architecture is gonna solve everything. That, like I just said, this change, this I noticed that it was unnecessary, so I decided to create a change, move the pattern to another one, and be more easy to achieve, right? So just be sure that this is the same thing. If you understand the concept of the architecture, you can get to choose. You don't have to choose always architecture. Like for me right now is I'm saying, let's all work with this architecture. It's not that it's the best, but it's hard to have a code that is split differently and have like 5 different kinds of architecture, because I have to review your code and I don't get what your code is working. So maybe you are going to do it faster, but it's going to take longer to go through them. So as a team, you need to main the focus and revisit this. It doesn't have to be clean. It could be whatever you want. It just make sure this is still rapid development, so you can change in any time and improve. Let's move from clean. It's not working for us. This is better, and that's okay. It's not a big deal. Just trying to keep up your own rules, and as I already said, make a definition as done. We are doing this because of this. It's not because I want to. It's not because it's the way we do it. Because those are not answers. It's just because I say so. It doesn't make any sense. It's just okay. Like you said, yeah, I moved to here because I noticed these were too many classes where it doesn't make or add anything to my code. So I decided to move to another repository and be cool with it. So I mean, this is a word is like any other decisions. I prefer native. I don't think cross-platform is a solution. I prefer React Native. It's about flavors. You can choose whatever you want, and it make you feel more proficient in your work.
Okay, I believe we have time for one last question. I believe this is a good one. What do you think about the future of Flutter into the crypto industry, and how do you get started implementing Flutter for dApps?
It was for me. It was for.
I believe this is more for Aswin.
Whatever.
Yeah, actually, I recently read an article about implementing actually Flutter apps for dApps. So it actually talked about a particular package that actually you can use for. I forgot the package name, but to be honest, I'm pretty new to this concept. So as all I can say is like there are some good articles online. If I can find the link, I'll definitely share over. But there are good articles that talks about this. But I'm not the right guy for this particular answer.
I just
go
yeah,
ahead.
let me add something. I'm just gonna add that like there's a question this you made many times. Flutter in industry, right? Whatever industry. So if you could ask, hey, what do you think about Flutter for 3D? I could say, okay, now Flutter, no, it's not. But if this industry have an endpoint and it get you back information, if you can communicate with it, Flutter have no issue with it. It can work with it. The details became when, okay, this specific is not working. Maybe you have to create a native code to communicate with your Flutter app, and that's it. In the place that I worked before, they have something. It's already like they created this something about sound and check-ins and whatever. They create this and they implement it. And it was say, oh, it's not. It can be done in Flutter. Yes, it can, because it can be done in native, so it can be done in Flutter, communicating with platform channels. But if you're talking about 3 dimensions, okay, Skia is it can't. Skia can't work with that. So that's what I want to say. Thank you, Oscar.
Cool. Ashwin put a link. Some of the moderators shared that link. Writing dApps with Flutter, so with Solidity. I also shared some link. I hopefully one of the moderators will help us. Crypto Zombies is a free course that you can learn how to read contracts for the apps. Already Flutter has some packages for Web3, so you can take a look on those one. I believe those packages are mostly for Ethereum, but you are going to find out by yourself. So, okay, thanks for being here, Argel, Aswin. We are going to take some break minutes. I believe Anna is going to come in sooner or later. So yeah, thanks again for you. Thanks for the question for the audience. Hey, Anna.
Yeah, I just also want to say thank you. You were great. You did this Q&A to a few 25 minutes answering all questions. You're really great. Oscar, you also were rating so good. So thank you so much. And see, other than this, after short break, like 8 minutes, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Oscar.
So
Bye,
happy
Aswin.
to be here. Bye, again.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Aswin.
And now we want to say a huge thank you to our platinum sponsors, Tide, for supporting this Flutter community and for helping us with this event. Tide is the UK's leading business financial platform, now embarking on their exciting international journey. And as a first market, they start with India. And also, besides that, they're expanding on their international team, and they're looking for new talents to join their mobile development team, and especially for Flutter developers. And if you're interested in some open positions that they have, and if you're interested in career with Tide, especially in Flutter, then definitely check out their website. They're open positions, they're open jobs, and I will post link to their open positions in the chat. So definitely check it out. Definitely have a look. And thank you once again for sponsoring us, Tide. Thank you for your support.
And hi again. I really hope that you are not bored to see my face again, but what to do? It's my job here. So it's time to call to this stage our Mike. Mike is our moderator, speaker, contributor, whoever, like he has all possible honors here. So hi, Mike. Hi.
I don't know how to say anything after that because I'm sitting there, all the introduction that you gave me. Hi, how's that for a start?
Okay, tell me, how are you doing? Tell me like everything.
Okay, I'm doing super good. I'm sitting here right now. And by the way, I want to thank everybody out there because you got me out of work. Because if I did it, I would be working on something right now, some crazy meeting. So thank you to everybody out there because you make me very happy. And so now I can sit there and spend about, I don't know, a couple hours with you guys, and I'm super excited. So I'm doing great. I mean, the weather's fine outside. I don't know where you guys live. I could show you the sunshine. I'm in sunny California, but you know, I don't know if that would make you
I
happy
can
or not.
say that it's like almost one. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. here where I'm staying.
Okay.
So, it's fine. So stage is yours, and please share your energy with all of us. We need it now.
Okay, I will try. That's right. That's right. Everybody there, I just want to say hi to everybody, and I'll try to share that energy with you for the next hour and a half, I think, or something. I don't know. Just help me out, okay? Because yeah, I get super excited and everything, and I know the people for Geekle, they're like, Mike, you only got a certain time for a block. But anyway, I am so happy to be here. Welcome everybody to the Crazy Flutter Global Summit. Oh my word, I can't wait. I was listening just recently to some really super great speakers, great moderator, and I always learn. So this is a great time. So now I'm gonna bring in, if he's ready, Adby. How's it going, man?
Hey man, hi Mike. Hi people from chat.
Hi people from
chat. I'm really good. It's a great pleasure to be here and to represent the community, the Brazilian community of Flutter. So that's really good. So that's
yeah. What time is it there where you are? What time is it where you are?
It's almost 5 o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're good. So you're fine. You're awake, and you have your energy drink, and you're fired up. And what do you wait? Okay, let's start over. So what are you going to talk about today? I mean, I know you got a super extremely cool topic. So what are you going to talk to us about?
We're gonna talk about some kind of architecture.
Yeah.
And dependency injection. So we are talking about some topics that are interesting for tech leaders. So
yes,
they are really interested in topics like that. So about that.
Cool, okay. Dude. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and bring your slides up. I think this is it. This looks like it right here. And I'm gonna go off stage. I'm gonna let you have it. So you got it. Thank you, sir, very much. And go ahead.
So perfect. Thank you. Let's see. Let's start. Let's see. It's working. So let's go. So guys, first of all, I want to thank you all for sharing your time with me, and I hope you have a good time. And I want to thank the guys from Geekle for the opportunity. Okay. This presentation, I want to talk about a monorepo approach powered by a package named Flutter Modular, or simply Modular. And monorepo, what is monorepo? It's a source control system approach. In short, its main goal is helping your project to grow healthily. Okay. And Modular is a package that manages your apps dependencies or your modules dependencies, okay? In other words, it gives them what they need to work properly using less memory. So it's all about optimization, okay? And those will be our topics. We are starting with some concepts about monorepo. Let me see. To establish some kind of foundation, okay? Then we will finally talk about monorepo and modular, what they both resolve, and show some code. And that's it. So, who I am? I was born in Brazil. I hold an IT degree from UFRSA. I am Flutter developer and project manager in F-Team. And in Flutter Rondo, I am copywriter and do some jobs of marketing, stuff like that. And I'm co-organizer of the community. So let's go. So let's start talking about monorepo. We start with a base concept. What a source control system is, some approaches, and finally we'll talk about the monorepo approach, okay? So what is a source control system? And we have here some keywords to basis, okay, so to do some kind of basis for us. And when it comes to projects, we all need a source of truth, right? A place where we can find all the tools and the code that we need to put the app to run, okay, to run properly. Where are the app colors? Where is the Bluetooth package? Is it an internal or external package? So those are topics that we need to think before. And if the project it's already running, we need to think about. And so that's it. On a small, short project, it's normal to have a small team, 2-3 devs. So with a tech leader, he will be able to manage this team. So the tech leader is kind of a source of truth. He can put the devs to run, to work properly. Okay, divide them into the project. Okay, into the tasks. He create the tasks and put the devs to work on a task, and that's it. But when we talk a project which, despite starting small, intends to grow, then the approach also changes, including the approach for a source of resources, the source of tools, the packages, the design system, the dependencies, the packages for state management, the package for dependency injection. So all of those dependencies need to be the same. Okay, if you have a module that use a package in the version 4, and you have other module that uses the version 5 of this package, it will cause an error. So we just establish some kind of centralization of the dependencies. So that's one of the things that this approach solve, okay? The source control system. It might not be noticeable at first, but as we add new features, discontinue some code and packages, add new ones, integrate new members into the project, literally the app tends to grow, and if you are not careful, it will get scary, hard to handle. So kind of okay, some sound out there. So let's continue. So a good source control system is also a good architecture. Okay, they are correlated. The good news is you don't have to think from scratch. They are already there are already some approaches. So if you have a small team and a small project, you have more control with less resources, okay? And you have a centralized approach. It will be the proper solution for this project, okay? But if you have a big app, app with a lot of modules, so we'll have a lot of power, and with great power comes great responsibility. So we need to guarantee the control of this, of all of that, over all of that code, okay? And in a decentralized way, because one guy just can't just handle a lot of code for a long time. So we need to create a proper solution for this problem, okay? So we have some approaches like the monolith approach, the multi-repo, and the monorepo. The monolith is the most known approach, the most used approach in the world of development. So most of you must know this approach. It's ideal for validating ideas and training teams of beginners, okay? And to show the Flutter for them, okay? The monorepo approach is about scale, access, and speed. Example, there are 5 developers. Everyone follows the same task board, and everyone maintains and updates the app. So we split the app so it doesn't get too bloated, but we keep it in the same repository. So we will still have access to everything that has been done, okay? And if we need to refactor the authentication module, for example, then we can just go to it and make an adjustment, okay? And the multi-repo approach is about scale, hierarchy, and security. Example, in company X, the source code of the company's internal packages, the security control modules, for example, cannot be accessed by anyone but the technical leaders. So the newcomer developer don't have permission to access this security control module. So we create a system of hierarchy based on the repositories. So one repository has a lot of hierarchy over the repository. So the technical leader has access, the newcomer doesn't have, and so on. So that's a representation of the approaches: the monolith, the multi-repo, and the monorepo. The monolith is one huge project. The multi-repo, we have the project divided into packages. These packages could be the main app and the design system, the authentication module, a package for dependency injection. So they could be correlated, but could not be too, okay? You could use this package in another project, okay? And the monorepo, we have all of the content inside one repository, and it could be the main app, design system, and it's all in the same repository, okay? So that's it. About the modular, we let's start talking about modular, how you can get started with modular, the base implementation of it, and finally how modular will help us build a monorepo approach based on what we have seen, okay? Here is a screenshot from the documentation of modular. Modular is a package created by Flutterando, and it's maintained by Flutterando 2. And it's one of the best packages that I've ever used. It was developed by Flutter, and it supports tests. It guarantees the good use of devices memory and the so-called separation of concerns. Okay. That's the documentation of Modular. Pretty nice documentation. You can access some topics like what is dependency injection for those that don't know what dependency injection is. So, in short, Modular is about navigation, routing, and dependency injection, or DI. Okay, each module is a scope, and from that scope you can manage its dependencies. So you have a bundle of widgets, a bundle of pages, and this bundle holds some dependencies. So it needs some instances of classes to work, and everything is a module. So you can transport from one project to many others. It's simply amazing. In Modular supports desktop and web too, and I recommend you all to access its docs and give it a try. Okay, that's the basic implementation of Modular. We have 3 steps to implement the Modular. We create a module. We create a class, name it app module or something with module at the end of the name, and extend from module. Okay, and we create the attribute binds for the classes that we need to work, like an instance of one signal, an instance of Hive, share preferences, Firebase, and so on. Okay, and here we have the routes. A child route, it's simply a page, a stateful widget or a stateless widget, and a module route. So we can navigate from a module to another module. Okay, it's kind of a sub-module from the app module. So the sub-module of these sub-modules of app module can access those binds and so on. This auth module could have another module, could have its sub-modules. So the binds of auth module could be accessed by its submodules. Okay, kind of. And we have the wildcard route in web. When we navigate to a route that doesn't exist, so this wildcard is used. So if we navigate to support doesn't exist here. So if you navigate to support in web, if we are using Flutter Web, we will navigate to this wildcard route. Okay, the first step is create a module, an app module. Okay, and we then create an app widget. In other words, an widget app. Okay, and we call this extension for the widget module .modular, and we return the function. Okay, and then we run the app calling this modular app, passing the app module that you have created, and the widget app. Could be Cupertino app or Material app. Okay, and that's it. And the result, we want to create an approach that seems like that image. Okay, an app client with some modules and the dependencies like the block, Flutter Modular, the design system, and so on. Okay, and this could be another representation of monorepo approach with Modular. Okay, we have the app client, and then it calls the elf module and start this module, and then when we leave this module will be disposed. Okay, And we call another module like chat module, notifications module, map module, or support module, okay? And all of these modules are depending of these dependencies, okay? So we have one source of truth, okay? All of those modules will be using the same version of the packages. So that's it. We have an auth module, some pages here, okay? Just representing. And it's kind of it, okay? And then we are the chat right now are dividing into the guys shouting, "Stop talking, show me a demo," or "Prepare yourself, it's code demo time." So let me share my VS Code here, and I'll show you the app running. Let's start. Okay. It's sharing. Let me see. Okay, it's sharing. Let me. The zoom is okay. Now it's okay. So we have the main app, the app client, that in the monolith approach, it would hold all of the modules here, all of the dependencies, all of the wrappers like the HTTP client wrapper with deal, or the HTTP, or the local storage service like Hive storage, shared preferences storage, SQLite storage. Okay, so all of those dependencies will be moved to the modules. Okay, we have the modules here: design system, the auth module, the core module, and the dependency module. The dependency module will just hold the dependencies of the project. For now, it's just the Flutter modular, okay? And the auth module depends on the dependency module, okay? To use the modular, we have an auth module here with some binds. So we have the auth controller that the auth page calls it with modular.get. So here in the auth module, we create the module here. And it's a library, okay? I will show you how we can create this library. But for now, it's the result. Let's create this project from scratch. Let me back some folders here. So let's create the project. Flutter create monorepo app. Okay, you create app client. Make here live demo. Okay, the name is not correct. Create app client. Okay, the app client here, and then we go into the app client. Okay, we are up. And then we have the app client. It's a Hello World Flutter app. And how could we create the modules directory? So we create the modules directory, make here, and inside modules, we create some packages, okay? Flutter create, we have the options, some options here. For those that don't know, the app, module, package, plugin, skeleton. So we use -t and choose package. Okay, the default is app. Right here, the create -t package, and the name would be, it's not here. It's here, actually. So let me see. The modules is here. Going to modules, okay. Create -t package of module. Let's call it just auth. With -t auth. The template is it's package, okay. So let's go to this folder for me to create the workspace. And how do we create a workspace? We just drag this folder to here, the modules folder, okay? Modules folder that we created. We drag to here. Do you want to copy modules or add modules as a folder to the workspace? Add to your workspace. You trust the authors? Yes. Just kidding. So we have the modules folder here, the auth module here, and we create also the -t dependencies package, and it's here, the dependencies. Okay. Okay, it's a package. So if you want to migrate from monorepo to multi-repo, we can just create a repository for auth or for dependencies or for the design system. And you can create some release tags, and you can use these packages, these modules like packages. So it's right there from monorepo to multi-repo. Okay. Here in dependencies, we are going to use the Flutter Modular. Okay. Flutter Modular. Let's do this in another way. Flutter Modular. Expected to find project CD dependencies. Okay, nice. That's just okay. That was added. Okay, we have modular here, and here it's the auth module. So here we can create a folder named module, and we can create the auth module.tar. Here we create the auth module, extends module. We need to add the dependencies here. Dependencies. Dependency name dependencies. Okay. Dependencies. Path. And then dependencies. The link is telling us to do that. Okay. Not possible yet. Why? Dependencies. Okay. The Dart plugin is trolling me. but you can throw the trawler. Okay. The list of binds, the list of dependencies for this module, and the routes, the pages, the submodules. So the possibilities are almost infinite. Okay. Then we create the module. We export. We delete this from here. We export the auth module. Auth module inside of module. Okay. So we export this. I will delete this test because it's an example. So we have modular and we have the auth working. So we create the pages and the other dependencies, access the docs to know how to do that. And here we call the dependencies F modules, and then dependencies. Okay, and auth F modules auth. Okay. So we have the dependencies, so we can use the modular, and the auth, so you can call the auth here. Okay, so it's kind of that. I just have to divide that into more classes. Let's create the app widget .dart, the app module, so we create a module here. The app module stands from module. Okay, let's call the binds. Just copy what was made here because it's the same thing. Okay, the routes. Let's create the home page just to let's change this to home page for material. So guys, the result would be this repository here. So we would have the app widget that we would call the modular extension. So this is an extension for material app, and we call it in the main. We just change the app widget to a modular app, passing the app module and the app widget. So here in the home page, I would navigate to auth using this modular.to.pushNamed auth. It's the basic navigation with modular. And here in auth, what do we have? we have a module with a route. So the first route, then off page, it's just an app bar with a title. So when we call off module, this module would be started, and when we leave, we do a pop from this page. All of the dependencies would be disposed. So it's about that. Okay. So that's it. Do we have questions? Mike?
Yeah, Mike is here. I was trying to find the mute button, and I was watching what you were doing at the same time. And I'm like, whoa, this is super awesome, man. This is really, really, really good stuff. So I've got tons of questions, and we only have like 7 minutes, but I'm thinking about this, and I'm going, what you demonstrated is really super awesome, right? And so I'm going to take this from a different angle. I'm going to say, how do you approach management and convince them of these concepts, dependency injection, integration? So how do you go about that?
We have some kind of discussions inside the team. So they are all concerning about the best practices for growing healthily. So dependency injection, state management, good practices, they are all concepts that we discussed, and we have to take those concepts into real world approaches. So
right,
monorepo is an approach that we discussed. There are others approaches that are based on monorepo. They could be better or not, I don't know. So that's an approach, and we are here to discuss and reach the best solution. So that's it.
Right. That's super cool, because I'm sure you know that comes up in meetings, right? When you're trying to convince your management. And then I kind of got into another crazy question for you. Have you ever had to convince management the project is too big, too complex? And what was the outcome of that?
So when we have time, it's really, really easy to discuss. But when we don't have time to refactor, to create the app from scratch, something like that.
Yeah.
When we have time, it's easier to come with the solution, to apply monorepo, to apply some new solution. But when we don't have time, it's difficult. So things are difficult.
Yeah, and you're right, because there's a whole, and this goes into my next question, and I'm sure with the experience you've had, you've seen this, right? So when in the SDLC is it acceptable to add more developers, and when is it not? And I think you know what I'm talking about, because you said, for example, let's say you want to add more developers to this amazing solution you have, dependency injection and modular. So when would be the best time to do that?
What is SDLC?
A software development life cycle. Let's say the whole cycle of the development and everything. Yeah.
When we don't have time and there are a lot of features to complete, a lot of bugs, we need more developers to resolve them. So we create the architecture, we establish an architecture for all the teams in the company. So they are all used to that architecture. So they come to the app that is needing help. So they can enter the app, enter the team, and handle the difficulties easier because of the architecture. So if we have a lot of architectures, different architectures, it's more difficult to integrate new developers. So that's the reason that we have approaches that already exist. We don't create an approach from the real scratch. So that's it.
Yeah, I get it. and I'm sorry that these questions are coming out like this, because I know from my perspective, if we were going to implement something like this, what you show, which is super amazing, right? I mean, these are the questions we have to ask or answer for our management. And here's a really simple one. I know what this is, but can you explain this a little bit more to us? Dependency injection. Can you explain that to us, what that is?
Okay. For those who know Solid, SOLID, there is the D word, dependency inversion principle. We need to depend on abstractions, interfaces. In Java or in Dart, we have the abstract classes. So when we need to switch from an approach to another, like we have Hive storage and we want to go to shared preferences, we have an interface that tells us on a contract that all of these solutions will implement the same functions, the same attributes. So that's it. So based on that, we have the dependency injection. The dependency injection, we depend on the abstraction, the abstract class, and whatever the approach you use, once this solution depends on the abstract class, we are good. So we don't need to look the best solution. We need to look at the solution that solves our problem.
Right.
So the dependency injection is when we call a module, and this module depends on abstraction, whatever the class that extends this, that implements this solution, we are good. So dependency injection is more like that. And good use of memory, because when we call the auth module has some dependencies. So when when those dependencies are not used anymore, so we just dispose them, and we are good. We have free memory. We have more memory, better optimization.
Right. That's awesome. Here's one that just popped up. When to use modular concept versus standard monolith concept? Maybe for simple apps like 10 screens. Is that too much? I mean, when would you use the modular and then the standard monolith? They're trying to understand that.
When I'm presenting some ideas for the team, I'm presenting some concepts, I use the standard monolith. So that's good for me. I'm testing like a Bluetooth module, native connection, platform channels, isolates, some Flutter concepts, things like that. I use the standard monolith concept. So it's like set state versus block versus MOBAX. People are afraid from set state. So we need to know when to use and why to use. So that's the real thing here. And modular concept, when I'm creating an app, an MVP actually, and 10 screens, I think we could use the standard approach without modular. But if this app is gonna grow, we need to use the modular, because modular is not just a package. It's about architecture. It's about scale. It's about life cycle and maintenance and things like that. So
Got it. I got one more for you, and then we've got to close. What about latency? In other words, is this the fastest because it's just because the model when you need it, or what is that? Does it impact that?
That's a good question, because
it is.
there are other solutions, and they don't think about memory like modular, but they will work properly because Flutter is too fast. And Flutter uses memory, handles memory very good. properly. So when we have a simple app, a small app, and we use another solution different of Modular, this solution will work. But when we have a huge app with about 200 screens, 200 modules, things like that, the modular way will make difference. So that's the reason that we talk much about modular. So
yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because especially when you know you may have a big project, it's good just to use modular, isn't it? Because you don't have to worry about later on converting it from the other way, conventional way, like the monolith way. We gotta go, man. I got the next speaker coming in. Could you have the last words that you want to say to everybody out there? You got it. So just what do you want to say?
Guys, I want to say that don't be fast, just be good, because if you go fast you can lose some good principles. So have patience and enjoy the process, enjoy the learning. So learn solid, learn Dart, and Flutter will be really good to use. That's it.
I really, I consider I have other stuff to say. I really like that what you said. Don't go fast, but learn it correctly, right? And that's the correct, because if you try to develop a project and do it super fast, you're gonna make a lot of mistakes. And so that is so true. That was really awesome, man. That was a really good comment. I gotta let you go. I'm sorry. We got the next speaker coming in. Thank you for your time. This was really wonderful, and I'll see you around. I'm gonna connect with you on LinkedIn too, if that's all right.
Oh,
and then everybody else, share your details, because I mean you have some super amazing concepts and everything. I'll see you later, Abby. Bye.
See you later.
Yeah, bro.
Bye.
Later, bro. Okay, cool. Are you ready, Fabian? Come in, man. What's up, Fabian? How's it going, bro? All right.
Hi, Mike. How's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty good.
Can you hear me right?
What's that? Didn't hear you. What?
I'm fine. Can you hear me right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes. Yeah.
Very nice.
Good. I can see sunlight through your window. Where are you right now? Where are you located?
Actually, I am in Bogota, Colombia.
Okay.
The weather is a little sunny, and my Funko collection.
Nice, bro. I got my crazy certificates, but whatever. I love it when people do props, because it's really super cool, because we can learn so much about the speakers. What are you going to talk about today? Tell us what you got.
Today, I'm talking about adaptive apps, obviously with Flutter, and what is the steps to must consider in create applications for web, desktop, and obviously mobile.
Oh, that is awesome, because I have a lot of questions there. Well, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to get off. I have your slides. I think you're ready to go. And let me do one thing here. I'm out. Have a good time.
Okay, thank you. So, hi everyone around the world, obviously. I hope that enjoy this event. This is amazing event, and this session too. Today, I'm talking about, let me see, how to use adaptive apps in Flutter, obviously. I think that many people don't know me, maybe in Latin America or by my dashes. That's here. But in other places, I don't think so. Who am I? I'm Fabian Varela. I'm software developer, and I'm working with Flutter since 2018, maybe. Also, I'm the organizer of the Flutter Colombia community. So this is my first presentation in English. So please be patient. Thanks. What's next? Okay. The overview is short. Flutter obviously is growing a lot. We can create apps for mobile, in Android and iOS, for web, and desktop for Windows, Linux, and Mac. Obviously, with a single code base, and this is amazing. However, we need to learn every day comes more challenges, more innovation by the Flutter team. And one of them is to improve the UI. And this is the right moment to do it. The challenge is coming. This is a Game of Thrones reference, but anyway. Okay. So many devs think that adaptive is responsive are equal, but it's not entirely true. Almost, but no. This is to keep in mind. Responsive is a part of adaptive apps. So this is the difference to adaptive versus responsive. Adaptive can run on different devices like mobile, desktop, even handset or watch, the clock. Also requires using or handling inputs like a mouse, a keyboard, or touch input for mobile devices. And different expectations, in this case, visual density or component selections like cascading menus, bottom sheets, etc. It's depending on the platform-specific features. So keep this difference between adaptive and responsive. On another side, responsive apps shows the UI depending on available screen size. For example, a scenario, the user is using my app on a mobile device, and the user changed the orientation screen, portrait or landscape. My app will do a rebuild when this happens. Another scenario is when the user resizes the screen in desktop apps or web apps and show depending on the screen size, and rebuild to the elements or widgets. So what is the idea? Don't forget that is required the responsive to running web application or different devices, for example, to show in a large screen or notebook screen or mobile phone screen. This is the reason why responsive is different from adaptive as well. However, responsive, it's a part of 3 categories or pillars, in my opinion, that I named to create adaptive apps. 2 categories to consider, in this case, are 3. In the first one is landscapes in my app, or I don't know, the size on the text fields, forms, etc. The second one is input. This category adapts to have different user inputs, to use mouse, keyboard, touch, I don't know, the tablet with a pencil, etc. And the last one is idioms and norms. This category adapts to behaviors depending on the platform. If I'm in Windows or Mac or Linux or even Android and iOS. So let's discover each one. The first one is layout. You must consider when you create an application that works on multiple platforms. Is to adapt to different size and screens, and layout is the solution. Okay, exist different steps or items to need and create this application with different sizes or screens. The first one is widgets. Obviously, the widgets is necessary. Flutter offers different layout widgets for single child screens or multiple child screens. For example, for single child screens, exists Align, aspect ratio, constraint box, expanded, single child scroll view, etc. And multi-child exists column, rows to create the master detail page. This is an example. Flex, list view, stack, wrap, grid view. Exists many widgets to prove and make the solution when I create screens for mobile or desktop. Another is the visual density. Visual density offers levels of precision to adjust the view density in the application. We can change the density if it's necessary. By default, when create a new project with Flutter is 0, but we allow to modify the visual density in our applications. Another is contextual layout. Contextual layout have more items or sub-items. In this case, exists breakpoints. Breakpoints, it's a procedural form to use media query APIs. We can create validations, for example, if my app is mobile or desktop or web, we need to create values with the device width. For example, if the device width is greater than 19, in this case, my device is desktop. If my device width is greater than 16, my device is a tablet, and that's it. Another is a layout builder. Layout builder is necessary to, or required, in my opinion, because this widget can make my widgets more versatile, depending on the constraint value that the widget provides to me. Another is the segmentation, device segmentation. It is important to know what is the current operating system, or OS, where my app is running. For example, Flutter proves if my app or my platform is Android or iOS or Linux, Windows, Mac OS, or even web. This is many validations to can I prove if my application runs in different devices. Another point is single source of truth for styling. We can create const values in a helper class or const values in a .dat file. This is a decision of or criteria for every developer, and store values for padding, spacing, sizes, fonts, animation duration, etc. And what is another? This is a tip. Desktop for rapid testing. What does mean? Can exist different resources. For example, I remember that exists a device preview package from Alois Daniel. This is a great resource, but if you want to know to detail, for example, if you want to know what is the specific width or a specific height value, you can enable the Flutter desktop in your computer and print the value on the console and validate if the size is correct or not for your application. What's next? Another is input. The idea is to create applications is not only look very nice or the UI is so beautiful. The idea is that application you have support different user inputs. The user inputs can be mouse, keyboards, touch, scroll. It exists different user inputs, The idea is use different inputs. In this case, exists 4. In this case is my favorite options. The first one is a scroll wheel. You can know exists a scroll view or list view support for this feature by default. When you use a grid view, list view, single child scroll view, exists by default this feature when I scroll the list or my screen. But if you want to use a custom behavior, we can use listener widget, and to know how the UI reacts with this behavior. For example, if you want to use the listener, and when I scroll in vertical axis to know how is the same behavior. Is tab traversal or focus iteration. Sometimes the users, even me, I am the user too, use the tab key to navigate quickly. For example, in the form, when I fill the form, I use the tab key to move or navigate in some text fields. This is another feature to use, for example, in web applications or desktop applications. In mobile applications, it is not necessary. Another item is keyboard accelerators. This is an addition to tab traversal. We can combine 2 or more keys to invoke a command or shortcuts. For example, the command N or control N or control A to select all. This is an example, and it improves the user experience and use better our application. This is an important solution when create an application for desktop or even web. Another is mouse events. It's important, this functionality, if is available on web or desktop, because the mouse indicates different cursors and functionalities. For example, if you want to select a text or hover a button, or if my widget is disabled, show the specific cursor on the screen. What is next? Idioms and norms. The idioms and norms is the last pillar. Kevin Moore say in the Google I/O video, each platform has its idioms and norms, or rules, in this case, norms or rules. Exist standards for each operating system, and some of these must be respected, because it is possible that the user lose the experience in your applications. Keep in mind these idioms and norms when you create an application, for example, for Windows or Mac. Exist different idioms or norms that I need to respect. One item in this case is the behavior of each platform. The idea is to manage the conventions for each platform. It's a little work or a hard work, but it works for the user experience, see the final result. So you can take this advice. The first advice is find a platform advocate. This is optional, but in this case, it's better have one person or developer that have experience with the platform or operating system. For example, I have a developer that use Windows and he or she is expert in this operating system. Another scenario is have a developer that use Mac OS and iOS. They have experience with this operating system, and this is an advantage to know what is the functionality specific for this operating system. What is another? Stay unique. What does mean? You don't need to apply the default style or components. It's not necessary to create a button for Windows or button for Android or button for iOS. You can create your own styling, but keep the behavior of each operating system. Another common stuff to consider is there are specific norms if you want to consider and use them in your applications. Exist different or some steps if you need to consider. The first one is scroll appearance and behavior. In desktop apps, must show this element. For example, I am in the web or my desktop application, and I need to visualize the scroll bar. This is an example. In Android or iOS application, it's not necessary to show the scroll bar always. Another option is multi-select. Multi-select is necessary or frequently used for desktop applications when use the command keys, for example, Control A or Command A, and select the item list on the time. Or, for example, in Android and iOS, I use the large tab when I press or make a long press and select the list items on the screen. What is the another option? Selectable test. This is another option for web. This is most frequently used, possible on desktop. The idea is use the selectable test widget. Flutter proves this widget and use the selectable test to copy the test or select all the page or all the text screen. Is an optional functionality. What else? Title bars. We can customize the title bar depending of the operating system window. For example, for Windows, the title bar and the close button, minimize, maximize button is kept on the right, on the right side. However, the Linux or Mac, in Linux, in Linux, I guess, the close button, minimize, maximize button is stay on left side. What else? Context menus and tooltips. This is very often in desktop apps. For example, when press in the item list and select an option, copy, paste, select all, or custom option, and press the right click on the mouse and show a widget as an overlay in my screen. What else? Horizontal button order. Some operating systems show the positive button on the left, but another shows the positive button on the right. This is important too, because the idea is not to lose the user experience on my applications. And the last one is a menu bar. For Windows and Linux, sometimes the menu bar is together with the menu options. But in Mac, if you can see your computer, you can see the menu bar in Mac is together with the menus. For example, it's the top bar, and the menus is here. In Windows is together with the close button, title, etc. Exist another norms or idioms. For example, is a drag and drop, but it's not frequently used. So I don't talk about this item. What is the final result? It can take these considerations, categories, steps, advice, pillars, whatever you called. The final result is you have an app, obviously user-friendly. This is amazing and interesting because the user is user likes the current application that I have handling. Flexible to use in different platforms. The idea is create an application to Android, iOS, Windows, Linux, Mac with a single code base. Reliable with the user and scalable, because in the future, I don't know, Flutter can support another platform or operating system, and the idea is adapt to another operating system. And obviously approved by this character is Chuck Norris. Just kidding. And you have an application that the user can be rated with 5 stars, for example, because respect the experience for each platform and operating system. What is the conclusion to this talk? You must consider creating your projects or your applications with adaptive apps. Is better and is scalable in the future and improves the user experience. So to create adaptive apps, you must consider the first one, that your app adapts different screen size to be responsive, or use layout builder or box constraint or widgets that adapt to a screen size. What is the second? The inputs, that you app handle some inputs devices like mouse, keyboard, touch, etc. And the last one, that your app keeps idioms and norms depending on the platform. Respect the conventions that use different operating system. This is a phrase that Kevin Moore said: when the app meets the user expectation, it would feel a home on their device. Okay, let me see and show a little demo. What is the screen? What is the screen? Share screen and show a little demo. Okay, and exit here, and this is the demo. This is a project about a CRUD to-do app or CRUD to-do list app. This project I have used in all year 2 different talks or different sessions. This project has a unit test, is creating with Riverpod, and have a coverage with 19%, I guess. Let me see. Yeah, 96%. And this is actually a little project, but the implementation is huge. You can see there in GitHub repository. This is a test. Let me see the iPhone. If you can see, this is a normal screen in iOS, and show a pop-up to create a category. So let's to create it, and let me see what is the keyword. What is the keyword? Keyword. The keyword doesn't show. Okay. Put an emoji. Okay. And let's go to create it. This is a normal functionality. And show me a task or to do. Yeah, this is better. And show me some functionalities to slide. This is a custom functionality available in mobile applications. If you want edit or remove the to-do. So I put in edit and update the task, or remove if you want to delete a task. This is a normal functionality. But what happens if you want to test, for example, an application for desktop? So please wait while I load and compile. This is a little slow, typical. What else? The mouse, because this is a mobile application. In this case, I can see the cursors or pointers, but when I execute the application for desktop, I will show you. Okay, finally. Okay, this is the desktop application. It's similar, but the difference is, for example, I have a cursor for these sections or tooltips to show the category name, or when I put the button, the floating button, and show the responsive in my desktop application. Even when I click or tap in my form, in this case, I show the tab transversal in my forms. What else? Let me show this detail. In this case, I put a tooltip. And let me see this scenario. For example, I am put to create a new task, and this is an scenario when I set the iOS calendar. I can drag the calendar. So this is the functionality when I use this scroll on the mouse, but this is not expected functionality on my application when I use desktop. What is the idea? I don't know. Show another type of calendar. This is another option, but I want to show this scenario because this application in this part is not adaptable to use for desktop. The idea is implement a calendar, or a calendar for different operating systems, or you can use the calendar, the Android calendar. This is another option to avoid this functionality that is not friendly with the user. So this is an example that can check in my repository. And what else? What else? I don't know. This is a small application, but in the future, I'm gonna commit or implement new functionalities to works in iOS, Android, web, and desktop about the screen size, or use the correct norms, correct idioms, and correct inputs for each operating system. So I think that that's it. That's it for my side. This is a short session.
Oh, that's hey Fabian, how's it going? That's awesome, man. I have one question for you, really quick here. Yeah, because you talk about different devices, right, and different support and everything, right? So
yeah,
I'm gonna throw one on you, all right? About keyboards. Okay, so what about input devices for other languages and keyboards? Any advice on how to support all of that?
What about input devices? So in this case, I don't know, the languages is different for idioms and norms.
Right.
If you can use languages, you must implement internationalization, ENTL, or localizations. But in this case, the idioms and norms and inputs is about of each operating system. For example, if I have my application for desktop, it's necessary to use the mouse and keyboard.
Right. Yeah, but I have an example. I used to work at IBM before. I had to like install Windows in Chinese and Windows in Korean. And then I do it in English. Dude, serious. And then I had to have all of them lined up right here, all three of them. And I'm hitting like, okay, I think that means submit, and then submit. How do you do that when it comes to languages like that?
Actually, I wanted to show an demo with Windows, but unfortunately, Firebase doesn't support Windows for the moment.
Okay.
I want to show a video because actually I don't have any devices with Windows.
Yeah.
And show how to work with the Windows operating system, but Firebase doesn't support Windows.
Oh, okay.
I'm very sad about that.
That's okay. That's okay, because when you were talking, I was kind of laughing, going back to my old days when I tried to do it in multiple language. I gotta let you go, man. Fabian, well, you got one. Give us one bit of advice for everybody out there. This is your time. Just what do you want to say?
About that, I can repeat.
Yeah, anything you want to say to everybody, especially like new Flutter developers or people who are starting out. What would you want to say to them?
Okay. In this case, read the documentation.
Right.
In this case, the adaptive apps documentation is all clear, understandable. And the idea is make some tests in different devices. The idea is not keep, for example, with the iOS simulator or iOS or Android simulator, or in this case, the physical device that you have. For example, one advice is enable Flutter Desktop, because you can resize the screen.
Right.
And know if the layout is okay, or the text doesn't have overflow, the typical overflow.
Okay. Oh, thinking.
Or user and yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Or even the functionalities or norms are correct for the operating system. You can keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Fabian, I gotta let you go. Thank you very much for your time. This has been super amazing as usual. I'll see you later. Have a real good one. Okay. Yep. Thank
Bye
you,
bye,
sir.
Mike.
Bye. Bye. Okay. I'm bringing in Mo. I know you guys, and there's Ashish. I think we've met before. I think we've been on before. Guys, how's it going? How's it going with you?
Hey Mike, how are you? Yes, we met.
Hey.
We met before in the Summit'21. Same moderator, so it's fun. Nice to meet you again.
Oh yeah, I really appreciate you guys being here. When I saw your name, like, oh yeah, here we go again, round 2. So what do you guys got for us this time around? What are you going to talk about?
So some more stuff about Amplify Flutter from last time. I think when we talked last, we mentioned some of the new features that would be coming out. We talked about some stuff on UI, some new features on data store, and just general improvements that we've been making. So this session is kind of going to cover some of those new releases, as well as give people new to Amplify an overview as well.
Okay, cool. You guys going to share your slides? Because I don't see it here yet. I was waiting to see.
I'm just going to share my screen.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, go ahead and share your screen if you can. Let's see if we can pick it up. And then how do you want to do this? Mo, you want to hang out, or you want to go off stage with me, or how do you guys want to do this?
I can go backstage with you, and then you can bring me in.
Okay, cool. We'll do that. Okay, we're going to go off stage. And Ashish, once I see your stuff, I'm going to drop it in here. And I am going to go away because you're the man. Okay, man, you.
Thank you. Hey, everyone. My name is Ashish. I'm a tech lead on the Amplify Flutter team. And today we're going to talk about how to accelerate app development using AWS Amplify and Flutter. So what really is AWS Amplify? So for those of you who aren't familiar, AWS Amplify is a set of tools and services that enable front-end mobile and web developers to quickly and seamlessly integrate AWS backends into their application. They can easily use our tools to build secure, scalable, full-stack applications. And we supported several frameworks before this for JavaScript, iOS and Android, and most recently on Flutter, which we launched in GA in Feb 2021, which is this year. And we're going to talk about what are the 3 main components of Amplify. So it consists of tools that help you build your applications, like open source libraries, UI components, and a CLI toolchain that helps you configure and create your cloud backends, and as well as deploy your both your backend and front end applications. So the Amplify console is a managed AWS service that allows you to deploy and host your full stack serverless web applications, and includes built-in CI/CD functionality as well. And one of our more recent launches was the admin UI last year, which has now been also added functionality for Amplify Studio, which launched in reInvent this year, that provides a visual interface for modeling your data and authentication, authorization, managing users, all of those kind of things. So Mo will be giving an overview of that in the actual demo, but for now, I'm just going to cover some of these different facets of Amplify in the slides. So if you're thinking about Amplify more in general, it's kind of in between, or rather the best of both worlds of backend as a service and self-managed infrastructure. It's actually just an abstraction over existing AWS backends. So it allows you to both have a seamless and simple front-end developer experience, and also allows for customizations, extensibility, since it's all just abstracted on top of the existing AWS backends. And with launches this year around using the CDK to extend your application further, you can now integrate over 175 plus AWS services using the Amplify CLI and CDK. All right. just some general background on Amplify Flutter itself. So at AWS in general, we basically look at customer feedback to define what we should do next and really understand what comes next in our roadmap for our customers. So back in 2018, one of our most upvoted issues on the Amplify JS repo, and this is before Amplify iOS and Android were even available, was for support for a Flutter library so that customers could easily integrate AWS services in their Flutter apps and build full stack applications with Flutter and AWS. And at that time, we did not have really a Dart SDK or iOS and Android support. So we were looking into how can we really develop this kind of support for Amplify customers. And eventually, once Amplify iOS and Android launched, we were able to build a POC and then eventually take that into preview, which we did. We announced that we'll be supporting that in June, and we got the preview out in August. So really, like, kind of defining what's really next for Amplify based on customer feedback, and using that to guide what we build for customers. So just a brief overview of how the Amplify Flutter library is designed. So like I mentioned, with the launch of Amplify iOS and Android, it became possible for us to use Flutter plugins to support or build an Amplify library with Flutter. And basically, it's designed as a collection of plugin packages for different categories. Categories are basically a collection of use cases, such as for authentication, storage, data, all those kind of things, analytics. And the Flutter library basically supports use case centric APIs rather than service specific APIs that are written in Dart and are integrated into your Flutter app using like the high level APIs itself. And the actual implementations are based in the native code with platform specific implementations using Amplify iOS and Android under the hood. To enable this, we use platform channels, both method channels for sending messages for requests and responses for our API calls, and event channels for things like subscriptions, internal hub events, those kind of things that customers can hook into. And the most important part about our design is that it's highly extensible and pluggable in nature. So we basically have these platform or rather plugin interfaces that are written in Dart and then are implemented using the Amplify iOS and Android libraries underneath for the plugins, but can easily be extended to build plugins using just purely Dart or different providers or services for the same category. So this allows us now to look into supporting web and desktop, which is one of our top feature requests on our library, and enables us to continue supporting developers on mobile while extending support to web and other platforms. All right, so like I said, there are a number of categories that we support. Today we're going to be doing a deep dive and demo into data store and auth. But in general, I can let you know that we have like 5 categories supported right now. Data store is basically for on-device persistent storage. It allows you to have an object-oriented programming model that works with distributed cross-user data in as simple a way as working with local-only data. In fact, you can just use data store locally and enable cloud sync separately. So as far as the developer is concerned, they do not even need to worry about handling offline, online, and sync to the cloud or conflict resolution. It's all handled for them behind the scenes. We provide GraphQL and REST API support as well, analytics with Amazon Pinpoint, and allow you to store and manage content for your app in S3 with the storage category. And as we'll be talking later today, the auth category, which initially we had provided support for all APIs like required to sign in, sign up users, multi-factor auth, all that stuff. But today we've launched like a new UI for auth as well. So we'll be showing you how to enable authentication simply in minutes for your applications. All right, so let's talk a little bit about data store. Like I mentioned, Amplify Data Store provides a programming model for leveraging share and distribute data without writing additional code for online and offline use cases, which is all undifferentiated code that you as a developer do not need to handle. Just focus on your application and business logic, which is really the value to your users. And this makes working with distributed cross-user data as simple as working with local-only data, and really simplifies things like conflict resolution, offline to online sync, and those kind of application use cases in when you're dealing with real-time distributed data. And it's all powered by AppSync behind the scenes, which has support for advanced conflict detection and resolution strategies, which developers can enable as needed. And also actually allows you to switch out your backend from the default, which is DynamoDB, to using you could have REST API based backend or Lambda or something like that. So really, it's just like really simplifying, enabling real-time data and offline and online use cases for your application. And like we mentioned, the philosophy in Amplify is to have high-level use case-based APIs in your categories. So not specific to the service behind the scenes, which, we can have multiple services for a category, which we call providers. And like here, you can see for data store, we have simple APIs like save, query, delete, which make it much more easy for the developer to kind of integrate into their application without needing any service specific knowledge. And in this case, in fact, they do not even require knowledge about how to code GraphQL on the client side, even though data store uses GraphQL behind the scenes. Most recently, we launched support for a new API, again from feedback from customers, called the Observe Query API, which makes it even simpler now to show your customers their data right away, even if you have a large data set that's syncing in the background, and enable you to kind of use a single API to query data and automatically subscribe to subsequent real-time updates. So with the Observe query, you can see just the how much simpler it is, and in much fewer lines of code, you can return an initial set of data similar to just using query, and then automatically subscribe to subsequent changes to your models, and then update your application as soon as you get the latest data synced. All right, so during the demo, we're going to be talking about how to create your backends for data store, but we're mostly going to be focusing on admin UI. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the CLI here. So you can install the CLI using npm, and just npm install AWS Amplify CLI, and go ahead and configure to set up your profile and things like that. And in just 3 commands, you can create your backend for API or data store using AppSync and GraphQL. And this is all made possible by the GraphQL transform, which provides a simple to use abstraction to quickly create your backends based on GraphQL schema that you define. So here there's an example of a post type in the schema, which is pretty common in like any kind of social media application or so. Apart from the Amplify CLI, you can also use the admin UI to both to basically leverage a visual interface to model your data, view and edit your data models, and add fields, relationships in a much more intuitive way. And even after building your application, you can use this to kind of manage your app content, data, and users. So let's talk a little bit about how this all works. So basically, you first provide your the types that you have and their respective fields in the GraphQL schema file. One of the most powerful things that we leverage from GraphQL is the use of directives, which allow you to add new functionality beyond what GraphQL provides right out of the box. So in this case, we're using the @model directive. When you use this and then push your changes to the cloud, there's a CloudFormation stack that's created, and the GraphQL API is then set up with all the necessary CRUD-related logic to interact with your data in a linked DynamoDB table for each of your types. So there'll be a post table created for you, which will then persist your data based on all the fields that you've defined in your schema. And but of course, as we know in applications, you may want to also add finer grain authorization. By default, you get API key, which may not be the level of security that you're looking for. So we also have the auth directive, which helps define authorization rules for your model types and fields. So in this example, we're using owner auth, which allows you to in this case, you just want your owner to be able to access and modify the data that that they've created as a user. And there are many different authorization rules you can specify. So you can specify such that you specify operations for owners, such that any logged in user can now read posts created by other users, but cannot edit, delete, or those kind of posts, but can only create, edit, and delete their own posts. And alternatively, you can also specify groups. So like an admin group that we have more privileged access, enabling you to kind of delete or edit posts by any owner. So that's a little bit of detail about the auth provider. And by default, we include support for Cognito user pools, but there are multiple providers you can use, and they're all listed here on the slide. So you can use IAM, Lambda Authorizer, and OIDC. The Lambda Authorizer and OIDC is something that we actually launched pretty recently, so do give it a try if you can. All right, and another important part is around relationships. So you can kind of define, has one relationships between like your different types. So like a post, author, and you can define bidirectional as well using like a belongs to kind of directive. And this allows you to have like has one, has many, belongs to many, those kind of relationships defined in your schema for the kind of data model that you need for your application. All right. Now coming to the actual way data store works. So the great thing about data store is that it's offline first and works local only as well. So you do not need to have any cloud sync enabled when you first create your application. So this allows you to kind of get started without an AWS account or anything created in the cloud. You can validate your schema. You can validate that the data model you've selected actually works for your application. And once you are confident that, you can then push it to the cloud and have it set up for like cloud sync and distribute data and stuff like that. So here we have a representation of how data store works once you have cloud sync enabled. So basically, this is all enabled by AppSync behind the scenes, and we have like storage engine and sync engine as part of our implementation in the client itself that handles things like conflict resolution and offline to online sync, all of those different undifferentiated implementations that you can get for free with data store. And this is all made possible by AppSync in the backend. So this sets up your backend with DynamoDB tables as your data source by default. And for each of your types, and also an additional delta sync table, which is basically a journal that tracks your changes as a result of any mutations that you make in your application. All right. Apart from data store, which we'll be giving a demo today in the application in the demo app that Mo has built, we also have another new launch for the authenticator. So the authenticator is our first UI widget that we're releasing as part of Amplify Flutter, and Amplify.js has actually supported UI library for quite a while, and this is our first launch for UI as part of the Amplify Flutter library. So the authenticator is basically an open source cloud connected widget that adds complete authentication flows for your application with the minimal boilerplate and configuration needed. So this takes setting up, or rather accelerates setting up your authentication use cases and flows in your application. It's much faster than like using just the APIs themselves. So you can get started in just minutes, and the fastest way is simply by wrapping your app with the authenticator widget. So the child of your authenticator widget will be the widget that is rendered once your users complete their sign up and sign in. And you can see it's achievable in just a few lines of code, and allows you to kind of integrate this into your application with the default configuration right away. We also support theming and customization as part of the authenticator. So by default, the authenticator uses your app's material theme for its styling, and you can add customizations to colors, buttons, other widgets, and have that be reflected in the authenticator itself. And I think we'll give you a preview of how that works during the demo as well. But you can see some screenshots here and the code snippet by the side as well. We also have an Amplify theme in itself that you can enable by setting the use Amplify theme to true. And this is somewhat different and from the material theme that comes out of the box, maybe with your application. And we also support both dark and light mode out of the box, so it should be very simple for your users to switch between those. So the authenticator kind of supports all these customizations and has these setups for all the different screens that you would typically have as part of your auth flow. So sign up, sign in, confirm, and like reset password, all of those. And apart from theming, styling, all of that, it even makes it easy to kind of customize your form fields in those auth flow related screens. So you can either use predefined form fields from Amazon Cognito or define your own form field specific to your application, which can include any customized messaging that you have or validations. Yeah, I think that's pretty much a brief overview of Amplify, some of the things that we've launched recently, and you'll get an overview of how this actually works in an application in the demo with Mo.
Thanks, Ashish. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Sure.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Mo. I'm a solution architect on AWS Amplify. I'm a lifelong learner, and today I'm going to share with you my approach in building a skeleton app. I used that app to learn those new features we discussed today, to learn about the data store, learn about the authenticator, and learn also about some of the Cognito features. You can code like a skeleton app for a social media where you can capture an image and share it. I use like a layered architecture on that. So I will have like a service layer. I'll have a business logic where you can create those posts and upload those images. And you have the UI, which will use the authenticator for the sign up. And then we have just a basic UI layout for listing and showing those images. I'm going to use a few categories in this app. I will have obviously the auth category for the users, which will use the Amazon Cognito and the IAM to authenticate the app users. We will also use the data store for the on-device business storage. And we are going to use also the storage category for the images. As she said, you can start the app using a CLI, but my favorite way to start the app is use the admin studio. We used to call this admin UI, and recently we rebranded this. We added a lot of new features. We just announced that in the reInvent, and now the new brand is actually Amplify Studio. It's my favorite way to start building the app. You don't need to have an account. It will give you like a quick steps that will enable you to create the data and the modeling and test even locally. So this is the landing page where you go to the sandbox. And as you can see here, where we support all those different technology. And today we're talking about Flutter. It will give you like a template to start with. So we have like a blog or to-do, or you start with a blank schema. Let's go with the blog here. Go get started. And it will show you here basic models for it's a relational schema between blog, post, and comment. You can find the relationship details and how it is like one to many, and linking the blog to the post, and from the post you can link it to the comments, etc. And then on the next step here, this is very, very handy. It will show you how you can pull those details into your app and what you need to change on the Bob spec YAML to add the libraries, the Amplify Flutter, and the data store. Other changes you need to do for iOS and Android. And then what you need to change in your main page to configure Amplify. Here, even you can find like examples or code snippets for the basic operations, for creating the blog, for updating, deleting, and doing the query operations. And this is for each model. So you can find for blog, for post, and for the comments. The next step will be is to get those details to deploy to AWS. This is where you need the account. But until this step, you can even take those details into your app and test locally. Once we deploy the steps to AWS, you will get something like this. So this is the app we are going to talk about today. This is the landing page on the Amplify Studio. You can find all the deployment activities, all the resources that Amplify created for you. And you can find here the categories, like what do you need to set up. Like for example, in the authentication here, today I'm going to show you how the authenticator will build the UI based on the configuration you see here. Like we have email, Google, Amazon, and Facebook. So let me show you some code here. Let's talk first about the authenticator. Using the authenticator, as we discussed, using few steps, you will have like a fully operational authentication and registration flow within your app. You don't need to do a lot. You just need to add the authenticator as a dependency on your Bob spec. Then you refer to that here in your Dart file. and you add the authenticator code. With those 3 steps, you will get something like this. Fully working authentication flow of a sign-in, and this is based on the Amplify configuration. So you can see here, it will show you the login buttons for Amazon, Facebook, and Google. You can create account. So let me do a quick account here. The details, and as we said, you can add even custom fields here for your flow, but I will just go with the basic stuff. So we add and we confirm password. And this will send a code, the confirmation code, to your email. Let me get this. So the code I received on my email. So this screen is built and managed by the authenticator. I didn't add any UI for this. And I'm in. So let's go through the functionality. I'll start by creating a post and just pick an image. Let's pick this one. This looks an amazing image. Something. Type brightly. Share. This will use the storage. We'll go through the code in a moment and we'll create this for you. The profile page, this is coming from this user that created on Cognito. Let's change the display name. And it will listen to those changes using the query observer and will update the details here. So let's talk about the code a little bit. So as you said, we added the authenticator here. When I pulled all the details from AWS Amplify, your app, you will get this folder, Amplify folder, with all the backend changes and the schema file. Those the categories we have. We talked about the API, the auth, storage. And you will get also the Amplify configuration file, which the authenticator will use to build the UI. I have a services layer for configuring Amplify for the authentication, where I look into the user details and create a custom fields for the display name, for example, and I have a profile image. And we have the data store for saving and updating the post and listening to the changes. The storage service is for uploading the image file into S3 bucket. And then I have the UI layers where we have the home page, or just a link. You have the bottom navigation bar, and I have a feed list page, create post page, and the user profile page. The sign-in is where we added the authenticator, and here the flag to use the Amplify theme. So let me get this. But here we go. You get the changes reflected. This change. If you want to use your theme in the app, you just need to remove this line or set this to false, and we'll pick whatever changes you have or whatever design layer you have on in your application. In the feed controller, here where I have the logic to observe the query. This is the real-time listening to the changes on the post table. This is where I also sorting by descending. You can add a filter. You can listen to a specific records. You can set the time on those. All those details, you can find them in our documentations. Once a change is happening, then I'm rebuilding the feed list, all the post items I'm pulling from the data store, and I update the application with this list to reflect those changes. On the auth service here, I think I did something wrong. Auth service here, this is where I use the custom attributes. So for auth user, Cognito user, you can add, we have a built-in attributes like the email, the first name, last name, all those details. But then you can add your own custom attributes. Like, for example, I'm using a display name. So here in this code, I'm showing how you can get this display name from Cognito. You need to go to Cognito and add those into your schema, in your authentication or auth user schema. And here you can read those values. And this code here will show you how to write into those fields. So in the display name, I'm reading that from the profile page as I show you, and I'm adding here into this custom display name. I have another field for created at also. Okay. Authenticator, as we said, it was launched today. You add that into the Bob spec YAML, and then you add it to your page, and then you do that, and then you add it to the sign in here, where you set the Amplify theme true or false. This, as we said, will give you like a fully working flow for the sign up and the sign in, but also you have the capability to custom and style your authenticator. You can add your field verification. You can use your custom forms completely to add, like, use those custom fields we created in Cognito to expose that in your sign up, like to ask the user for like favorite book or whatever fields you are thinking about. All of those details will be updated on our docs. You can find like code snippets on our docs for all those information. And for those 3 simple steps that will enable you to add the authenticator and get a fully working authentication out of the box with very simple steps. The custom attributes, you can find those details on the Cognito dashboard, and you can also find the data modeling into the Admin Studio. In an Admin Studio, you'll find the links for all the categories we configured, like, for example, the S3 bucket. This will take you to the S3 landing page where you can find the fields, the files that we uploaded. You can find the data modeling here, and you can change that and do the relation, add fields, and then use the local setup instructions to pull those details into your app. The authentication section, as we said, is for your authentication configuration. Right now, we support Google, Amazon, Facebook, and also you can add sign in with Apple. For the sign in, also you can use a username, phone number. In this example, I'm using an email. Those will be reflected in your application using the Amplify configuration.dart file. And I think that's all what I have for today. This code, I will commit this code on GitHub. It's a skeleton app that you can use to start your application as a template, and you can find more details on our landing page on the docs, and you can approach us on Twitter for any questions around this app.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I'm going to bring back in Ashish real quick. And guys, this has been super amazing and everything, but we always do this and we always run out of time. Maybe what can happen is there's some questions and we can drop them to you, and then you can answer them, with what the people are, asking. I'm going to try to start the questions here real quick. It looks like we got this first one here, and anybody just go. Does Sync Engine on Amplify only work with Amazon DynamoDB, or can I use my own server and database?
So by default, it's set up to work with DynamoDB and AppSync.
Right.
But AppSync allows you to set up any different data source, including your own server through like HTTP resolvers and stuff like that. However, it won't be as seamless to do it as the default setup, but it certainly is possible. I think if you reach out to us on Twitter, we can try and or on Discord, we can try and give you some guides and just support in general about how you can get this done.
Okay. And then here's one more for you, and it's anybody. What is the recommended way to deploy to multiple regions? This is a really good question, actually. For example, US 1 and East or EU West. What's the best way to do that?
So right now, using Amplify out of the box, you will deploy to one region, but then you can override all your changes. We just recently announced like this feature where you can override your configuration and use your own resource and take advantage of AWS multi-region support.
Right.
By overwriting, that means you can bring all those changes, all those resources, use the multi-region support, and you just apply it to your configuration.
Okay, cool. Guys, I guess we gotta go. I appreciate it. You guys, as usual, you're the best. You're amazing. And if it's okay with you, post your LinkedIn information out there for everybody to get, if they can connect to you. And because there's a lot of questions that are coming in. I'm sorry, guys, we can't answer all the questions and everything, but we'll see you later, Mo. Thank you. Ashley, thank you very much, guys. We really appreciate you a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Join us again. Yeah. See you next event.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
And that's an end.